Okay. No, actually.
very good morning everyone, and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton from all of us at Somerset County Cricket Club. Day one of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Durham. A warm welcome to all the players, officials and supporters joining us from the northeast of England. We hope you have an enjoyable few days with us in the West Country. Delighted to say that this match has been kindly sponsored by University Centre Somerset. University Centre Somerset can help you to realise your ambition. With degrees for real life taught at campuses in Taunton, Bridgewater and Cannington, it places higher education firmly within your reach. Whilst the ground staff take the covers off and we await news of the toss and the start of play, the Somerset Cricket Museum is open before the start of play. It's housed in an impressive 600-year-old stone building and contains many displays about the history of cricket in general and Somerset cricket in particular. It'll also be open during the lunch and tea breaks, and during the lunch break there will be a sale of cricket books in the museum office. Now the museum and its office are situated behind the Ondarchi Pavilion next to the County Sports Shop. And after finishing second in the South Group, another fantastic campaign in the group stage for Somerset's T20 side, we will take on Birmingham Bears at the Cooper Associates County Ground in the Vitality Blast quarter-final on Saturday, September the 6th at 6:30 p.m. So whilst we wait for the start of play, it's a good time to remind you that tickets are currently on sale to members, and previous ticket purchases, those eligible, have received an exclusive email which explains everything that you need to do to secure your seat. Tickets go on general sale in just a couple of days' time, on Wednesday, July the 23rd. So tomorrow, tickets go on general sale. So it's the last opportunity really to secure your seats for the quarter-final in this exclusive window. So we hope you have an enjoyable few days with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We'll have news of the toss, the team news and the start of play very soon. Thank you. Very good morning if you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Word from the officials is that the coin toss will take place at 10:45, so in 10 minutes time, providing there is no further rain. The start of day one will commence at 11:15, so there is a 15-minute delay to the start of play. Lunch will be taken at the normal time at 1 p.m. So toss at 10:45, start of play 11:15. Lunch interval commences at 1. lots of match day food and drink options available for supporters over the coming few days. Today though, the county room is sold out, so there are no more spaces available in the county room, and at the moment the Marcus Trescothick lower concession is closed. However, there are concessions open at Stragglers Coffee House, and the Great Catch Fish and Chip Shop is open. That's in the Lord Botham stand as well. We've had news from the middle. Somerset have won the toss and have elected to field first. Confirmation that Somerset have won the toss and have elected to field first. We'll confirm the two teams very shortly. So a very good morning if you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton from all of us at Somerset County Cricket Club. Day one of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match set to get underway at 11:15 due to the rain shower this morning. Somerset have won the toss and elected to field first. Confirmation of the two teams starting with our visitors, Durham. Number 19 is Captain Alex Lees. Number 24, Emilio Gay. Number 48, Colin Ackerman. Number 5, David Beddingham. Number 21, wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. Number 7, Graham Clark. Number 34, Ben Ray. Number 8, George Drissel. Number 35, Matthew Potts. Number 13, a warm welcome back to Taunton, Neil Wagner. And number 17, Callum Parkinson. And confirmation of your Somerset 11, number 32, Tom Colacadner. Number 38, Josh Davey. Number 15, Tom Lammonby. Number 55, wicketkeeper James Rue. Number 28, Tom Abel. Number 18, Tom Banton. Number 66, Archie Vaughan. 24, Captain Lewis Gregory. Number 7, Craig Overton. Number 17, Jack Leach. And number 14, Jake Ball. A reminder that Somerset have won the toss and elected to field first. We get underway at 11:15. Somerset County Cricket Club are pleased to be able to announce that the next event in our 150th year celebrations will be an evening with Andy Caddick. The event will take place on Tuesday, August the 12th in the 1875 Club. Andy is one of the greatest players to play for the club, and during the evening he will discuss his time with Somerset, his England career, and give his forthright views on the game. The evening will include a welcome drink and a two-course dinner. Tickets for this event cost just £45. Remember, reception is in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion for all inquiries and ticket sales. A very good morning if you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton for day one of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match. There's a slightly delayed start. We're due to get underway in just 15 minutes time. Lunch will be taken at 1, the tea interval scheduled at 3:45. Somerset won the toss and elected to field first, so if you're filling out your scorecards for this game, a reminder of the two teams starting with our visitors, Durham. Number 19 is Captain Alex Lees, number 24 Emilio Gay, number 48 Colin Ackerman, number 5 David Bedingham, number 21 wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson, number 7 is Graham Clark, number 44, Ben Rain. Number 8, George Drissel. Number 35, Matthew Potts. Number 13, Neil Wagner. And number 17, Callum Parkinson. The Somerset team, number 32, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Number 38, Josh Davey. Number 15, Tom Lammonby. Number 55, wicketkeeper James Rue. Number 28, Tom Abel. Number 18, Tom Banton. Number 66, Archie Vaughan. Number 24, Captain Lewis Gregory. Number 7, Craig Overton. Number 17, Jack Leach. And number 14, Jake Ball.
Well, they are now. They are now. And I know it is causing our club havoc.
They're playing down the club.
Well, because obviously, no, players for the women. Coffee Hawker. Well, for the under 18, yeah. Yeah, correct. Yeah, so I saw, yeah. Who else then? And then there was a sister. Yeah, and of course they got two sisters. This Sunday. And they got a West game. Correct. Well, that's the whole idea, yeah. Well, I don't know whose fault it is, whether it's Westwood or whether it's Somerset. Yeah. I'm alright. Oh, yes. I get wet?
Very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground on a slightly iffy day weather-wise at the moment. We had a shower of rain earlier on which has passed by. It's caused a slight delay in the start. 11:15 is when we're going to get underway. In fact, as I speak, rain starts to splatter the window of the commentary box. So I'm not sure whether we're going to get that prompt a start. We shall see. The news is they have had the opportunity to conduct the toss. Lewis Gregory has won it, and Somerset have put Durham in to bat. The wicket is used, and it's also pretty green, so it could be a very interesting first session when we get underway. I'm Stephen Lamb, and delighted to be joined by Sam Darling. Morning, Sam.
Morning, Stephen. I love that. You'd make a very good, is it perhaps a lawyer, a barrister? They've had the opportunity to do the toss. I really enjoyed the way you put that. They have indeed. We've got the opportunity to come in, and we've had to come inside as well, because it poured down about 10:30, wasn't it, just as they were about to do the toss. And as you can see on your screens now, the ground staff who have been waiting, I was going to say patiently, they've known, basically. Ground staff know, and they've immediately come out and rolled the mat out onto the wicket we were about to use. So you can see the pitch we are going to use.
As they roll it out, the sun comes out.
You can't really win, can you? The covers are about to come on. I think if we can see, if you look over those Quantocks, it's pretty ominous. I reckon if we were playing this game at Somerset's second home, Taunton Vale Sports Club, it would be pouring down right now. That's how close the rain is. But that is not the direction from which it comes. Sorry, Stephen, I made an error in taking a bite of a digestive just before I came on air. I've just got a couple of stray crumbs in my throat, so I'm going to stop talking for a second and have a drink.
And I'll tell you a little bit about the teams, because we do know the full composition of them. We will see, if I give you the visitors first of all, Alex Lees and Emilio Gay, the Durham skipper, and Emilio Gay. We expect them to open the batting. Then Colin Ackerman, David Beddingham. It's a strong-looking side, this Durham unit. Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper batsman, on paper coming in at 5, followed by Graham Clark, Ben Rain, George Drissell, Matthew Potts, Neil Wagner and Callum Parkinson. Various links between the southwest and the northeast, which Sam and I will talk to you about at some stage. And
it is a very strong side there. I like the look of it. I mean, Durham too, they have a bit of momentum. They are also quarter-finalists in the Vitality Blast. I mean, did you see that? Northants went up there and it was brilliant last week. It was basically winner takes it all in terms of a home quarter final, when Northants made north of 200, and the Durham fans were a little bit like, not sure we're going to get that. They knocked him off one down with balls to spare. Alex Lees with his first ever T20 100 there. It's a serious side. I think Dave Beddingham is the best batter on the county circuit. He is rightly back in the South Africa squad. You need to get him early. He's a bit of an LBW candidate early doors. Interesting selections there as well. Couple of spinners. George Drizzle, formerly of Somerset, on loan in the Metrobank One Day Cup a few years ago. Callum Parkinson, who until this season, he's been a regular. Durham, Ryan Campbell, when he first went in, he said to Marcus North, we need a spinner, and they went, not really up at Durham, and they showed him the data with frontline spinners, and it was very much in favour of playing one. So Parkinson's played pretty much every game until this season, and actually he's been left out a fair bit. This is only his second Champo appearance. And Neil Wagner, formerly of Somerset as well, they broke him, the unbreakable bowler.
Big-hearted.
Oh, huge-hearted. They had, I think it was against Essex, and he broke down on his what would have been his home debut, and they had so much bad luck with injuries of quick bowlers last year. Durham, Wagner was the latest one, and they struggled a little bit this year, but he is also in the side. So they have had the luxury of leaving an overseas player out as well, Cody Youssef missing.
And Somerset, when, well, I'll tell you the bowlers first. What about that? Because we're going to see them first.
Go on then. Go on then,
There
Stephen.
are plenty of them. Lewis Gregory skippering the side, as we've mentioned. Craig Overton, Jake Ball, Josh Davey, and then the two spinners, Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan. So bases covered, Sam.
Yeah, both teams have got two spinners. We see the rest of that team sheet up on your screens now as well. We expect Josh Davey to open the batting. Sean Dixon, who played in the previous championship game, not playing in this one. He's another Durham Somerset link. Lammonby, James Rew, Tom Abel. Tom Banton, two keeping options. It'll be Rew, but good to see Banton available because he missed the back end of that Blast campaign with a finger injury. So plenty of bowling. Jake Ball, a man who's played for both sides this year. He is actually He's got the best bowling average for Durham this season. He played that win down at Worcestershire when they were really struggling for bowlers. They brought in 3 for their debuts: Jake Ball, Jack Blatherwick, and I think it was Cody Yusuf's debut as well. And Ball picked up 5 for, ended with 7 in the game. So there you go.
And the quid pro quo of opening with Josh Davies, you've got Craig Overton batting as low as number 9.
There's 2 really strong sides. Jake Ball's got a bit of history with Durham as well. You might remember last year, I think it was, Somerset went up there, and I think Miguel Pretorius got clocked in the head by a Ben Rain bouncer, of all things, and he batted on and he made 50, but you have these concussion checks in the evening and the following morning, and Jake Ball came into the side because Miguel wasn't fit to continue, and he picked up a 5 for. So Jake Ball, Somerset Durham, there's something about him. I think he's a good pick in this game.
They're usually pretty tough trips up to the
Oh,
northeast. Yeah. There was the illness epidemic not that long ago, and Somerset did very well to win the game up there this season.
Yes, that was a very good win. That was a very good win. I have got a foot in both camps these days, actually. I do a bit of commentary up there, and I was due to go back for
it's
the
a big
last
stride.
Day. It is a long stride. I live equidistant between the two, which on the face of it sounds quite convenient, but when they're both about 3.5 hours away, it's not so convenient. Plenty of miles on the car mileage goes up. It's quite significantly during the summer.
So the big cover is back on. At the moment, the ground staff are watching and waiting because we're just on the fringe of that shower of rain which has just hit. But I don't think, just looking away towards the Quantocks and further afield, it looks a little bit brighter. I would hope, I'm sure there will be another slight delay, but maybe an 11:30 start.
Fingers crossed. It's not looking good right now, but it could be worse, Stephen. You could be Leicestershire, who won the toss and elected to bat, and after 1.2 overs, a 0 for 2, having lost both Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger. So, I think you have to put life into perspective at times, and in a cricketing context, while we may have a little bit of rain here,
that's a bit of a setback for them, isn't it? Early days, but after the start they've had to the season, that's not quite so good. But
yeah, they're a good side. Somerset's Ben Green back on loan for the county championship up there, and ever present in the Vitality Blast for Somerset, but playing his county championship cricket up at Leicestershire. We're going to take a quick break. The signs are promising. I don't think it will be too much longer until we see Somerset taking that new ball and Durham batting. But as soon as we have any news, we will be back with you naturally.
I honestly can't remember when I started playing cricket. I think it was probably around 6 or 7 years old.
I guess when he was about 7, we started doing more things together, playing more sports in the garden.
There's definitely a competitive relationship between me and Dad. We've played many sports against each other over the years. We've got darts, pool, table tennis all in the garage. Played all the racket sports. We still play golf against each other. But the one sport that I've never beaten Dad at is tennis. And that is because he refused to play me since I was 12 years old.
He beat me at everything else by 13, and so I had to, had to just call it a day there.
I remember distinctly having a birthday party here. There was a cricket party when I was 7 or so. Dad managed to cut a strip and rolled it. We even got a little roller in the garage and had a great time.
I went to various estate agents and borrowed sale signs, and we put them around the garden as hoardings around the boundary rope, and we had a small little strip in the middle that we cut and rolled, and he had, I think, 13 friends around, so there was almost two teams worth of players, and they all had a bat and they all had a bowl, and then they had a lovely party tea afterwards. When we first looked at this house, the estate agents suggested to us that we should take a pair of shears with us, because we wouldn't even be able to get in through the gate because it had been neglected for years and it was very, very overgrown. When we got a lot of the bulk clearance done and I started to cut the grass, it was quite obvious that it was just a sea of weed and very little grass, more moss than anything else. Because of the size of the garden, I didn't have the time to do very much about it, so it was obvious that we needed some help to get the grass into a decent condition, which is when we engaged the services of Green Thumb. At one stage the garden was full of climbing frames and we had an above ground swimming pool and trampoline, all sorts of other stuff, and whenever Green Thumb came they had to move all this stuff around to actually tend to the grass, so they've been great.
I remember Green Thumb coming round probably from the age of about 8, because I remember the little orange pellets that were always in the grass, and Dad would say, no, you're not allowed to play on them whilst that's out there, so I was always frustrated for a week or so after Green Thumb had come, but obviously it gets the grass to look like it does. I've put it through a lot of trauma over the years with cricket spikes, rugby boots, and I think it's obviously testament to them that every time I come back home now, and when I came home after school, it looked immaculate and I was able to just get out there and have some fun. I think they've done a fantastic job for 25 years. There's probably a few patches around the garden where I've taken a few too many divots with a golf club as well, and they've managed to get it growing back very well.
I think the combination of what they have done, the treatments that we've had, and the advice they've given us on how to care for the lawn in the interim, it's been first class.
Yeah, and also I was talking to Craig Rice after the game, and he said,
I'm James Roux, and today we are recreating some classic Somerset photographs to celebrate 150 years of the club and the launch of our new County Championship shirt.
Get to the cricket this season with First Class.
next time. Thank you once again.
Good morning, everyone, and strangely, it's welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Day one of this County Championship clash, Rothesay County Championship clash, I should say, between Somerset and Durham. The sun is back out. There's a bit of cloud, but the sun is back out. We thought we were going to start at 11. It rained at 10:30, so we didn't. We thought we were going to start at 11:15. Rained about 11:10, so we didn't. But we are about to start, as you can see. The Somerset players, Somerset fielders, are huddled down by the Andy Caddick Pavilion. We are about 3 minutes away from the start of play. Umpires Martin Saggers and Ian Blackwell will be making their way out into the middle very soon. Sam Downing alongside Stephen Lamb. As you can see, Somerset, Lewis Gregory won the toss and elected to bowl on what is a relatively green-looking pitch. And Stephen, we were looking for links between Somerset and Durham. There are plenty of them, including Ian Blackwell, who has played for both sides as well. You could make almost a combined 11 out of the players and umpires that are here right now. There is umpire Blackwell and umpire Saggers. Steve Kirby getting out there. He's probably been avoiding mitting early doors.
Yeah, Martin Saggers, the taller of the two, I think I can safely tell you, from his bowling days with Kent and briefly with England as well. So the two umpires leading out the players for the second time today.
Yes, and we will run through the sides very quickly again for those of you just joining us. Somerset are Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Josh Davey, we believe, going to open the batting. Tom Lammonby, James Rue, Tom Abel, Tom Banton, who is fit again, having missed a couple of last games with that finger injury. Archie Vaughan, the skipper Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton potentially coming in at number 9, Matthew Jack Leach and Jake Ball. So a couple of spinners for Somerset. Durham side, it's a strong side. Skipper Alex Lees, fresh from his maiden T20 100 in Durham's final blast group game last week, securing a home quarter final for them. And Emilio Gay, who's been in fine form this summer and played for England Lions. They've also got Colin Ackerman, Dave Bedingham, Ollie Robinson, Graham Clark, Ben Rain, former Somerset man George Drizzle, Matthew Potts, former Somerset man Neil Wagner, and Callum Parkinson, who's playing just his second championship game of the summer. So a couple of spinners in each side, plenty of seamers, Kookaburra ball, a green pitch. A decent crowd in, Stephen, as well, I have to say, and I'm quite excited.
And it looks like Josh Davey is going to be taking the new ball down at the river end, just sorting out his approach. So we could have Josh Davey opening both the bowling and the batting.
The glory days. It's like a testimonial game.
Absolutely. And we're doing rather better, Sam and I, this time than we did last, because I think just as soon as we told you it was going to be a 11:15 start, the rain started again as well. But it is looking much, much better out there at the moment. And it will be the Durham skipper who is on strike as the clock ticks around. The electronic one has got there on the scoreboard, 11:30. So this Rothesay First Division County Championship match is about to get underway. First ball of it from Josh Davey. So played not with complete comfort.
He'll be in good nick. Well, he is in good nick. Alex Lees, fresh off that T20 100. He's been a fine player for Durham. People will remember him making his name at Yorkshire, and he had a good go in that England side. But since he's been up at Durham the last 4 or 5 years, averaging nearly 20 first-class hundreds, leading the side for them. He's a big unit. He looks like he'd be at home as a sort of number 8 at the back of a scrum, wouldn't he? He is a quality cricketer and a very good leader.
Really successful move to the northeast for him. That's timed better. Gently pushed out to extra cover as the sun peeps through what's a mainly grey sky. It's a bit of support in, as usual in the James Hildreth stand. Gimlet's Hill, usually pretty heavily populated, no exception today.
It's one of those days where weather apps are being checked constantly, aren't they? Very much in use.
Here's Davey again. James Rue getting his first feel of the new ball with the 3 slips alongside him. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is instantly recognisable this season. mop of hair at first slip.
One of those days where fielders wear jumpers, which sometimes makes them a little bit more difficult to identify, but you're right. Craig Overton's height and Cody Cadmore's mullet make them very easily identifiable.
Yeah, and then the skipper at third, waiting for the possibility of an outside edge. Not that time.
You can see with that field, so it's very much it feels like a Josh Davey pitch. Pitch it up, particularly with the new ball, and try and make it wobble a little bit. And Alex Lees will drive. He's very strong, square of the wicket on that offside. So you've got Jack Leach at a very backward point, and then almost a cover point in there. I think that's Tom Lammonby, isn't it? And that previous ball went straight to Lammonby, but I think there's a lot of fielding to be done potentially in that area.
Oh, that's the first moral victory for the bowler. I think that Lee's played at that. No contact with it. It's an interesting mixture, this. Oh yeah, there's a little push at that outside the off stump. So that'll encourage Josh Davey. Used wicket that we're playing on. There's a fair bit of green on it as well, particularly towards the middle. Oh, that's off the outside edge. It's going to go all the way for 4 down to Gimlet's Hill. Not in full control of that, but the first runs of the match nonetheless for Alex Lees off the last ball of Josh Davies' over. 4 without loss.
Yeah, played it with soft hands, didn't he? And just steered it wide of those 3 Somerset slips. If you're just joining us on YouTube this morning, and welcome to all of you. Plenty of Somerset fans. I can see a lot of regular names in there as well. Welcome to all those Durham fans tuning in from afar. Welcome to any Durham fans who are in the Cooper Associates County Ground right now and are tuning in as well. And welcome to all you neutrals. Hopefully a big crowd as well, because the schools are broken up, so it might be a Tuesday, but the school kids are around. And if they do happen to venture in right now, they'll be able to watch Craig Overton with his collar up, taking a new ball with the St James's Church bells in the background from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Emilio Gay taking strike. Emilio Gay moving up to Durham. Back end of last season on loan initially. There is St James's Church. Gloomy skies behind, a little bit of wind around. Spent all his career before that to Northamptonshire. Decided to make the move up to Durham in the hopes of pushing his Test ambitions. He's another big lad, actually. These two could both be back row forwards. Got 3 centuries so far this summer. Emilio Gay played for England Lions as well against India earlier in the summer alongside James Rue. Well, not just alongside James Rue, actually under the captaincy of James Rue. Craig Overton, Alex Lees immediately sharing a word as Overton trots back to the top of his mark. We'll keep an eye on those YouTube comments, so do get in touch with myself and Stephen. Pete Trigo's here as well all day. Oh, pushes at that one. Craig Overton will not mind that too much. He'll have a little nod. Goes through to James Rue. A couple of keeping options for Somerset naturally. James Rue is the first choice. Tom Banton's out there as well. Brilliant to see. That's a beauty. Gay properly pushing at that one.
Yeah, we've had each batter playing thin air. 1 each in the first couple of overs so far, which will encourage these 2 bowlers.
Leaves that one alone. Good carry from Craig Overton there. Slightly different slip setup. As good a cricketer as Craig Overton is, he'll struggle to stand at second slip to himself. Oh, left on line of length. There's a good leave from Emilio Gay. That's where Overton wants to be putting it. So Tom Abel, by the looks of it, has gone in at 3rd slip. It looks to me from this distance like he's got the shin pads on as well, the fielding pads. So there's potential for Tom Abel to go in under the helmet. Cody Cadmore at first. Gregory moves into second. Abel at 3rd.
Well bowled field.
Good delivery from Craig Overton. 5 dots, as was the case with Josh Davey. Just that one boundary so far. That one doesn't quite get up. It's almost like Emilio Gay was playing for that one to bounce in the same way that the previous ball did.
Yeah, early signs it could be a bit up and down. We shall see.
You need something with this Kookaburra ball. Gets in behind that one. Emilio Gay. Jake Ball does the fielding. End of the second over, maiden over. Durham having been stuck in a full without loss.
Yes, you rather got the impression when the pitch was unveiled for the first time, in our view at any rate, that that would be Lewis Gregory's decision. Should he win the toss? No great surprise. With all that green on the surface and some early encouragement for the Somerset attack. Here's Josh Davey again. Driven, and that's a fluent stroke from Alex Lees right off the middle of the bat. Sounded good, didn't it?
Strikes it firmly. It just sat, it was in his zone, wasn't it, Alex Lees? Yeah, bang. I mean, he's been in fine form in the Champa as well. 300s, averaging north of 50 this summer.
So a brace of boundaries for him already. Last ball of the first over, first of the third. That could easily have gone onto the stumps. Inside edge, and could have gone anywhere, really. No ball signalled.
Yes, it was a relief that it didn't go onto the stumps, I think, from Josh Davies' perspective.
Yes. Yeah. You can count your blessings, can't you, as a bowler? It wasn't the one that mattered.
Bit of a wild swing there from Alex Lees. He's starting actually back in his crease now to Davey, but he did almost wander towards him. It's quite casual. Is that Josh Davey not quite getting the back of that foot behind the line?
Runs here. Just one, I fancy. As fielded down at long leg by Jake Ball. So first single of the match to Alex Lees, which will put Emilio Gay on strike. He settles. Drives nicely. He'll get at least a couple for this. It's a short boundary on that side by the Somerset stand, and races away. So Emilio Gay opens his account in some style.
Just a little push, wasn't it? Josh Davey trying to find that length that causes the batter to nibble and find the outside edges. Just over pitched slightly, a couple of them. Tom Banton sprinted away after it, but the boundary's short, the ball is new, the grass is pretty rapid.
And Banton slipped slightly in pursuit as well, although I don't think he would have beaten the ball to it. I think the ball was always going to win that chase. 15 without loss. And more here. Should be a couple. And that's the deeper boundary side of the ground, over towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and the temporary Trade Nation stand. It's a long way to the rope from this pitch.
Expensive over so far, this from Davey.
Still 2 deliveries to come. Oh. That's a little bit optimistic. It was just outside off stump and again found the inside edge. So there are signs of hope. There may be runs flowing, but some encouragement there as well for the bowlers.
And look, Durham play this very positive brand of cricket. And so they will go after, they will try and hit the balls that are there to be hit. And you wonder if it's an early sign of people thinking, oh, maybe this pitch isn't that trustworthy. Green pitch, new ball, maybe we have to try and score quickly because there will be a ball with our name on it. I don't know. It's very early.
Interesting over. It's an expensive one, but a couple of useful deliveries as well.
He's trying to turn that to the leg side, isn't he? Walks towards him, tries to turn it leg side and gets completely squared up. It wasn't really the line to flick it to leg side. It's not missed off stump.
Just straightened a fraction, didn't it? It's a pretty good delivery to conclude the over.
Odd shot. Relatively new opening combo, these two. Emilio goes back at 3 for much of the season. Ben McKinney, young and very promising opener, 6'7". England really like him, got a couple of first-class hundreds already. Also been playing in the England Lions relatively recently, but he's been left out, just a selection decision this time. Really strong, that middle order for Durham. I mean, I've seen them with, if you put McKinney into that, suddenly Ollie Robinson is batting at 6, which feels a little bit low. They've got a lot of batting.
Here's Overton.
Jake Ball will do the fielding again. Into the 4th over here. Morning to everyone if you're just joining us. Or good evening, depends on where you're watching, really. I know plenty of people watch from all around the world. There was a chap up here earlier, I didn't catch his name, but he was chatting to Tree because he watches from China and he's just over briefly. I've got no idea what time it might be in China right now. I could find out, but
it's probably dark.
Definitely not morning, I reckon. Better from Craig Overton. Lee's watchful. Jumping inside that one.
Yes, if you think, if you've just tuned in and think Durham are going along rather slowly, that's because we started at 11:30, half an hour late after a couple of rain showers. In fact, they're going along pretty briskly in the 4th over.
Oh, that's a beauty. That is a beauty. Squares Lee's up. Goes through to James Rew. I'm reliably informed as we have a look at the replay of that Craig Overton delivery. Oh, just in two minds there. You can see his frustration there. Alex Lees wasn't sure whether he had to play. Got himself in a right off as it's 6:44 p.m. in Beijing. So they're just coming home from work and
getting dark, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Good time. Get your tea on and watch a bit of county championship cricket. Flicked for just a single. There's a fielder down there. Fine leg. Josh Davey will do the fielding.
It presumably will be winter out there, other side of the world.
You're testing me there.
Hedging my bets a bit.
Here we go. Roger Taylor is watching in Thailand. It's an hour earlier over there, so it's just 5:45 there for Roger Taylor. Let us know if anyone else is watching from some, I was going to say weird, but some wonderful places.
And how much daylight you've got.
Speaking of which, while we have started half an hour late, we haven't lost any overs. So we're going to have lunch at 1 o'clock as per usual. We're going to have a fixed tea time. Usually days 1 to 3 you play to 3:40 or until 32 overs are left, but we're having a fixed tea time, 3:55 p.m. today for tea. And hopefully we'll get all 96 in. I'm sure the floodlights will come on if they need to.
Okay, so it will still be daylight, I think, on grounds of reliable information in China.
Will Martin.
You're dying to know about that, weren't you?
Oh, yeah. 18 without loss after 4. What have we got? Mark Baldwin is... Are you saying you're in New Zealand? He's put 10:45 p.m. in New Zealand and it's dark.
It will be winter there, I'm sure.
Yeah, Beijing, because it's Northern Hemisphere, isn't it, China? Or Beijing is, at least, anyway. Parbs is it's 8:45 in Melbourne, Aussie. Harry Seymour's watching from Saudi Arabia.
Here's Josh Davey again. Oh, expansive drive. No contact at all with the ball.
Paul Argyle from Taunton is watching in Melbourne. It's 9:15 as we see there a replay of that drive from Alex Lees. Cold over there. He's got a glass of Shiraz to warm him up. Sounds right up your street, that, Stephen Lamb. Imagine you're a man of many fine wines. 4:20 a.m. in Colorado. Michael Gordon, fair play to you.
up in the air, and that's going to be 4, down to third man. Streaky looking shot. It's an extraordinary mixture, this innings so far, isn't it? We've seen some...
It's fascinating, isn't it?
We've seen plays and misses, we've seen 1 or 2 delightful strokes, and we've seen some edges, outside and in.
Frustrating to be a bowler, because I just noticed they've immediately pushed the fielder out, so they've got a sweeper out on the offside. I think it's Archie Vaughan, is it? Or Tom Lammonby on the offside. So there's a deep extra cover now for Lees. Leach is almost at a short third. Another step or 2 to his right and he would be.
Well, that was the kitchen sink. No contact at all.
I mean, it's a golf swing. I mean, fair play to Alex Lees, because you know, so often players play shots like that, and then the shot they rehearse immediately after is a proper textbook shot. And you think, well, that's not the shot he just played. Alex Lees just went through the shot he actually tried to play, and it was a golf swing. Wow, have a look at that. It just makes me think they've had a chat about this and think, well, you've got to be here for a quick time, not a long time this morning. Quick time, good time.
Yeah, there's that short boundary that they've found a couple of times already this morning. Oh, there was half an appeal from the slip cordon, but not from the bowler, which is always rather telling. Good ball.
He's going really wide of the crease, Josh Davey, isn't he? He's just angling it back in towards the left-hander initially and hoping it pitches and moves away, and that one did. Couldn't quite get that outside edge.
Yeah. There's plenty of encouragement for Davey and Overton.
Steve Pickard says he's watching from Exmoor. It's 11:47 here and it's just about light.
Some very beautiful parts of Exmoor. Been walking there a few times. Some stunning scenery.
For balance, Stephen, I should say, as are many parts of the northeast. Get yourself up to the northeast coastline, beautiful.
Fair enough.
Places like Alnmouth. Alnwick as well.
Alnwick, I've been to Alnwick.
Yeah, not on the seaside, but wonderful bookshelf at Alnwick, the old railway station. I think it's Europe's biggest second-hand bookshop. Beautiful.
Barnard Castle. Oh, well taken. Nice dive from James Rue, and timely as well, because that could have slid past him.
They do eye tests up at Barnard Castle, don't they?
They do. There's a Specsavers there. Barney, the locals call it, apparently. Barney for short. It's an attractive town.
Got my family from up there, grandparents and mum from a place called Morpeth.
Now that would be Northumberland?
Northumberland, yeah. Just north of Newcastle on the A1. Craig Overton over the wicket. Emilio Gate pulls out. Something is happening behind him.
Yeah, I think it's a spectator, probably.
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought for a second, given how this morning has gone, actually what Emilio Gay was doing was giving himself a little bit of room outside leg stump and was preparing to try and heave one over extra cover. Unusual this, because in the modern game, actually, almost the default for the right arm seamer is to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Made famous, very popular in that 2005 Ashes, Flintoff to Gilchrist, which I think, was it 20 years today, 20 years yesterday? There's a lot of pieces being written about it, people digging into the memory banks.
That was one of the most stunning photographs that's been taken of a catch.
Strauss, was it?
Strauss, yeah. Strauss diving. And you can see the look of consternation on the face of Adam Gilchrist. Have I got it away or haven't I? No, I haven't.
He's got that one away though, Emilio Gate. Past Jack Leach, who will chase, and he'll chase hard, won't quite get there. Nice shot from Gay, almost had, it was just sat up a little bit there and he had time to wait for the ball, play it late, rolled those wrists. Boundary to him. Not as good a catch as young Liv Barnes though took for the Somerset women a few weeks ago. That one went viral. I think it was at Essex at square leg. What a catch that was. Have a look at that on the social media. You can tell I'm not very good at social media. I've just called it the social media. Will in our ears will be cringing at that. It's generic social media.
It's a curate's egg of a morning so far, isn't it? It's certainly in batting terms, such a mixture we've seen.
I love working with you, Stephen, because I hear phrases I just don't hear any other place this summer.
Indeed, that you've never heard of before.
I love
I
it.
fear.
No.
Oh, beauty.
Yeah, it's just got that little bit of lift. We've seen a couple of balls from Overton from this market with Gothic Pavilion and get up like that. A couple who haven't quite got up either. And Jake Ball is waving towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion. That's a beauty, isn't it? That is exactly where you want to be. The only thing missing is a little tickle. Unless your name is Emilio Gay, in which case you're quite happy to play and miss at that.
And there's that little bit of a doubt, isn't there, when you see the odd one lift and the odd one stay lower in the mind of the batter.
Oh, is that taken on? Yeah, brilliant catch. Somerset have their first wicket. Craig Overton, the vice-captain, has found the outside edge of Emilio Gay, and the skipper, Lewis Gregory, diving forward, has taken a good low catch at second slip. Gay has gone for 10 from 17 balls. Durham, 26 for 1.
That was a good catch because the ball was dying on him. We'll have another look at it. I think it only just carried to Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we talked about that inconsistent bounce. The previous ball, Emilio Gay, he's got up and he's left it up around almost his midriff. That one hasn't quite got up as much. You can see the disappointment.
And the frustration.
And that is why Lewis Gregory won the toss and elected to field. And you're always under a little bit more pressure, aren't you? When you know your skipper has said, yeah, we're going to have a bowl, you've got to take a couple of early wickets.
He gave the pitch a rather disparaging glance before departing, Emilio Gay.
What does that do to our curate's egg, Stephen? That's the big question. That's what everyone wants to know.
Poaches it.
That is you've endeared yourself further, because that is my favourite form of egg consumption. Right, Colin Ackerman is the new batter in at number 3. He's batted in all kinds of different positions this summer. A couple of hundreds for him. He's a blooming good player as well. A good acquisition. They picked him up from Leicestershire a couple of years ago. Not a friend of Arrol Sapire, I wouldn't imagine, because Arrol had the World T20 bowling record, 6 for 5 at Sophia Gardens. I think Colin Ackerman has got a 7 for and is now the leader. So I'm sure a friendly little bit of rivalry. As we see the Somerset, well, 12th and 13th men, Lewis Goldsworthy and Casey Aldridge, who spent a little bit of time up at Durham earlier this summer in the Vitality Blast on loan, picked up a 5 for as well, part of their successful campaign. Miguel Pretorius was named in the Somerset squad. I think he's carrying a slight knock, which is why he isn't playing. Ackerman, they've got a leg slip in for Ackerman. I like this early doors.
1 for 5, Craig Overton in his third.
Edged and gone. Craig Overton is on a hat-trick. Colin Ackerman's innings has lasted just a single ball straight in to the bread baskets of Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Easy as you like. Somerset have 2 and 2. Craig Overton has 2 and 2. Durham are 26 for 2.
Yeah, we said how tricky the Lewis Gregory catch was. You couldn't really apply the same word to that one. Right in the midriff. That's where slip fielders like them. And Durham, well, vestige of trouble. We've been talking about that strong batting lineup. There's plenty to come, but Somerset will be pretty happy with this situation now.
Looking at that replay, it's like he's trying to leave that. It's almost he's got the bat inside and it just takes the bottom of the bat. Oh, he does. You know, he's trying to withdraw it, doesn't he? Doesn't do it quite early enough. He knows straight away, Colin Ackerman. Let's have a look here. It's like very last minute he tries to pull the bat away. Oh, no, too late, Colin. Too late. Bottom edge gone. And Alex Lees' bat at the non-striker's end is now lent once again on the stumps. It was there a couple of minutes ago. He may as well have left it there. He's had another drink. Life has suddenly got a little bit more difficult. Not a bad man to come out to the middle, though, Dave Beddingham. Not played much county championship cricket for Durham this year due to South Africa duties and an injury as well. He picked up. He'd already played in that World Test Championship final as well for South Africa. I love him. I think he's the batting equivalent of Simon Harmer in terms of overseas signings. I think he's been absolutely fantastic.
He's walked almost halfway to that long boundary, Alex Lees, to meet David Bedingham, and no doubt impart some words based on what he's seen of this wicket so far.
Well, we've got a slight break because it is a long way to walk out there. Just want to send Somerset's best wishes to the Campbell family. Ryan Campbell, the Durham head coach, is missing this game. He's back over at home in Western Australia because his mum passed away recently, so he's attending the funeral. We had him on the live stream last year. He was absolutely fantastic, so best wishes to the Campbell family.
Yeah, our warmest good wishes. As Lees tucks that away to leg, he won't get a run for it this time, and the hat-trick hasn't happened.
The team hat-trick hasn't happened. Craig Overton's still got a chance there for the hat-trick though, Steve.
Ah, indeed. It's hanging in the air.
That egg's become scrambled, doesn't it? It's hanging in the air.
It's scrambled, poached, and hanging in the air.
FSM is the dog, says it'll be a Fabergé. If we get the hat-trick, it's a Fabergé moment.
Davey again then. A watchful leave from Lees.
I'm just thinking, is it going to change his approach, this, Alex Lees, having lost those couple of wickets? Or are they going to double down and think, OK, what have we got going on here?
You've got to think on your feet, haven't you? And 2 wickets in 2. Skipper may have a slightly different view. Davey into his 4th over. 0 for 21 his figures. Another leave. He has passed the edge a couple of times, Josh Davey, and found inside and outside edges. He might count himself a little bit unlucky not to be on that wickets column. Were they all caught by? Driven firmly but unproductively to mid-on. Just looking back at previous Somerset hat-tricks.
Go on, what do you reckon?
Well, Craig Overton's there, isn't he?
He is.
He's on the list.
Nottinghamshire game, I think it might be 2018, September.
Were
there were 2 in the game.
Were they all caught by Marcus Trescothick?
Yes. And I think there was... Did Tom Abel take a hat-trick in that game? Were you playing in that, Triggs? Yeah. Were 2 hat-tricks. Tom Abel took a hat-trick. I think it...
Here he's driven firmly and will probably be 4 here. It's nicely timed by the Durham skipper and brings him his 4th boundary.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. That's in his zone, isn't it? I think Abel got it first, and it was the day later that Overton picked up his. And you're right, it was all Trescothick in the slips. I don't think were we in the days of him wearing a helmet and down on his knees? I suspect not.
I don't think we quite got to that.
I would have fired
Remarkable
Craig Overton
thing,
up,
though.
it? Oh, yeah.
Steered to backward point. Won't be a run, so the moment is nigh, Sam.
Yeah, here we go. Alex Lees. He's just getting a little bit of dust at the non-striker's end. Won't be facing Dave Bedingham, will. Thank you very much as ever to our principal live stream sponsors, big supporters of Somerset County Cricket Club as well, WPA, health insurance.
He's just given the ball to the umpire.
Trying to get it to go through the ring. Imagine it, I thought you were going to say he's just given the ball to someone else, so he's taking him off. If you're going to fire up...
I've had my spell.
If you're going to fire up Craig Overton, that would be the way to do it, take him off on a hat-trick.
3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 5, that'll do me.
Same field then, I think. 3 slips, they're all quite wide to Dave Bedingham. There's a leg slip in as well. I think that's Archie Vaughan there. There's this Somerset crowd, a healthy crowd here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, partisan crowd, get themselves fired up. There's a catching mid-wicket as well. Here's Craig Overton, betting him on strike. And he tickles it into the leg side. Just picks up a single. Jack Leach will come around and do the fielding. So 2018, we think, remains the last time a Somerset bowler took a hat-trick.
And it will remain in the book in that regard for a while.
For at least 3 balls. Oh, he jabs his bat down there, Alex Lees. He's such a big man, it almost looks like a toy bat in his hand. And it's a long way down. The twos are playing Surrey, by the way, today up at New Malden. Sean Dixon and Josh Thomas currently at the crease. Andy Amid playing in that one. Alfie Ogborn playing in that one. JT Langridge, Finn Hill. Young wicketkeeper called Church. I think he's the lad from Exeter Uni who they quite like the look of last year. He defends that one. A name of note in the Surrey second 11. Not picked by England in the Test side. Not picked by Surrey for their trip to Scarborough. I think the thinking was that actually just coming back from injury, and with the Kookaburra ball, you can't afford to be carrying a bowler who might not be fully fit. So Gus Atkinson, he's already picked up a wicket as well. That'll be a test for the Somerset twos. Looking at the wicket he took that of Mr. Michael around the wicket to the left-hander. Gets some. It's a good bit of bounce, almost takes the splice and flies off. Can't see quite where it ends up. He played club cricket as well last week, Gus Atkinson. I know Surrey club cricket is a decent level, but reminds me of when Mark Wood played for Ashington a few years ago. You don't want to be facing that in club cricket, do you?
Far from it.
Lees opens the face, immediately calls him through for a single. Good bit of running. Dave Beddingham was almost resting on his bat, but Lees immediately identified that it was Jack Leach who would have to come round to get his right hand on the ball and to throw it in, so it was a comfortable single.
They're quite tight. It didn't hit, but it would have been tight.
Oh, I don't know.
No, he's in, isn't he? If he's got his bat down.
Leach just checking with Overton whether he wants him at catching mid-wicket. He says no, sends him out to square leg. Still a leg slip in though. Left alone. 8 overs gone. Somerset have picked up a couple of early wickets. Craig Overton has both of them. Durham have reached 32 for 2, and I think I'll step out, and for the first time in the game, Treeks will step in. Oh, my voice went really high there, didn't it? I'm still struggling with that digestive crumb, Stephen, I tell you.
It'll have gone by the time you come back. Just thinking, Will Martin reminds me, I was here for that. Lewis Gregory should have taken a hat-trick last year here. Took wickets with the first 2 balls of the innings and then had a catch dropped. That would have been. And right on cue, it's Lewis Gregory who's got the ball in hand now. Whether he can do the same thing, maybe one better. Very good morning to Peter Trico.
Morning, Lammy. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. You've been, we've missed you. You've been, I'm assuming, regattaing around the south of France or something?
A little bit of travelling.
Excellent.
Yeah, sailed to France. Got to Alderney as well.
So not only do you teach Sam Dalling words and phrases, but you teach me about geography as well. So that's pretty good.
I'd have a regret about Alderney, Treeks, because I hoped to get the chance to go and visit the great John Arlett's grave, but we didn't quite have time. We were worried about the tide, as you do when you're sailing, so we had to make a rather rapid getaway. But it was lovely to see the island.
Fortunately, I'm very much a land dweller, mate. So don't really have any great experience of boats or sailing or anything like that, but I'm sure maybe one day in our later life, our retirement, maybe you could take me out one afternoon. That'd be very nice. Lewis Gregory from the River End. I think that's probably the only time anything to do with me's been in the river, when I've whacked the occasional cricket ball into the water. Lewis Gregory throwing himself into the bowling attack. Looked like Josh Davey just bowled a little bit too full. Didn't quite find his length. Is that fair to say, Lammy?
Yeah.
You always want him pushing up towards the stumps, trying to find that knee roll, but there wasn't any real movement for him to trouble. So I think a good change here from Gregory. And it is a good change. He's picked the outside edge of Beddingham, a dangerous batter. And he's gone. Somerset on a charge here, 33 for 3.
Well, that's worked out very nicely, hasn't it? The skipper puts himself on and takes a wicket with his 4th ball. 1 for 1, Lewis Gregory. And that's another key batter dismissed. Durham in a bit of trouble now, 33 for 3.
Yeah, agreed. Scores a lot of runs wherever he plays, Beddingham. But I think people wax lyrical a lot about Lewis Gregory's captaincy in the limited overs format, but he's got a very good sense of when, because it's not a slight on Josh Davey. He's a very fine bowler and he takes a lot of wickets for Somerset, but sometimes as a captain you get a feel that someone's not quite in the rhythm, and instead of letting it drag on for another few overs, Lewis has made the change. He's obviously stepped up and put himself on, and the outcome is he's picked up a wicket on his 4th ball, so excellent captaincy and leadership there from Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, and you can always bring Josh back at a later stage of the day. Things might change, an end might change, whatever. But in the meantime, 3 key blows for Messrs Overton and Gregory. That scoreboard looks good in the wickets column at the moment, doesn't it? And runs. 2 for 7 Overton, 1 for 1 Gregory.
Yeah, it certainly does. Certainly does. Yeah, Beddingham and Lees, when you keep an eye on county cricket, Lees in particular, since his move even further north than Headingley, he's been a pretty prolific run scorer for Durham for a number of years now. So he's going to be a key wicket, but brilliant for Somerset to get into this middle order with that ball still nice and new.
Yeah, just the 9th over of the match has led to that 3rd wicket.
Well, it does seem to be one of the real keys for success with the Kookaburra ball. You have to strike when it's hard and get into that middle order and put them under pressure.
It's a great stop by Jake Ball at backward point.
Great bit of work for the big fast bowler. He's loving it as well. Massive Everton fan, so he's sort of like thrown himself into the Neville Southall mould there for those football fans through the 80s and 90s. Great Toffees goalkeeper, and that was one that he'd be proud of.
Here's Gregory again.
Oh, Nick, and a
drop
put down by Overton. Really rare to see him drop a catch. I'm assuming that did carry.
I think it did. We'll get a better view from this end.
Oh, it did as well. Really quite a straightforward chance there and put down. That would have been a double wicket in Gregory's 1st over. That's a big miss, that, from Craig Overton. One of the challenges, I think, Lammy, when you're bowling yourself and you're a key fielder, especially second slip, is the most important position, bar the wicket keeper. He's bowling, sweaty hands, your adrenaline's up, and he's just dropped in concentration. That's really unusual for Overton to drop a catch, as the umpires have called the covers on here. And you have to say, from a Durham perspective, a good time, because I think they're a little bit shell-shocked at the moment. Could have been 4 down, but currently 3 for 33. An excellent first session by the Somerset bowlers as the ground staff do their thing.
You hardly ever see Craig Overton drop a catch, let alone one that's as comparatively straightforward as that.
Yeah, it's always a big challenge. I think you look at the really great slip bowlers, seam bowlers. You're going back to one of the best, a chap that we celebrate here, Lord Ian Botham. You know, he was the second slip fielder for England. Often would field the he would always field there after bowling at the other end, and you have to say there's that little bit of mental fatigue from bowling. Like I said, you're hot and sweaty. You've got sort of moisture on your hands, and you know, I'm trying to quite clearly dig Overton out of a hole here, because it was a really easy chance, as easy as you'll get.
But it is
in the slips.
it's a valid thought. If you go down to long leg, which a lot of quick bowlers do, then you're not as close to the action. It's less likely to happen down there.
Yeah, sometimes nice. You know, a lot of bowlers disappear down to fine leg, just to catch their breath, and not that you can ever really relax in cricket. But second slip, such a key position, but really unusual to see Overton put down a catch of that ease. Gregory bowled a beautiful length his whole over, and that's the perfect delivery to a new batter, just shaping away. And I think there was almost why I questioned, did it carry, because there was almost a little bit of a surprise from the fielders around him that he put it down. That's why I thought it might have dropped short or something. Really unusual. But a great start from Somerset, nevertheless, on a pretty green pitch. That Kookaburra ball has been hotly talked about as being quite a challenge to penetrate, but Somerset have done it with ease this morning. It looked a little bit ominous when I first came in, and they were scoring a couple of boundaries down to third man, playing their shots, and then all of a sudden, that little burst there has completely changed the complexion of the morning.
Can have another look at those 3 wickets that have fallen. 2 in 2 it was for Craig Overton. Here is the first of them. Watch second slip. That's a fine catch. Ball dying on Lewis Gregory, picking it up just above the turf.
Yeah,
and the next one.
Catch that. Straight to Kevin Keegan there with the perm. He's taken that nicely there. Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Kevin Pepsi Keegan.
Another probing delivery. Not a huge amount of movement. A bit of a prod there from Beddingham. You associate those sort of shapes, those sort of shots from an incoming batsman. But while the cover's on, we're going to take a little break and I suppose warm up for the next session, when we can delve more into Stephen Lamb's seafaring and pirate-like behaviour.
Look forward to it, Triggs.
We'll see you shortly.
Backyard cricket against Somerset County Cricket Club. It's a wet one today, so the ball will be skidding off that outfield. Will the boys beat us at our own game, or can we force a defeat upon them in their own backyard? Try to pick this. Oh, got him! Knocked him over with pace.
All right, lads. Do you fancy a game of backyard cricket?
Go on then. Go on then, yeah. We'll take that offer up.
All right, we got you some shirts as well.
Oh, loving the personal favourite of mine.
What's the rules then, lads?
So obviously we're playing here on the outfield. We're doing 4 overs a side with unlimited wickets. If you hit the stands or the boards here on the full or over them, that's out. The same with the covers. If it hits them on the full, then it's out. If it goes onto the covers, dead ball. And aside from that, between those 2 red cones there, that's the boundary, 4 or 6. 1 run for hitting the barrier on the bounce. I must say 1 run for hitting the net as well. 2 runs for every physical run.
What about net on the fulls out? Or auto slip?
We can do. Go on. Yeah,
I can do.
We'll have a keeper, but yeah. So we got the toss. Archie, you can be our skipper.
Yeah.
Who's skipper for you?
Vaughan's in as well, Archie.
We'll get Archie Vaughan to call backs or palms.
Palms.
To back.
We'll have a ball.
Yeah, I like that. Let's go. These conditions, green conditions.
Commitment between the wickets, boys.
Yeah, lads.
Have a huddle?
Let's blow a hammy off if we need to, right? We're getting in.
Is there a DRS?
Yeah, we've got 6 cameras.
Aim straight, boys.
Yeah.
Go on, Joey. Down, please.
Yes,
yeah, well
Archie.
in. Oh! Oh, yeah, Joey. I like that. Down. Yeah, good, Joey.
Nice aim,
Joey.
Solid start. Take him on later.
Yeah.
Auto kick.
How is it? That's out. Hey, according to your rules.
Nah, only on the offside. Only on the offside. You don't have auto leg slips, do you?
This side of this pole.
What? That's a wide. Yes, J-Lo.
Are there 6s?
Yeah, in between those cones.
Red cones.
That's
It's out. Is it a car?
That's out, no?
Okay.
Got it.
No, you're in. Yeah, that's out.
We need to go in order of ball strikers. You're in
Yeah,
that.
you're the manipulator.
No, you go see the shine off it.
All right, I'll go take the shine off it.
Unlucky him.
Early wicket, it's not good.
No, it's not good.
Pepsi. Edge, first ball.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's good of it.
Strong and seamed. Bit green this. Yeah. Just watch it hard.
Oh.
Yep. Oh, how many? 5.
Car, that's out. Oh my. Oh no. Whose car have you just hit? Good wicket. Yes, Arch. Should we use a spare and grab that at the end? Yeah. Nah.
You're really happy with that shot.
Should have gone through the onside. Loving your work there, mate. I see you shaped it away, made him hit through the offside.
Come on, Bash. Get involved, G.
It's pretty much if you ball slot and you get smacked over your head for a big six.
You got to keep it leg side. Have a word here.
Bashi, just whatever happens, shake your head, yeah?
Oh, Mark.
Come
on, Mark. Yeah! Yeah! Got him! Yes, Arch. Mate, we're picking up so many wickets here. 3 down already. Your teammates have let you down big time early. Yeah, shot.
No!
Yeah, keeps! Oh, shot, that's 4 of them. Oh, this is good for the lefty. Get it away from him.
Left arm swing.
Oh, yes please! Strike it! Oh, no. Oh, bowling!
Viewers, the channel's pie truck has just took down an absolute seed.
Catch! That's on the cupboard. Yeah! Bowling. Tricky conditions out there, I'm not gonna lie.
Nice.
Exactly. Yeah. Kick it!
Oh. Why have you used that right peg of yours?
Oh, yes, jump!
No, not there.
Yeah. Oh, no ball on what? Where's the front line? Oh,
Shot, yeah, save them. As singles go, mate, that's as good as they get. Oh. Nice. Oh, yeah, save. Run! Oh, 4 runs, Zach! What a shot! What a shot!
That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. I'll grab this one.
Oh, this is getting heavy.
Yeah, nice. You just can't bowl there. Oh, we can play from anywhere, can we?
Joey.
You let's just make up these rules.
Bash, you faced the last over, G. Can you get Bash on strike? Run.
Oh, no. Oh, save him! Yeah, that's a 6 as well.
Yeah, give him it. Arch, I'm going to need a ball, mate.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Yeah! Woo! No one saw that. Get in there. Mate, that was fair play.
Oh, run him! 2!
Bowler!
Don't slip.
Don't go, Bash.
Dive!
Why have you done that in?
Oh.
Buzzers.
I'll ball first. 38. You need to be in the genuine areas.
A little bit where?
That's a competitive total.
Look in! Not that one. Oh! Okay, this is so wet.
Love you having a shy there, Eames.
Yeah, go on,
Yes, morning! Oh! Yes, Bash, Bashy.
I think his bat's going to slip out my hands.
Difficult conditions today.
Oh!
Yeah, straight into the stand.
It's just shaped away. The grip is absolutely stopping one another.
Oh no, that's a big innie.
That's a wide. No. Lovely shot for none.
Got to be careful of the keeper back here.
Oh, that's done a bit.
Do you want me up, Pepsi? Pepsi, he's running at you, bud.
Running at me, all right. Bouncers.
I'll get my leg out of the way.
Oh, yes, too far.
2 in the first.
Where's
That
that
was more than
pressure?
6 balls, wasn't it?
How many wickets are we saying we got? How many did they have? Like 5?
We had 5. You can have 8, it's fine.
Borney's away swing's good. Come on, Borney.
No, we've already got one slip.
Yeah, but I want to take one.
Go! It's wide!
Yeah, that's 4 of them.
That's wide!
No, we'll take 4.
Let's go wide of the coast!
Mate, I've seen it.
So did
From
I,
my
so
view.
did I.
Can we check the
That's
GoPro
inside.
footage?
Oh my god.
Oh.
Good standards, boys.
What, that in the pocket?
Remember walking in, lads.
Nice and high.
Catch him! Yeah! Lads. Come on! We're piling on the pressure, lads. Pile it on, boys.
Put him under here.
Gonna have to dig in a bit here.
Go, Bashy,
It's not been a great start.
I like our plan of the off stump half volley just to get hit over the covers.
Oh, run! Oh, there's 4
Oh, that's all right.
What?
Run it.
How's that all right?
That's
in the stands.
There's a barrier for a
Is it?
reason.
Oh, you guys are just creating rules.
Come on now.
It's almost like it's your game.
Lad, that's what I did.
Oh, yes, nice.
Hey, I need a stick in here. You've all got out first ball.
Only 2 overs left, boys.
2 overs.
15s. We got it at 15s, boys.
Oh, no.
Oh, get back. Oh!
I swear that ball wobbled in the air. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah!
What did you
Just slid an absolute mile.
Well done, mate. Good pies. Good pies.
Yeah, go on. Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's bad batting.
Down.
Oh, shot, boy.
Yeah.
Loving your work. Keep doing it, yeah?
Lad, I can't chirp him and then you leave it.
Come down here and bowl, Craig.
Is this 3rd over?
Come down here and show us how it's done then.
Oh, that's how it's done.
James.
How am I hitting him that
That's shocking.
Yes, boys.
You're showing us up here.
What's that? Is that 5 wickets?
Be sensible.
Alfie,
Be sensible, what are you on about?
you'd enjoy that.
I reckon 12 off the last is fair.
Easy.
Is that what we actually need?
Something like that.
I don't think that is what we need.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Run him out, Bash. Bashy. Oh.
How is that annoying, that?
Oh, Ooms, come on. Yeah, that is fair. That's a fair call.
Eames, well, you could have cost us the game there, lad.
Oh!
That's back.
Not out.
Yeah, nice.
No, it wasn't.
8 off 5.
See you there, Pep.
No!
Yeah, go on.
Ooms. But if they want to try win like that, Ooms, it's fine. I didn't think the umpire would be biased, but...
Should we just tell him to pull his hammy and just change bowler? You come back on.
Catch it!
Oh, no.
Yeah!
Oh.
Why are you telling... We're on the same team.
5 off 3.
5 off 3 with 2 wickets left.
I want you on your toes. I want hard running. I'm going to try swing.
Orange in its round, lads.
I wonder why they all look to you there.
One of your best, that.
No!
Oh!
That was that back of the hander as well. Was it?
5 off 2.
It's incredible.
That lad. Yep.
Nice. 3 off 1.
Where do we go?
He's bowling
What?
so
We protect the boundary.
Nah, he's going to knock it. He wants a super over. He's not got the minerals to hit a boundary. Wants to knock it for a super over.
You better be ready here.
deceiving me with their leggies.
Yeah, we're going. Is that the win? Super over?
Yeah.
Tie?
Super ball.
Super ball.
Super ball, yeah.
Super
ball. Bowler.
Ooms bowls.
Hold on, do we retoss for a Super Bowl?
No, batting team stays in. It's the Super Bowl. That is one ball to see who wins the game.
In a strange change of rules, the batters are now permitted to hit the ball 360 degrees without a dead ball. Super Bowl, alright, here we go. Ums.
Oh,
no, come on.
That's definitely
right. You can't be bowling no balls and wides.
Right,
Okay,
I thought it was a Super Bowl. Now they've got two.
Oh.
Yeah, we're coming back. You're coming back. Bashy. Bashy.
And again.
What have you done? What have you done, Bash?
Oh, not now.
6. They won't run 3, so that's 7. Heck, I reckon you face.
Late glance, and we'll just run.
Right.
I'm going deep backward point.
No, you can't do that.
Hang on.
Bash, what was that?
Yeah, what is that?
Get 2 down there.
James, I just want a legal delivery from you, mate.
We need an umpire to say that this is definitely a no ball as well.
Legal, please. Hey, he's going to call anything. Third umpire, we want a third.
It wasn't a no ball. It wasn't a no ball.
No!
It wasn't a no ball.
Can we have a look?
We're going upstairs.
Oh, it's a no ball!
Oh, no!
Oh, come on!
So that's 3. We still need 5 to win.
Miles over. He's halfway down the pitch.
It wasn't like that.
I reckon over there.
7. We just got
Just
3.
on this side, please, James.
Yeah, we need to get more runs than them though.
Arj, run! I'll go halfway. Halfway.
Yes, we're going to
Please.
Get it!
Take him. Is that it? Are you kidding me?
Well done.
I'm not
shaking
hands.
umpire's hand.
Absolutely no way.
Great shot, well played.
I can't believe it.
Well played.
Well played, mate.
Well done, Skip. Well led.
Well played out there.
Commiserations.
Really well played out there.
Commiserations.
I think we had a controversial call go our way. But obviously that sometimes happens in cricket. So yeah, we're just happy to have the win, and hopefully they can come back again and we can teach them another lesson.
How'd you find it?
Robbery.
I'm no comment. I'm trying to control my emotions right now. I'm really quite upset. I think the umpires stiffed us over, quite frankly. Really disappointing decision at this sort of level. Not much else to say.
How is that compared to playing county championship?
A little bit more fun.
I think similar to the win against Surrey though.
Humanity.
No, obviously it's nice just to be able to play and have a laugh and not really worry too much about your performance. You've not got too many guys abusing you in the stands, which is nice. But yeah, it was great fun and really enjoyed it.
How do you find it?
It was a good day out for us, good experience. I think there might have been a bit of money thrown around in the third umpire's room up there, which we might need to look into, but otherwise a real good day out.
Thanks so much to Greentham for making this happen. To get your lawn as lush as the outfield, make sure to click the link in the description.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, after a very short but exciting first session, the players and umpires are on the side of the pitch, ready to resume in a matter of minutes, somewhere in the region of about 4 minutes. We'll see, I'm sure, those two on screen now with the ball in hand, Overton and Gregory. Gregory in particular had a huge impact in his first over. The 2 wickets of Overton, nearly the 2 wickets of Gregory. We'll be back with you in a very, very short space of time. I'll be joined by Stephen Lamb. In fact, we might as well just stay with you now as they're on their way out. Nick Pepper and his ground staff are just doing the final bit of marking on the pitch. As you'll see there, wheelbarrow getting plenty of use this morning. Archie Bourne and Tom Banton look like they're having a bit of fun with wicketkeeper there, James Rue. Outstride the Durham batters, Lees and Robinson. Lees has looked as good as you expect him to look. He's made his way to 20. Durham 33 for 3.
Yeah, the ball makes a... Well, it won't be reassuring for Somerset fielders, but as you hear the ball as it's hit by Alex Lees, it's a very deep sound, like it's right off the meat.
Yeah, well, he's a strong fella. He must be a 6'3", I'd have thought. Big frame, hits the ball hard, stands tall. Not dissimilar to a legendary Somerset opener that played here for many years. Similar stature to Trez. Big, tall, anything over pitched or dropped in short. He seems to peel off boundaries for fun. So Somerset will be tested. The Kookaburra ball, as we've said a number of times, it's pretty crucial that you make inroads early, get into that middle order and put them under pressure. The pitch from sort of 80 metres away looks like it's got a very healthy green tinge to it, so plenty for the seam bowlers to work with. And we're underway.
First ball of the afternoon session, tucked away by Alex Lees. That'll take him to 21. Craig Overton put down a catch just before the players came off for an early lunch. He's also taken 2 wickets in 2 deliveries, and he's looked very threatening with some uneven bounce.
Yeah, Craig's got very much one of those actions that can sort of cruise through a spell, but every now and then when he picks his heels up, normally fueled by a little bit of anger, you know, an outside edge that goes for 4, and then you see those levels that Craig Overton's got. He's definitely got an up gear when he wants to, an overdrive that he can go into when he sniffs a bit of blood. He bowled nicely in his first spell, picked up some important wickets, smart catches in the slips. Unfortunately, he dropped one himself that could have an impact. Robinson on naught was dropped off of Lewis Gregory, second ball.
That had a little bit of an outside edge look about it. I don't think it went quite where he intended, but it carried safely enough through to backward point. Ollie Robinson, the reprieved man who had only just come in. .34 for 3, Durham.
Yeah, very similar deliveries to Ackerman and Beddingham, just probing balls outside off stump, and he was a little bit slow to one, and another beauty there from Craig Overton. A lazy forward defensive by Robinson, a good delivery, a healthy edge through to Rue, and Somerset are on the march, 34 for 4.
Yeah, regulation to James Rue. Didn't even hurl it aloft as the previous one, and quite clear that Craig Overton had taken his 3rd wicket, 3 for 8 in his 5th over. What a spell.
Yeah, that's a beautiful delivery and very characteristic of a batter just looking to find his feet and get in. You see the way that he came up onto his toes there, suggesting he hadn't got a real good stride forward. But that was more down to the perfect length and line of that delivery.
Yes, it was a tentative prod, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think sometimes, you know, in innings on a wicket where the ball's doing a little bit, you almost want to play and miss a few of those, but that just did the perfect amount to catch the outside edge. So top bowl in there from Overton, 3 for 8. His figures at the moment, he's bowled 4.4 overs, so neither giving away runs or any chances to the opposition. Clark on the way out to meet Lees, who's really come on as a one-day batter. He's a striker of the ball. I'd say he's certainly one that's going to play a few shots and be positive.
That little reprieve that Robinson was allowed was about as small as they come. Well, you can't get smaller.
Well, I think, again, from Overton's point of view, he won't feel so bad about the drop. I know he's stopped his captain and his mate getting a wicket, but he'll be pretty happy that he hasn't got to watch him bat for the rest of the afternoon.
Absolutely. And he's had a bit of a break as well, Craigo, with that early lunch taken, so he'll still be feeling pretty fresh in just his 5th over. Here he is to the new batsman, Graham Clark. And another one! He's on a hat-trick again! Would you believe it? Twice in the day so far, Clark has gone for a golden duck, and Durham are deep in the mire now, 34 for 5.
That's superb bowling, a carbon copy of the delivery before, probing around off stump, perfect length. That tentative move that you do early on in an innings, just sort of prodding at the ball. As we have a look at the replay, he's taken quite an aggressive stance on off stump. Hasn't really got forward. That's a pretty poor shot really, but you have to say that the accuracy and length of Overton has drawn that mistake, and a smart catch there from Tom Abel at 3rd slip. Somerset will be very, very happy how they've started after that break. 2 wickets for just a run, and the Durham middle order have all but gone. Lees is the only man left from the top order. Ben Rain, another striker of the ball, but he wouldn't have envisaged walking out to bat inside of 10 overs at number 7.
And the first potential hat-trick, the 2 wickets in 2 balls were the last 2 balls of an over, but that is not going to be the case this time because Craig has got 1 more.
Well, one thing I am expecting at some stage today is a text message from umpire Ian Blackwell. Every chance we might get a day off and a round of golfing later on in the week.
But he wouldn't bet against it at the moment. 34 for 5 on that board.
Yeah, great stuff from the Somerset talisman. Not only sniffing a 5-fer, but another chance at a hat-trick goes instantly around the wicket. 4 slips waiting. Archie Vaughan has joined Tom Abel, Lewis Gregory, Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the slip cordon. A leg slip going into place. Lammonby's going round the corner.
Second hat-trick ball of the day coming up.
Well, maybe this is a special batch of Kookaburra ball because it's doing just enough here for Somerset. Right on the money. Inside edge onto pad, was it? No. Just the thigh pad.
There was a visible deflection. We'll see it again now.
That's nipped back in sharply off of the inside thigh through to Kohler-Cadmore. Bowler unmoved, but certainly the sort of delivery you want to produce when you're on a hat-trick. Another great over there from Craig Overton, who's got quite remarkable figures of 4 for 8 off of his first 5 overs. Gregory to continue from the river end. It's all happening, Lammy.
It is. Gregory with a wicket in his previous over, and he should have had 2. It ought to be 2 for 1 up on the board for him, but he's got the chance to try again. He'll be bowling to Alex Lees. I wonder how he's going to approach this situation, the Durham captain. He's been in since the start of play. Started half an hour late this morning, had another break. Here is Gregory.
Well, all 4 of the right-handers have got out in almost carbon copy modes of dismissal. Just that early tentative sort of prod into the ball, but you have to say the bowling of Gregory and Overton has been absolutely spot on. Just back of a length, around the top of off stump. You have to play. The The outside edge has been caught a number of times now. Somerset got a huge opportunity here on day one.
Playing a miss. And Rain looks a bit bamboozled by that. Just looks at the pitch, looks back at the bowler, goes off for a walkabout.
Yeah, it's definitely sort of kissed off of the surface, that one. Definitely bounced a little bit, but the Durham batters will be used to these kind of pitches. I remember back in the day going up there, Harmison and Onions et al. On green pitches early April. Very, very sporty up there if you're a seam bowler.
Won't be a run there as it's pushed firmly enough up to mid-on. Yes, I remember caught mustard bowled onions was a way you were quite often out as a batter in those days.
What, was mustard on the boundary somewhere? Yeah, that was very much in at 50 for 4, 50 for 5. I used to get the nod to counter-attack.
Gregory again then. Big runs here. Down to fine leg. Oh, there's a bit of doubt about the second. Eventually the cry of no, which I think was from Rain, who would have been running to the danger end. I think they were right too.
Yeah, really good piece of fielding there. Got the ball out of his hands very quickly, did Jake Ball. He's made a brilliant stop at backward point, which would be an unfamiliar position for Jake Ball, but certainly very much at home down at fine leg. He's done a good job there, keeping that to 1. Lee's on strike. Yeah, for those who have followed the T20, there was quite a magnificent run out affected by Jake Ball, who sort of dived and was on his backside, and I think I said that it looked like he was playing a game of Twister, the way that he sort of swiveled on a spot on his backside and threw the stumps down. Well, actually threw the ball to Jack Leach, who took the bails off, but yeah, he's certainly been in the action in the field so far. Jake Ball. Lees will be a huge wicket for Somerset if they can get him early.
Pick up a single here into the covers comfortably enough and just ambled through.
Yeah, I know he's obviously been out there for a number of overs. In fact, all of the overs, Lees, as he's the opening batter. But just that movement there, he very much looks like he smothers it when he goes into those forward defensive shots. Some of the other batters haven't managed to be able to do. Ben Rain is a good counter-attacking batter at number 7. Plays a lot of positive knocks. That's the end of the 11th over. 39 for 5.
Yeah, batting to come, George Dressel, Matthew Potts, Neil Wagner and Callum Parkinson. So Somerset made substantial inroads in these 2 abbreviated sessions. Weather looks much better now. Got some blue sky, wispy clouds, but doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise coming down the M5 earlier, seeing all that rain. It was a bit of a surprise to lose that session. You just saw one of our partners there, Brown and Brown. Anything you need insuring, give them a shout.
Blue sky is coming in this direction, pushing away that grey cloud.
Oh, that's a lovely shot there from Alex Lees, just rocking onto the back foot. Beautiful timing through cover point for 4. Yeah, you stray off line and length to a player of Lee's quality and he very rarely disappoints. Beautiful timing there.
And using the pace of the ball a bit as well. Excellent stroke. And it was to the long boundary. There's quite a difference from side to side of the ground in this game from the wicket, which is well over towards the Somerset stand.
Yeah, it's unusual to see Overton bowl over the wicket to a left-hander. They must have looked into the stats and previous footage. It does suggest that that ball moving across on the angle to Alex Lees has been his downfall, but can also bowl into the strength areas of a left-hander. Most left-handers play a lot of shots through sort of cover point, that gully region. Oh, beauty there from Overton.
It's the occasional extra bounce again.
And we'll see a replay of that, pitching on middle and sharply jagging away. You have to be in some serious form to edge that one. It's a fine delivery there from Craig Overton.
Yeah, James Roux took it higher than he would initially have expected. Big appeal, and no, not out is the response from Ian Blackwell.
Oh, those last two deliveries just give me a sense that Overton's got a real good handle on his skill. Maybe just pitched outside leg, fraction on the high side. That's very close, it's not high.
It's a very confident shout, wasn't it, from the bowler?
Just pitched outside leg, I think. It brings so many challenges in when you've got a bowler that's got that feel, he's able to move it in and away. You can't just set for one ball. He's gone for a massive hoik. Overton's under it. He won't drop one off his own bowling. That's his fifth. Somerset are on charge, and they have taken full advantage of this green pitch, overcast conditions this morning. The key man, Lee's playing quite a wild shot there. Maybe a reaction to those last two balls that have jagged in, jagged out.
Possibly. It felt that a little bit with the dismissal of Emilio Gay earlier on. He got a ball that bounced quite high and then edged the next one. But I wondered whether that was the stroke for the situation.
I'll be very disappointed if Lewis Gregory hasn't run over and said, oh, all right, taking him off your own bowling, lad, eh?
Absolutely.
That was a tough chance there, but Somerset are having an absolute ripper of a morning. Drizzle out to the crease now.
It was in the air for a long time, but safely pouched. It's not often you pick up a Michelle, Triggs, in the 12th over of the first day of a game, but Craig's done it.
Well, it certainly bodes well for this innings if they can just keep their foot on the gas. And I think one of the really important things to mention is the greenness of the pitch at the moment, and we've had quite a bit of rain over the last 2 or 3 days. The outfield's nice and lush. It will just keep that newness in that Kookaburra ball a fraction longer. We often talk that you've probably got a 15, 18 over window where the ball's doing a little bit, and then it goes very, very sort of docile and the wicket appears to be flat. But I think you can extend that out 5 or 6 overs today with that new ball if Somerset need that long. It's all going very well at the moment.
Only 4 more wickets for them to take. And here is the last ball of the 12th, which is steered down to fine leg for a boundary.
I like that from George Rizal there, just coming down the wicket. He's obviously been watching from the balcony and on the screens up there, but there's a bit of movement. He's taken a real positive move down the wicket. Just glance that for 4. Always a nice way to come to the crease, get off the mark as quickly as possible. Another great over. 5 for 16. Now Craig Overton.
And Gregory 1 for 6. Looks pretty good too. Starting his 3rd. Oh, that's no sort of a shot really from Ben Rain.
Looks like there are spaceships in the brain at the moment for the Durham batters. They're looking to try and hit themselves out of trouble. He's sweating on the short ball there. It's nowhere near short enough to pull, and ends up playing quite an ungainly flick at the ball.
Lost his shape.
He did. He's certainly got in his mind to counter-attack. He's good at it, but on a pitch that's doing a little bit. Yeah, another big shot there. Hasn't quite timed it. Archie Vaughan will do the fielding, but I'm not sure Somerset will be that perturbed by this tactic from the Durham pair. I think certainly a conversation would have been had between Lees and Rain to start playing shots. Looking at Lees' dismissal, wild slog, top edged up in the air. The last two balls, Rain's faced, have been quite agricultural, let's say.
Yeah, I don't think that there was anything to disappoint Somerset about the last 3 or 4 deliveries. Drissel on strike now.
Oh, beauty there from Lewis Gregory. Plenty of movement here for the Somerset pair. Looking in great rhythm, another sharply nipping away delivery.
And the Quantocks haven't been clearly visible all day, but they are at the moment.
Beautiful sight.
Patchwork of fields up there and forests. Couple of paces down the wicket. We saw that off his first delivery in the previous over. It's a no ball, in fact.
No ball. That's hit George Rizal hard on the glove. Maybe even the forearm. I think that's a nasty one, that. He's taken that like a champion so far. Tough lad. I think he's from Bristol way, isn't he?
Just shaking that arm still.
Yeah, I think he's copped one right on the forearm. You have a little period whenever you get hit on the forearm. There's not much meat on them. You get sort of you get a numb hand almost when you get hit in that area. So we'll watch that. Wouldn't surprise me if the physio came out with the modern version of the magic sponge, the old freeze spray.
Yeah. No sign of movement in the Andy Caddick Pavilion, or indeed the dugout in front of it, which is quite often from where physios emerge.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we've got a replay of that.
Yeah, he's still ringing that arm.
I want to say that it's hit him on the underside of the arm. No arm protection on the back arm. Certainly skipped onto him quickly. I think we've got a replay to have a little look. It looks like there's a bruise on the forearm already.
That's going to darken over the next 24, 48 hours.
Yeah, here we go. Here's a replay there. Just beats him on the outside edge. Yeah, straight on the sort of forearm, elbow region. That'll keep you awake at night. Important that Somerset just stick to what they've done so far. Don't get carried away with the shots being played. Keep bashing that off stump.
End of Gregory's third. 1 for 11 for him. Drissel, Rain 4 apiece. And Drissel will be surveying something the size of a dark plum on his arm in a couple of days' time.
Thanks to our match day's sponsor, University Centre Somerset. Degrees for real life. Oh, I'd like a degree. Not sure in what though.
New over for Craig Overton, first ball defended. It was Mike Brearley who was told by Rodney Hogg that he had a degree in people. How's that for you?
Is that through the school of life?
Yeah,
I would have thought
that
I've been
fit.
relatively well educated in the school of life, Lammy. I tried to do a degree a few years ago, my Professional Golfers Association, PGA, but those 1,000-word essays, they got me.
Got me too. That's going out to leg, but Archie Vaughan is stationed in a position to prevent the single.
I think my tutor thought I was joking, Lammy, when I asked if I could submit them in crayon. I was deadly serious.
Glorious Technicolor. Somerset right on top here after putting Durham in. Craig Overton with 5 of the wickets, 5 of the 6 that have fallen. Won't pick one up there. It's played into the covers. 2 in 2 and then another 2 in 2. Didn't quite make the hat-trick on either occasion, but he could polish it off with one.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Here's another opportunity.
great rhythm. You can sense that all the Somerset players are ready for an opportunity. They can see one coming. Those slips are very, very focused when Craigo gets halfway through his run-up. I think Rain will look to attack Drizel back a little bit more conventionally by the looks of things, but he's happy to use his feet. I don't think that's a bad ploy at all, just to try and unsettle Craigo in terms of his length.
Yes, he's done it from the outset. Took 4 initially. That's what he's on at the moment.
Well, I think middle order batters are better off playing, you know, in this situation like they've started at the moment. Rain's obviously more of an aggressive bat swing kind of guy, and Drizel looks like he's going to use his feet. I think it would be unwise to just sit there and allow Somerset to bowl, because they're in very good rhythm. They're not going to give you very much, so you've got to create a little bit of pressure back onto the Somerset bowlers, and these two have started well. As we see, we have a nice spattering of crowd here for day 1 of this Rothesay County Championship match. Even with all the razzmatazz of the Vitality Blast going along, you always sense in Somerset that there are a number of fans and supporters that just can't wait for the next championship day.
And they'll be savouring this one. Good one from Lewis Gregory. There's no need to change this attack at all at the moment. They're both on the money.
Yeah, quite like that fielder out of deep cover, but I feel like the way that Rain's going to play, that you could do with like a third man boundary isn't very big, and I could easily see him playing some big drives that get thick edges down to that region. No ball there from Gregory, but plenty of movement. I'd say across the Somerset bowling attack, Lewis Gregory is probably the one that bowls quite a number of no balls throughout the season. Is that,
yeah, he tends to.
Fair call?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think more than Craigo.
Yeah, just pushes that line. Occasionally gets it a little bit wrong. You'd be devastated if you take a wicket off of a no ball. At least there's no free hit in this format.
Off the outside edge again. It's going to be 4, but fortuitous for Rain. It won't bother Lewis Gregory at all to see that.
Can you find one more slip? See, for me, I think one more slip, ball 20 yards squarer to sort of hedge that sort of leg side boundary and lose your mid wicket.
Yeah, with 6 down.
Encourage Rain to play across the line. That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot there from Rain. Over pitch slightly into middle stump, and Rain's certainly looking to pounce on anything full or short. Yeah, he's the classic sort of 6-7 counter-attacking batter. Doesn't always look pretty, but can be effective.
Into double figures now, Ben Rain. Couple of boundaries in that. Looking to steer that away for more, but finding Jack Leach at backward point. Haven't seen Jake Ball into the attack yet. It was Josh Davey and Craig Overton who took the new ball. Gregory first change.
I think you've almost got a like for like with Overton Ball, both similar height. Jake Ball's very much a line bowler, shapes the ball away a little bit from the right-hander, but he's more of a line nip bowler, which will be well suited to this wicket. Another carbon copy, great shot there through straight mid-wicket. Ben Rain has pounced on anything slightly full, and it'll make Somerset pay if they do. They've got to just not get too carried away, the Somerset bowlers. Keep hitting that back of a length.
Yeah, 2 almost identical shots in the same over from Ben Rain. Both fetching up by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Down the track and up in the air. This is going to be 4 more. Has he got all of it? No.
No, that soft outfield's just made the ball just plug a little bit there. Massive shot though. He's going to fight fire with fire, Ben Rain, this morning, and he's started well. He's moved on to 18. Durham 69 for 6 after 15 overs.
No half measures about that.
I think that's the key when it's nipping around. I think, you know, that sort of philosophy, if you're going to nick it, make sure it's going fast. You've got half a chance of getting a boundary or one really fizzing into the fielder's hands. He's not the sort of cricketer that, you know, backs off a challenge, Ben Raymond. I've played against him in the past. He's very much up for the scrap. So perfect guy to have in at the moment. Casey Aldridge has come on for Cola Cadmore. He's parked himself at first slip.
Dressell's going to pick up a single. Be happy to give Ben Rain the strike in the frame of mind he's in at the moment. 70 for 6.
One off the thigh pad there, signalled by the new sleek, slender figure of Ian Blackwell there at standing umpire at this end.
Firm push only as far as mid-on.
Don't think I've ever seen Blackie looking fitter. Lammy, have you?
I don't think I have.
Looking in brilliant, Nick. He's had he's worked really hard this past year on trimming down and grown a magnificent sort of white beard as well. He's like a second coming of Peter Willey.
Peter Willey is a tough nut. Northampton, England.
He was the master at the backhanded compliment when you're on the field with him. He, you know, if you were having a good day or he thought you were a decent player, he'd give you a compliment and then rapidly take it away with something of the opposite nature.
Craig into his 8th over now. She's bowled effectively in 2 spells, split by rain. So just a couple left in this one. I don't think there's any need to take him off. He's got 5 for 17 after all, and he'd still be feeling reasonably fresh.
Yeah, I mean, what's really impressive about Overton, I don't think he's you know, he's on all cylinders at the moment. I think he's carrying a little bit of a niggle. Oh, excellent stuff there from Banton at mid-off. A mistimed lofted drive straight to mid-off. Overton has 6. What a morning.
Incredible. And Dressel can hardly believe it. Looked after it and just, well, the head hung. And that's how it is as he walks off. 71 for 7 it is now. I think the scoreboard's yet to catch up. We'll have another look at it.
Yeah, that combination of attack and defence. I think he's kind of got caught in 2 minds there. He's gone for the big drive. Maybe just gripped in the surface. Banton takes a smart catch low down in front of him at mid-off. Not the mode of dismissal that you would have predicted for the quality of Overton's bowling, but I don't think anyone on the field in a Somerset shirt will care. 7 for 71. What a start to this championship match Somerset have made.
Yeah, Dressel had looked more comfortable than most in the short time he was there, but he's back in the hutch now. Matthew Potts replacing him.
Yeah, well, I think that nasty blow on the forearm, not that it was a reason for the wicket, but it's certainly, you know, getting hit on that part of the body at that pace certainly would have, you know, put him into, I would say, like a bit of a fight or flight sort of mode. You either grit down or you start playing some shots. That was always, you know, a number of players that I played with, and certainly myself. If you ever, you know, got one on the ribs, it would get you into a different sort of mindset. Rain's obviously playing a lot of shots at the other end. Drizel's tried to follow form, but just mistimed that one. 71 for 7. Potts.
Craig Overton has a shed load, and there's someone who's quite used to taking shed loads of wickets for Somerset, who will be joining you, Treeks, very shortly after this delivery. Here is Craig. That's defender. He wanted a single, which wasn't there. My word. All at sea.
Another successful over there from Craig Overton. 6 for 17.
And I am going to take a little break. Delighted to see Andrew Caddick, who is about to take my seat.
Well, perfect timing for Caddy to join us. Hopefully he's been watching and seeing the wickets tumble here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Doesn't look from 80 metres away, Cad, is the sort of pitch that you'd roll up, put under your arm and carry around the country.
Well, it's nice to see a green wicket at the ground, isn't it?
Isn't it just? I thought I could see that grin was a little bit wider than normal. Well, yeah, I mean, I think you've got to, in the context of the last few rounds, to negate the Kookaburra ball, bit of extra live grass, and Somerset have bowled well. There's been some, quite standard nick-offs, some lazy sort of, early innings shots, but credit to the Somerset pair, they've just kept probing away that top of off area that you used to talk about throughout your career when you attempted to instill good sort of bowling values in myself when I was a youngster. Top of off is the key.
Well, it always has been. It hasn't changed. Whether it's any format of cricket, it's top of off. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what any bowling coach says. Whether you can bowl this ball, that ball, the other ball, it's all going to end at top of off. So on a wicket like this, which is, as they always use that lovely word, conducive to seaming, a bit of shape, a bit of swing, yeah, you just got to hit the areas. And you will get rewards, and so Craig has this morning.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have seen too many wickets of that colour in the Phil Frost groundsman era. They were a little bit whiter than that.
To be fair, they were quite green, but they were hard, weren't they? And Frosty, I always contend that Frosty probably produced the best wickets ever at Taunton many years ago when they were rock hard. And they were green, and unfortunately the legislation changed them from being able to do what he would do as a groundsman, which was water the wicket 2 hours before the start of a 4-day game. So he produced some very good wickets here, but it's nice to see. This is the thing with Taunton wickets. You put a bit of green grass on the top, it's not doing a lot. You can see it just swinging.
It just helps with that bit of zip
just
as well,
zips on, yeah. And it's good because it makes the batters actually have to engage on their shots, but from what I see in the batting, poor batting, no feet, no nothing. It's just prodding at the ball, and
yeah, I think very classical of the early innings where there's been a couple of wickets that those tentative prods. I think if those batters face the same ball, if they were on 20 or 30, would play them with slightly better footwork or more positive footwork. But credit to Lewis and Craigo, they haven't really given too much away. That's a good shot there from Potts. He's going to pick up his first boundary in his first runs of the day, 76 for 7. The other thing about the green grass and the little bit of moisture we've had over the last few days, Cad, the outfield's looking pretty lush. It'll just retain the hardness and the shine on that Kookaburra ball a little bit longer.
It will do, and this is all supposed to be gearing players up to be playing with the Kookaburra ball in overseas cricket, and possibly making an even contest between bat and ball, but the Kookaburra on a flat wicket doesn't offer you nothing. So all credit to the groundsman here and the staff here for actually putting out a decent wicket, actually make something happen.
Yeah, well, it certainly had us on the edge of our seats so far this morning. Nice to see Lewis, who's only bowling his 5th over. It feels like he's been bowling for hours now, but so much has happened between the start of play and the 16.5 overs that's been bowled. It's a turbocharged day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 1. Somerset versus Durham in the Rossay Championship. This is always that time when you've got batters that come in. Rain is quite an accomplished batter who will play his shots. Potts is obviously a fast bowler, strong lad that's going to, by the look of that last shot, play a few shots. It's very hard as a bowling unit to not react to how the batter plays. What are the keys here to finishing this last 3 wickets off, Gad?
The key right now is not to go searching for wickets, is to continue hitting that top of off, because this is what will happen. You go searching for wickets, you bowl the odd bad ball. They've played some decent shots to
just
balls.
Accept they're going to play
just
the
accept
odd.
They're going to play the odd ball, but just keep hitting top of off.
It's hard not to get emotional when you bowl a good ball and they whack you over cover and
this will always happen, We've seen it many times before when you got a side down reeling and all of a sudden there's 2 batters put on a bit of a stand and just take the momentum of the game away from you. So at the moment, you just need to sit in, keep hitting the top of off. And the problem we're going to have really for Somerset now is who's going to, when these 2 are knackered, who's going to come on and take over and do the same job. So that's what they need. They need the pressure on.
Jake Ball is almost a like for like. For Craig Overton, tall, a line bowler that just nips the ball. Josh Davey didn't bowl many overs in his first spell. I suppose the curveballs will be lamb and bee from a seam bowling point of view, but obviously got the potential of Jack Leach if the tail ender starts swinging the willow. But yeah, so many times you get teams in this situation and they can swashbuckle themselves up to sort of 200. That's what Somerset want to avoid in these last 3 wickets.
You see, the other thing, I think as far as the field placement is concerned, I'd be leaving cover open and encouraging them to try and hit me through cover, especially on this wicket. Just to get them, thinking, well, there's a gap there, I can hit it through there, it's easy.
What would you use him for? As in pushing back onto the boundary? Or?
No, I'd just put him a lot squarer and be trying to force him in to that cover area. And I'd probably end up bringing, I know we've got a deep square leg up there, and that's probably for the surprise ball, but I just think get them opening up with half the bat.
Yeah, that is one observation. We're into the 18th over now. We haven't seen a bouncer bowled. No real reason to bowl one. I suppose the other end...
Well, there's always a reason to bowl a bouncer.
If Potts was on strike, you've got an awful lot of acreage out there on the leg side where you could put a couple of scouts out and keep him honest.
You see, the key to it now is to get the batsman not moving their feet. And if the bouncer comes in, he's going to be a bit more stagnant and stuck in his crease. A good player will get forward.
Nice bit of touch there from Ben Rain, angling that down to the 3rd man. Combination of Leach and Abel with the fielding and restrict that to just the 2. It's been a very impressive spell so far from Overton. His 9th over of the morning now, so it wouldn't surprise me if Jake Ball's bowling the next one from this end. Nice to see Bally back into the starting 11. Bowled well in the T20s. Oh, big drive there from Rain. Well executed, 4 runs. No need to run for that. He's taken up that little bit of a carrot of the wider delivery and it's been belted to the line.
It's not a bad shot then. These are the things that are going to happen. A good length ball is going to go to the boundary. They're going to throw the bat at it. So you expect that, but we just do not want them to run away with us now and start building a decent partnership.
Balls coming on from the Lord Botham stand end. A little bit of a surprise, maybe Josh Davey will have a go whenever Overton's had his fill. It's probably hard to take the ball out of Overton's hands when he's got 6 for 23. I can't imagine getting the ball out of your hand on 6 for 23 would be an easy feat.
No, I'll be there.
Pushing off the boundary boards.
Pushing off the boundary boards. Sucking in the air, a bit more oxygen, away we go.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. It's hard to articulate that to people that haven't, bowled at that sort of level. But there is such a thing as a as a spell when you're in a rhythm. It doesn't feel tiring, does it? Especially when you're getting that little boost every now and then.
Yeah,
of
with
a
the
wicket.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's you forget about the you forget about being knackered and running a bowl. You actually get a lot of adrenaline pumping, and you get another, kick in your step, and away you go. But for me, it was one of those things. If I got rhythm, I could be bowling all day. But it does.
It's the following morning.
The following morning. Well, no, you didn't used to suffer that much.
Well, you used to swim, didn't you, quite a bit?
Used to swim a lot, and on tour we used to. One of the curriculums was always to go for a swim. Players were, not going for a swim, but I always used to go for a swim. It did help a great deal. Just recovering the muscles, getting all the lactic acid and all the muscles working again and relaxed. And I used to swim a lot. So I don't think the fast bowlers curriculum now encourages them to swim. I would always say, as a fast bowler, you should be swimming because it tones every muscle group and it works every muscle group. So that's what I did. Get myself back into the following day.
Yeah, I think it's probably easier when you're playing an away game and you're at a hotel that more often than not has a pool. But I suppose in the morning after you fielded a day, you'd probably have to get yourself to the nearest pool, which would be the top
it's in
of
the
town.
evening. It's not in the morning. It's the evening.
Okay.
Always do it in the evening. It's after you finish the day's play. That is the crucial, not the morning, because that's when you do stiffen up from sleeping in your bed, not being active. So it's got to be that night. So it's just one of those things I always did.
Big slash there from Potts through the covers. Banton charging after that one and reels it in.
He's done well there. So, despite this outfield looking lush and green, it's running across it quite quickly.
Neil Wagner, Callum Parkinson, the next batter's in. Neil Wagner can play the sort of Ben Rain role where he can be awkward to bowl at or play his shots.
And that's why it's important that you make the batters make the mistake. You don't bowl bad balls searching for wickets. Just hit the top of off. Build a bit of pressure. And that way you're building pressure on a batter who's thinking, I might get that decent ball, I've got to play a few shots. So it's about being hanging so very stale and very boring, especially when the opposition's 85 for 7. You've got to continue being boring.
Oh, there hasn't been much boring about this
away.
First session. He's going to pick up another 2. Ben Rain, he moves on to 28. He's producing some excellent rear guard action for Durham on what's been certainly Somerset's first hour or so.
And this is where these kookaburra balls are going to take effect now, especially 69. He's going to get a bit softer. The shine's going to be slightly coming over. They're looking at it now, throwing it back and forth to the umpire. So, it's just a matter of settling in now, hanging in, and just creating pressure.
And if you are enjoying Andy Caddick's chat, we have an evening with Andy Caddick in the 1875 Club on the 12th of August. 7 for a 7:30. Telling stories of what was one of the great careers for Somerset and England.
Or I could just talk a load of nonsense and rubbish.
Well,
which I normally do.
If I had a fiver to bet on what was going to come out, but it will be entertaining, Cad. I might even take a nip down the M5 and just I might come in disguise and heckle you from the back. Potts looking to play his shots, anything full of length, clean striker of the ball.
Yeah, I get the sense that the ball's not doing as much now, and they're definitely going to play their shots.
Yeah, I don't think they've got much choice at where they are at the moment. It does still look like there's enough around that if you just, didn't move your feet and tried to survive, you'd probably get a ball good enough to get you out. So It's all about throwing the pressure back onto the Somerset bowlers, get them off of their mark, get the ego into the game. Bowlers don't like getting hit for boundaries, especially when you've got 6 for 23. Craigo won't want those figures spoiled. Looks like he's got it in mind to make this a one-spell innings. There are 9 up for grabs. Good time to talk about getting 9 fors. You got a Lancashire, was it? 9 for?
9 for 32. And there's a little gentleman from Pakistan who unfortunately took the other one.
Mushy. Ruined it.
Ruined it for me. I never let it in. I never let him down for that one.
Who was his wicket? Was he a sort of top or middle order batter, or was it one of the tail enders?
No, one of the middle orders. I can't remember now. Might have been. I can't remember. Long time ago. But if it wasn't for Andre von Truus, we would never have been able to potentially get into a position to win the game. He came in at the tail and smacked a quick cameo, 30, 35, 40, doing what he's doing now, and gave us a target that we could actually defend.
One of the great spells in the club's history, and we're in the middle of watching another one today. 6 for 23, Craig Overton. Has he got the energy just to do a Caddick this morning?
Well, it's only 10 overs so far, Peter.
Yeah, I don't think he's. I don't think he's on all cylinders.
I do 10 overs in my sleep.
Yeah, I don't think he's on all cylinders. I think he's got a little bit of a niggle. You know, and he's just. You know, while Somerset are in the hunt, he's just going to keep battling through. Not like back in the day. What were those horrendous sort of anti-inflammatory pink things that we used to take if we were struggling with an injury?
They were diclofenac.
Oh, they were the ones that used to strip your inside.
Yeah, they were. They were good, but they didn't do your body any good. They're banned now, I think, in the UK. Just quite aggressive for your stomach.
Yeah, I think that's why all the toilets in the change room in the morning were always blocked up. Yeah, they used to play havoc with you. Yeah, I think to take any medication nowadays, you have to sign a disclaimer and God knows what
you
else.
do.
I think they're
well,
a bit
to be
more
fair,
watchful over those sort of things.
Rightly
so.
They are, because it's all the sport-enhancing drugs, and you know. And, well, it's probably the same now. We couldn't even have a Lemsip, could we, because of the ephedrine that was
pseudoephedrine, wasn't it?
Pseudoephedrine was inside it.
Little stimulant.
Yeah.
Vicks inhalers, all that kind of stuff that was outlawed. No, I think they were anti-inflammatories, weren't they? But I think, didn't you have to take those diclofenacs with like a stomach liner?
Yeah, you got a
pint of milk.
Omeprazole was what you have, or just eat them.
Just eat
them, chew them. No, you could only have so many a day, and you had to have food with them because it just protect your stomach. So yeah. But the thing was with me, I could take one in the morning when I was bowling, but I didn't need to take them for the rest of the day. It was just to get the body going again. So, but I never took them when I was batting. It was only when I was bowling. Not that I'm encouraging taking drugs to play cricket, but
pharmaceutical grade, obviously.
Yes.
Jake Ball into his work, tidy over. You always feel like you're never far away from a big shot from Ben Rain. That one just got a little inside edge on that. That looked a good line for LBW. I think one of the keys to this innings at the moment is just to give Ben Rain the single and bowl as much to Matthew Potts as the bowlers can.
It is, but again, it's not to go searching for the wicket. It's just to create pressure, hit top of off, make things happen.
Yeah, both these batters certainly come in hard at the ball. End of the 21st over. Will Overton continue? No, he won't. Josh Davey is taking off his woolen sweater and giving it to the, as I keep saying, the slim silhouette of Ian Blackwell. That's the standing umpire. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued partnership here at Somerset and this commentary team. We hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you are. Make sure you feel free to comment on our YouTube page. Any questions for Caddy will be welcomed.
As long as they're not decorating questions and how did I paint the fence or tile the foyer and like that, would be fine.
You're going to get a lot of those questions because you were very, very good at it. You save those for the 12th of August, all those stories about your first few years in the UK when you were Frank's assistant. Guy that was
Frank, yes.
Frank, who used to run the bar, in the members area, and I think in the winter was never seen without a gloss brush in his hand.
No, neither was I. It's just nice that they've got a plastic picket fence around here now, because we'd have the youngsters painting that if they were here in the winter.
For 7 now. A little bit of a partnership brewing by these two. Rains played aggressively and played well. Run rate, quite surprisingly, above 4. But the point of concern for Durham will be that 7 wickets gone already. Davey has been dispatched back over his head for 6. Beautiful shot by Ben Rain. He's going to mix aggression with defence. Probably more weighted to the aggression side of things, and that is a sight that any seam bowler does not want to see. Can't imagine you'd have been bopped back over your head too many times, Cad, in your career.
Not many, but yeah, this is what I'm saying. It's just after Craig's great spell, this is where we just need to keep that pressure on and keep hitting that top of off and not giving them anything to work with.
Oh, drop chance there, an extra cover. It was a tough one. Archie Vaughan, it's burst through his hand. They're going to pick up 2. It was not an easy chance. Diving to his left. It looks like he's got him on the old turkey drummer part of the hand. That base of the thumb. That'll be sore. 2 opportunities gone so far. Big wide half volley. It was on to Archie Vaughan in a flash and he was unable to hang on. Would have been a bonus.
Would have. He's done well to get a hand on that, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think it was difficult in terms of like the dive. I think it was just how hard it was hit. Just burst through the hands. Archie Vaughan's going to go off there and get a bit of ice on the Bernard Matthews. One of the worst ones, isn't it? Yeah, where the wrist joins the thumb at the bottom there. If you get one, especially if it's the seam of the ball, that was always quite a nasty one. Your sort of thumb goes limp.
Yeah, and there's always catching. There's that in the middle of your little finger and on your right hand, the palm. If you got that tender in the year, beginning of the year, you never got rid of it for the whole rest of the year.
The old the hot spot.
Yeah, just.
Like a deep bruising of the bone where you sort of
knuckle in there,
catch the ball. Yeah, don't miss those days. Davies got his work cut for him, and a good delivery there, but it's going to be another boundary for Rain. He moves into the 40s. Excellent rearguard action from Ben Rain. He's swung the willow and occasionally had a little bit of luck as he's had there. Good batting from Ben Rain. Durham have passed the 100 mark, 102 for 7. Lees and Rain, the only real contributors so far. Oh, beauty, beauty. What a great comeback there from Josh Davies. Been dispatched back over his head once. But he's seen the back of Ben Rain, a key wicket. That's Josh Davies' first, Somerset's 8th. What do you think about that, Caddy? Showed some good character there.
Yeah, no, it's, as I said, you've got to go back to your lengths. You get hit, you just got to go back to your lengths time and time again. It's not a very good shot by the batter, considering he's just dispatched him twice. It's outside off. He's just, there's no movement with the feet. I'm sure he's, as you can see, he's a little bit annoyed with himself. He's doing a great job, rearguard job, but there's no shot there whatsoever.
Yeah, you can always tell when a batter plays a shot. If you have a look at his front foot, the way that he then goes up onto his tiptoes, it just suggests that he hasn't moved foot. See there?
He hasn't moved at all. Now, if he covered that and come forward properly and to a forward defensive shot, he probably would have covered that. But
yeah, he's got himself into a situation where the top half of his body is in front of his right foot, and he's just overbalanced and just prodded at the ball. I think we've seen that at least 4 or 5 times today, mostly by the right-handers, but that's been the mode of dismissal that Somerset have had so much success with so far.
And I think if Somerset were going to take anything from the way Durham have batted in this game so far, it is they haven't batted with intent, with a purpose, apart from swinging the bat, because they thought their numbers were up. They're playing the numbers game, but you've got to be forthright and strong in your defence.
Yeah,
and
that was
get forward.
That was a great replay of what we just spoke about there. Just getting into what Robbo used to call like a half-cock position, not quite smothering the ball. Yeah, I think the batters that have success here at Taunton, Kohler, Cadmore, Banton in particular, they're very big on back outside of the crease and getting a good stride in, as we see here. That top half of the body, just leaning on top.
Shot.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that, but he played well. He played very well. Big swing from Potts and well saved by the hero of the last over, Josh Davey. There's going to be some shots played now. Neil Wagner, the Kiwi, to the crease. He will play a fair few shots.
Yeah, so this is the bit. Jack's got to be careful here. He's got to actually show his intent. Now, I wouldn't mind if I was captain now in this situation, putting a deep square out and just saying, right, bowl him a bumper. Don't let him come forward to it.
Yeah,
Waggy's
a great competitor. Part of me thinks it's just areas for him. I think once you go short to him, it might just light the fire. Do you know what I mean? He's one of those guys.
Yeah, but you just need to show intent. You need to say, well, this is a contest, and you're not going to get it easy by me just bowling little balls at you. I want to make sure you're jumping around the crease.
I think with him, that brings out the Hulk when you start physically challenging him, and it makes him a better batter. Just keep him quiet. If he gets off,
I'd have bumped him.
You'd have bumped him.
I'd have bumped him. Thank you.
Hit it first.
Straight in, bang.
Fellow Kiwi as well.
Yeah, don't care. Bump him.
Giving it to him, would you?
Just one ball, make him bounce around the crease, and then goes the other way. You can have a situation where he gets on his high horses, gets pumped up, and he plays a rash shot because he's all pumped up. The adrenaline's pumping. So, it's one of those ones. There's a fine line, but you just got to show intent as a bowler.
Probably helps when your bouncer was about 90 mile an hour as well. So it's probably quite an advantage you had there over my little wobblers. Little outside edge there from Neil Wagner. He's going to pick up 4. Not where he intended it. But Durham need a bit of luck here to post something like a total. 107 for 8 at the moment. It's been pretty much all Somerset. Lees, Rain. I think Ben Rain played impressively. And I think he was disappointed with his dismissal just because he went just for a fraction of a second against the way that brought him success. He should have kept hitting.
Well, that's a great shot there. You see his intent with the half volley. But it goes without saying. You can be strong and bold and solid in your defence as well as you can be in your strike play. So, and as we said, it was a bit of a nothing shot. If it got forward, smothered it, he might not have been nicking it to...
Before I look it up, Ked, I fancy Neil Wagner's got 2 Test centuries.
He probably has.
Let's have a look. No, he hasn't got 2 Test centuries.
He's got 1.
He has got He's got 1 Test 50. But a top score of 66.
Well, what's his first class?
So I've overestimated him there. Let's have a look. First class, he's got a best of 72, 11 50s. Can't always be right, Cad, can you?
No, I never was.
As we see that beautiful woolen jumper there, one of my prized possessions at home. You still kept yours, Cad, the old woolly jumper?
Still got probably the best jumpers we ever had. Those even better than England jumpers.
When they tried to go to like fleece and stuff like that, it was all.
I always like a bit of tradition. I like a traditional cap, but not that I wore a cap, but a traditional cap and a traditional jumper, and traditional cream whites, not whites.
Yeah, the England boys, when they walk out on the first day of a test, it's very white, isn't it?
It is.
Well, you were quite iconic in the 90s, 2000s. I think the glasses manufacturer Oakley did you dirty, mate. You made those M frames, red M frames with the big wide brim England cap. You must have sold millions of pounds worth of glasses on the back of that.
Yeah, we never had contracts with Oakleys, and not like they do now.
Few freebies though.
Well, it was always a freebie, especially when the Oakley man turned up to the hotel in the morning. One of the mornings of the pre-test warm-up mornings.
Oh, it's a very smart piece of business by Oakley there, because I don't think there was a club cricketer that played in the 90s or 2000s, even on a dark day, that didn't have a pair of M frames on.
No, and I must admit, Mr. Trescothick, he did like a freebie pair of Oakley glasses.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, he probably took about 5 or 6 out of the bag a number of times. Well, no, they stopped making those glasses. They were the best glasses they ever made, because you never got any wind in your eyes. And of course, the thing about playing all day in the dry and the heat and the wind, your eyes dry out so much. But the M frames, they were brilliant, because the wind never got in behind them to get to dry your eyes out. So
if anyone from Oakley's listening, Somerset County Cricket Club, TA1 1JT, Caddick Trigo, royalties. Thank you very much. Or just maybe a free set. What do you reckon, Cad?
That'd be lovely.
Anyway, Davey, 1 for 37. He's been expensive. He's taken a bit of damage from, in particular, Ben Rain, but at 107 for 8 at the moment. I think you've got to take the rough with the smooth. Somerset have stuck to task pretty well here so far. I'm joined by Somerset in England great Andy Caddick. I also have Sam Dalling and Stephen Lamb with me. I think Sam Dalling's going to pop in for a little bit. If you're happy to stick around for another 5 minutes so I can finish off my sausage roll, Cad, are you happy with that?
That's fine. Carry on. The last time I did that, I was here for about 2 hours because you decided to disappear.
Good man. You've had enough of talking to me over the last couple of decades, Shaq. Thanks, buddy.
Single for Potts, who has got a first-class 100. Big first-class 100, actually, down at Warwickshire. I think it's been in your last season. Might even have been a cook-upper around. Feel a bit bad, Cads, because you just came up to say hello to a couple of your pals, didn't you? And I heard your voice.
I did.
And you're too nice a man to say no to me when I said, oh, you fancy a spell. You always fancy a spell, though, don't you?
Well, if I was 26 again, I fancy a spell out there, not up here.
Left-handed Wagner, who doesn't have any Test 100s, but is still a decent batter, former Somerset player. Second spell at Durham, he went there last year. They had a lot of bad luck with bowling injuries last year, Neil Wagner. Durham even, sorry. And they got Wagner because he's unbreakable, really.
Well, he's a fierce competitor, old Mr. Wagner, but we just, as I said, we've got to be careful, and that's another example of it. We're just especially Josh. I'm surprised that I wouldn't say just wasn't as his normal self this morning. I think he went searching a bit, bowled a bit too full on a wicket that was conducive to a lot of movement, and wasted, I think, probably about 4 or 5 overs. So shame, but he's just got to come back now like he's trying to do. He's taken that wicket, but he's just got to keep heading top of off. We always, you learn by your mistakes by chasing wickets.
Attempted pull shot from Wagner. He didn't quite get up. They did manage to break him last year, Wagner. I think he played half a game against Essex. It was an absolute masterclass in short pitch bowling as well. I love watching him bowl short. He threw the shot way too early there. He's annoyed with himself. He's batting outside his crease. Hits him in the midriff.
Well, you can always tell he's looking for a short ball because he bowls short. So he's going to get it back. Most bowlers who decide to come in at the opposition and bowl short thunderbolts are always going to get that back at them. But you can see that by his stance, he's looking for it.
There's an art to it bowling short, though.
There is. You can't do it every ball. You just got to try and. It's the surprise, isn't it? But then you have the other extreme of that, which is if you go short, and you go. But it's got to be proper short bowling. It can't be just a lacklustre, and it's got to be very well directed.
Jake Ball continues 3 slips wait. Again, pots up to take the single. Deep backward point in for him. Tom Lammonby does the fielding, so 111 for 8. Wagner is a master of that. I remember Ryan Campbell, the Durham head coach, speaking very warmly. Even though he was only there a short time, Wagner had a massive impact because he bowls short with a plan, proper field.
He does,
square
yeah.
leg, short third. Taught the lads quite a lot. Around the wicket, ball comes. Again, he's just waiting for that short ball. Going to come back for 2 there, Wagner. You a fan of around the wicket to the left-hander?
No, I hated it. I don't understand why they do it. Just null and voids, a lot of dismissals.
It's in vogue, though, right? It was in vogue 20 years ago when Flintoff did it to Gilchrist. Then it went away for a bit, and now it's almost a default to left-handers.
It is, and you're relying on the ball straightening up to a left-hander, but again, I've always said, I don't care what anybody says, the ball that takes wickets, the most wickets, is the ball that moves away from the bat, not the ball that moves in. And what you're doing now is you're negating different options of getting batters out. And it's a lot easier, if you just saw there Wagner, if you get it wrong, you're on the legs. It's always coming in, and the ball coming onto the legs is an easy ball to play as far as the bat is concerned. It's just too easy, and the ball that goes away is the more difficult ball. So I personally, especially now the ball's not doing as much by the look of it, I'd be over the wicket and I'd have my slip slightly wide, I'd have 2 gullies, 2 slips, and I'd be pushing the ball across to him to try and get him coming across the ball using half his bat.
Short ball, very short. No need to use any part of his bat on that one. Let's have another look. Ball digging it in near his toes. Remember Jake Ball picking up 5 for 4 Durham earlier this summer on loan. They had a game at Worcestershire where they had Blatherwick, Jake Ball on loan. I think it was Cody Yusuf's debut. So they basically had a brand new bowling attack and they managed to win the game quite comfortably.
They did. It's like I was saying earlier, that's good. Good intent, show them the bum, but now this is the crucial ball. Don't go searching for the wicket, just hit top of off. Well bowled.
Now, this won't be too difficult for you to do, but pretend I'm stupid. What dismissals are you taking out of the equation by coming around the wicket?
LB.
So left-hander.
Because you're a lot wider on the crease.
And so the umpire is more
inclined is going down leg. You're taking away LB, you're taking away the catch caught behind. Because it's always angling in. You have to...
Oh, so short, it's going to be given as wides there.
It'll be probably given as a no ball. Well, it's wide. Well, that's 2 for the over.
Not particularly well used there, I wouldn't say.
No, that shows the intent. That's good. I don't mind that.
Okay.
You've got to remember, these batters are just going to swing. They're going to come at you hard. So if you You just need to make sure that they're thinking about, they just can't get on the front foot and smash it, so which is their intent. So just keep hitting top of off.
Outside edge. Doesn't quite carry to Craig Overton. Those bucket hands. Gets down. Well, gets a low 5 from Tom Abel. Gets a low 5 from James Rue. 117 for 8. Let's have another look at that one.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if you saw there, because he's bowled a short ball to Wagner, his feet are nowhere. The batter's feet are nowhere. He's expecting another short ball. So where's his feet gone? Nowhere. It's just a nothing shot. That potentially is a wicket-taking ball. So there are processes of how to actually set players up. So for me, to a left-hander, I'd be trying to push it across with an off-cutter, because this is a good wicket to bowl off-cutters on. In fact, I'm surprised that, from what I see, I don't see enough bowlers knowing how to bowl an off-cutter. You drag the left-hander across the crease, and that gives you the option to bring it back and swing it back in front of the stump. So you are working out batters. And it's not just a matter of running up and hitting a top of off. You're actually in the top of off, but trying to work the batter into position which he doesn't want to be in. So, that's why I just didn't want to bowl around the wicket.
Subfielder on. I think Tom Abel was nipped off for a second to stick some pads on, so we might be seeing a little bit of spin, maybe a Jack Leach, a bit of Archie Vaughan. Lewis Goldsworthy is on there temporarily. Josh Davey is going to continue. Big swing. Got a bit on that as well. Neil Wagner, not necessarily pretty, but effective. Over mid-on, 1 bounce 4.
Well, if you're throwing up a juicy half volley, you'd be smacking that over the boundary as well. So again, that's outside off. It's full. It's thank you very much. So as I said, Josh Davies off sorts today. I just want to see him coming in, heading top of off. And this is what was so important. After Craig Overton bowling superb spell, it was always going to be the person coming after Craig to say, right, I'm going to take up where you left off, Craig, and we're just going to keep hitting top of off, creating pressure. The wicket he got was a ball that was hitting top of off.
In the air, but it's past Lammonby at cover. Back-to-back boundaries for Wagner. He's going to take this game to Somerset, I feel. 16 from 13 he's got. 125 for 8. That off-cutter you were talking about. How much pace are you taking off that?
None.
None.
No pace.
So I was going to say, so it's not a slower ball off-cutter. So what are you doing with the fingers? How are you doing it?
It's a very simple off-cutter, which you run in the back of the fingers. You're angling the ball in a certain but what it does, it grips. So depending on the wicket, depends how much canter angle you give. This wicket is quite green, so you give a little. If it's a dry wicket, you give more angle. But what it did is it gripped and bounced more. So it bounced off a different length. Off the same length, it bounced differently. So and it's just being able to use it. Changed my game, being able to bowl an off-cutter. It allowed me to actually start directing batters around the crease, put them in positions that they didn't want to be in. So and mainly for the LBW or the nick behind and caught behind. So it's just something that not every day is the ball going to swing, but if you've got something that might work off the surface, then it's to your benefit.
In the air, over Tom Banton though. Wagner having fun out there now. Somerset getting frustrated. Josh Davey in particular is going to be frustrated. 3 boundaries in 4 balls. Let's have another look around the wicket. Andy Caddick's not a fan of that.
No, never have been, never will be.
When did it come into your game? Did you get taught it? Did you learn it?
Funny enough, there's a certain young chap, a young Devon lad called Mark Lathwell, who said, "Caddy, have you ever bowled one of these?" And I learned it from Mark. So, and it changed my game. So it just allowed me, rather than swinging the ball away and having batters leave the ball, if I could bowl an off-cutter knowing that it was going to come back in on a batter, then they couldn't leave it. So.
Why, in your opinion, don't enough of these bowlers have it? Is it not taught? Is
just not taught it. I just, there was 2 balls I bowled. One was a waist swing, one was an off cutter. Nothing else.
That simple.
Simple. Keep it simple.
Just having a look at the foot marks. There is umpire Martin Saggers, I think it is, at this end. No, is it umpire Blackwell at this end?
Blackwell at this
Looking so slender. I know Triggs has talked about it.
I've seen Blackie for a while, so it is a shock to see him so.
Jabbed. The jab pull shot, just back of a length, 4 boundaries in the over. It's not getting any better for Josh Davey, really. Wagner's taken him for 16. He's moved on to 24. Round the wicket, back of a length, easy shot there from Wagner, really.
And so this partnership, already 30 runs on the board off 3 overs, 4 overs, so 3 overs. So, yeah. We knew this was going to happen. The captain should have realised this was going to happen. I just think we need to actually regroup here now. And as we can see, we've got a bit of Jack Leach coming on, which is just slow the tempo down a little bit.
Yeah, spin at both ends. A warm round of applause as well for Jack Leach, as you'd expect from this partisan home crowd. A strong home crowd as well, enjoying a bit of sunshine for the first time in the day. Tom Abel is back on. He's got his own helmet, and of course, being the courteous young chap he is, he's got a helmet as well for James Root behind the stumps. Jack Leach, I wonder what he's going to do here. Is he just going to slow it down a bit and try and tempt Matthew Potts?
Yeah, he's just got to, but he's got to be on it straight away. No freebies. He's got to, and whether you put somebody out cow corner, I know, because I can imagine on this wicket they're going to try and sweep a lot, and they're going to drag it to the leg side.
There's Gregory, just standing at first slip pointing. He's got himself and Craig Overton in the slips as it stands. There's a deep square leg. Where's Tom Abel going? He's going to start on the 45. Mid on, mid off, cover. Jake Ball at backward point, and sweeper on the offside as well. Starts with a no ball. Problematic down that end. That's criminal, isn't it?
It is. Oh my. Peter Robinson, my golly, he'd be screaming at you.
Problematic that end. Lewis Gregory's bowled a few, but he does have that tendency. Happy just to take the single. I think maybe the plan might be that Potts bats properly here and Wagner just has a double. They've got Callum Parkinson to come, playing just his second championship game of the summer. So they've got a left arm spinner in the side as well. So he'll be interested in how Leach does. Callum Parkinson backs himself as a batter as well. He's always pestering Ryan Campbell to move him up the order. So they do, like Somerset, bat all the way down. Durham.
Yeah, well, it's a used wicket, so a bit of green in the middle, bit of colour, but the ends will be dry. A lot of dry weather, so I would expect it to turn. And I expect Leach to show a little bit of offer here as far as the turn's concerned, especially coming back into the left-hander, which is why we've got a little short leg.
Sort of reverse immediately. Jack Leach asks the question. Solo ask, though. Almost on the shot. You see the reverse sweep come out. Batter misses it. Let's have another look.
It's a long way outside.
He's definitely playing a shot there, I would say, as well. If you're just joining us, welcome. Day one of Somerset versus Durham in the Rothesay County Championship. A little bit of rain around, which is why we've only had 26.2 overs, but the game is certainly moving at decent pace. Durham 8 down. This is the first over of spin. Both teams got similar spin lineups as well. Both got a left arm spinner, both got an off spinner. George Drizzle is Durham's. Archie Vaughan, fresh from 6 for, I think he took, for the England under-19s in a test match last week. Both teams got an interest in the under-19 test match going on currently. Thomas Rue is Somerset's. Young left-arm quick called James Minto is Durham. Sam Dowling alongside Andy Caddick. Any questions for Caddy? Please do stick them in the YouTube comments. And I will ask him. Can't promise he'll answer, but I'll certainly ask. For as long as we've got him around, Stephen Lamb will relieve you whenever you want to disappear. Not that I'm chasing you off, Caddy, just giving you that
I'll
option.
go now then.
Yeah. Say
especially when the questions come in.
27 overs, 136 for 8. Who are you going to now? You can't keep Davey on, surely.
No, Davey. It'll be. Look, he's gone back to. He's gone back to Ball from this end.
You a Jake Ball fan?
I think It's difficult because I'd expected somebody with a lot more experience to actually be a lot more, how you say, a lot more control.
Guess if you're not playing that much cricket, though.
No, this is the problem with the curriculum now, and this, we discussed this for many years, and we'll continue discussing it. I'm going to be honest, as I always am, the second division is a waste of time. If you want to develop international cricketers through the first class system, you've got to have a decent, high quality second team playing 18 games a year. And it goes without saying, if you get an injury as a senior player, where do you go to come back through? You just don't want to run out. You want to be worked, as far as that's concerned.
By the second division, do you mean second 11?
Second 11.
I thought you were writing off the whole championship division too there. Hang on.
Second 11.
Okay, I got you, yeah. Well, it used to be full of pros, right?
It was, and, you used to have trialists coming in.
Squared up slightly there, Potts. He's trying to turn that leg side. Ends up with Jack Leach at cover.
So second 11 cricket, years ago, you could have play as many trials as you want. They could be 3-4 overseas players. They couldn't play in the first class fixtures, but the second division, second class, should I say, I'll reiterate that, second class fixtures, they could play. And it brought a lot of overseas players in, and it built up and gave it such a good base.
Short ball from ball. Played well by Potts. So I remember, it's not so many years ago. It's beyond the time when you were playing T's cricket, I think. But Devon Conway and Marcus Harris, for example, 2 Test cricketers, were both playing in the Somerset 2 side because they were over playing club cricket in Taunton. They've done all right. Right, a couple of questions for you. I'll do one at a time. I won't throw many questions at you at the same time. How important was playing local club cricket for you prior to joining up for Somerset?
Very important, and it's. I know my old club Clevedon has had a few issues with every pro should be associated with a local club. Not only does it develop the player, develops the clubs, because you have pros coming and watching or playing when they're not fit or trying to get fit, so there's always the opportunity. And it also allows...
Wagner swings it, but this time straight into the hands of the waiting Josh Davey. The change of bowling has worked. The bowler taken off takes the catch. The lad coming on, Jake Ball, gets the wicket. Wagner has to go. His cameo, 24 from 23 balls, Durham 137 for 9.
Yeah, it's quite a dangerous little cameo, that, 24 of a very short amount of time. 137 for 8 now, or 9 now, should I say. So, yeah, he's done his job. And he was looking threatening. So, and I think it goes back to saying the way he faced up to hit this ball, his feet aren't moving, he's just swinging the bat. He's just trying to clear everything. But that's because he's staying in his crease, because he was throwing a very short couple of pitch balls early just to make him not move. So an easy dismissal, should I say.
Durham's number 11, Callum Parkinson, who probably would have hoped not to be wandering out to the middle quite so early on the opening day, even though Durham were stuck in. But there he is. Cleveland had some decent club pros as well. Did Kyle Abbott do a decent spell there at one point?
A great batch. He had a great batch. He had a bloke called Mark Douglas, who was a very well respected first-class cricketer in New Zealand. John Wilson, another one. Paul Unwin. So you got, we had some decent. They had some decent. But Cleveland and some of the clubs. Cleveland was quite heavily involved with Somerset back then. But I pro'd for them for 3 years while I was qualifying, and I loved it. I thought it was great. It's great fun. And it was always good to go and have a bit of banter with your teammates at a local club. So a bit of a trek up the motorway, especially in the summer.
Or
you're running
on that M5
on the
well,
M5 and traffic trying to get to a game.
Day.
So there's a few occasions when I arrive late, but no, it's good for the club, and it's good for the associated clubs, club cricketers around the county, if they've got pros allocated their club playing club cricket when they're not playing first class cricket or second team cricket.
Just a short delay here. Well, I think spectator is asked to move. Callum Parkinson takes guard. He gets a bit of advice from Matthew Potts, the non-striker's end. 13 from 31. 3 slips in. Thanks, Dan, for that question on club cricket. 1 wicket required, Somerset need. Didn't need to say both of those things, did I? Don't get it with that ball. Are you a fan? I don't think they still do it, but Gloucestershire certainly used to, and Durham very good, of counties at the start of the summer allocating players and saying, I think Glamorgan might have done it for a while as well, and saying, right, everyone has got a club.
Yeah, I think you've got to be allocated to a club. The problem is if you have a young age cricketer who is coming through the second team or academy here at Somerset, and they're allocated to a club. The problem that Clevedon has found this year is that that player might have done his bowling overs at the club in the summer and during the week, and he can't bowl in the weekend because of these ridiculous rules on bowling overs restrictions for youngsters. So, yeah, to me, there's nothing better. My view has always been you can net as many times as you want, but you don't get better unless you actually play cricket, because it's a completely different environment. It's no different to bowling. You can go into the gym as many hours as you want, but you ain't going to be able to bowl in the same. It's never going to get you ready for bowling. You've got to physically bowl. So if you're playing club cricket, the argument this last week was with Joff Archer, wasn't it? As to say, well, he shouldn't be playing, or should he be playing, shouldn't he be playing? He's only played 1 first-class county match. And it's not just about the bowling, bowling 5 or 6 overs in a spell or 2 overs, whatever. It's about being in the field for 6 hours of the day. So
big appeal from Jack Leach. Immediately, Martin Saggers says no. 137 for 9 into the 29th. For someone like Gus Atkinson, who it's a weird situation where he's not picked by England and he's been in all the squads, but then not picked by Surrey for Scarborough because they don't want a bowler who's potentially not able to bowl full allocation of overs just yet.
And that's what I'm saying.
But he's playing 2s. He is at least. He played club cricket last weekend, and he's playing for Surrey 2s against Somerset right now.
And so he should. It's the way it is to be. You've got to bowl. You've got to play. Nothing gets you better than time at the crease.
Potts goes for a big swing. Has he cleared the fielder out there? Yeah, he has just. Hands on head for Jack Leach. First 6 of the game, I think we've got there. Matthew Potts is now going to take on the Neil Wagner role. That familiar bowling stride of Jack Leach in the slot, and he clears Archibald just. Has to go aerial again, just a single down the ground. Right, we'll try and rattle through some of these questions. Demos Fenez says, was there a particular bowler you enjoyed hunting wickets with? Who was your favourite partner, I think?
Somerset was Charles Willoughby. I love bowling with Charles. I just had that difference. You're always looking for a difference between he was left-handed, pushed it across, I was right-handed, pushed it across, pushed it, swung it. So you're always looking for those attributes that counteracted each other, worked well together. The other one for me at test level was Darren Gough, because he was short and stubby and plumpy. He ran in like a rhino.
He probably did, didn't he?
But he had a heart of gold, and we complemented each other because he was short and skinny and I was tall and bouncy. So, those things complement. So, yeah, those would be the 2.
Potts turning down the single. Callum Parkinson was quite keen. He didn't want to remain on naught.
Well, it's the last ball of the over, so Potts is saying, well, I want to take the seamer on and try and get through another over.
Parkinson backs himself. 144 for 9. It's clear that Potts isn't quite as big a fan of Parkinson's batting as maybe Parkinson is. We'll stick with England then, as you've mentioned it. Parb says you debuted in the famous 1993 Ashes against Shane Warne. What was the talk around the dressing room before and during that series? Did Lathwell play in that series?
He did. He played his first Test match, his debut. It was funny enough, there was 3 debutants in that game. There was the late Graham Thorpe, bless him. There was Mark Lathwell and myself. So there was a few debutants. We had all 3 of us had been to Australia the year before on the A Tour, and we came into that. But that was a baptism of fire. You think of that team back in the early 90s, and the worst thing was we couldn't prepare. Because it did nothing but rain.
Gives himself some room there, Potts, to ball. He'd have wanted a couple or a boundary there. He's annoyed with himself, you can see it. Good bit of fielding. 145 for 9.
Yeah, so going back to that, it rained, which it always did in Manchester, for about 5 days.
I think it is today.
Yes. And it was a bit of a wet, tacky wicket. But, yeah, batsman of fire. We nearly won that test match, to be honest. I remember we needed about 20 odd and I was batting, and unfortunately Mr. McDermott got me out.
A leave from Callum Parkinson. Bit of fear of the Australians. What was the chat like? I mean, they were a formidable side, weren't they? At that
Well, you look
point?
at the batting side, it was ridiculous. And then you had the bowling side, which wasn't too bad. And then you had this little blonde surfy called Warne, who just...
What did you think of him when you first saw him, came across him?
Well, you don't think of a lot of them, do you? He's just a spin bowler, but then he bowls the ball of the century, and the rest is history. But bless him, he was, a credit to himself, credit to Australia for seeing what the potential in was him, and he just rewrote the history book as far as that's concerned, and one of the most nicest guys you'll ever come across off the field.
Was it friendly back then? Because people talk about it being too friendly now because
No,
of the T20 circuit.
it was friendly. You end the test and you'd have a pint or a drink after them.
Just one?
You'd have a few. But we got to remember, it's the way cricket was back then. One of the best things about having the Colin Atkinson or the dressing rooms up in the Colin Atkinson pavilion was that at the end of the day, you walked down the steps, you went straight to the bar, you either got lynched by the supporters or you got a big hug for doing well, and 9 times out of 10 the opposition came to the bar and had a pint when you had a chat for the day's play, and then you turned up the following day trying to kill each other on the field. So that's what...
Half a shout for LBW. Ball not interested.
That's how you learn. That's how I learnt a lot of your cricket. Talking about the day with the opposition. Big inside edge.
It doesn't help, does it, when
No.
LBW shout?
So it's that's not part of the cricket now. It's not part of the curriculum. You don't really talk to the opposition. You get on the bus. You go straight home.
Headphones in.
Headphones in. Thank you very much.
Do you reckon you'd have been big into Instagram or TikTok if it was around in your day? No? That surprises me, Kelly.
No. I think the bane of everybody's life is these things called phones with social media and all the other rubbish that's on it. Just
end of the day, it keeps many people gainfully employed. That
it does now. It does now, but I think to the detriment of a few other people of the world.
144 for 9, so I'm adding alongside Andy Caddick. Right, what else have we got in here? So, question from me, actually. Talking about being lynched by the supporters or being hugged. Did you have a favourite fan or a steward, someone you particularly got on with?
No, you've got to remember one. You've got to remember, this is previous COVID, and when I was still playing, I came to Somerset because it was a family.
Reverse sweep is in, chance of a catch, and it's gone. It's Tom Abel at backward point, just waiting to see if it had carried. It's a brilliant catch. It's a routine catch, really, by Tom Abel's standards. Jack Leach has his first and only wicket, gets a hug from Tom Abel. It was well struck by Potts. Tom Abel is a superb fielder. And that final wicket means Durham have been dismissed for 145, having been stuck in by Lewis Gregory. The best, and by far away, I was going to say the best, but by far away the best bowler, basically, is what I'm trying to say, is Craig Overton. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 23. He was on a hat-trick twice, didn't quite get there, but he blew away that Durham top order. Lees, Gay, Ackerman, Robinson and Clark, all falling to him. Lewis Gregory, the Somerset skipper, picked up what was a pretty key wicket of Dave Bedingham earlier on. There was a wicket for Jake Ball, there was a wicket for Josh Davey, who was a little bit expensive, and there was a wicket for Jack Leach. How do you sum that up, guys? How good was Craig Overton?
Brilliant. He just did the basics right, and I keep saying to players, when you've got to use the environment you're bowling on, and if the environment says just hit top of off, there was enough movement in that wicket for Craig. He did a superb job. He put it in the right areas, and that's all we're trying to do. My emphasis to young cricketers these days is to stop trying to bowl an in-swinger, stop trying to bowl an out-swinger, stop trying to bowl a slow ball, a googly, or whatever it is. Just hit the top of off. It's about bowling 6 balls in the same spot, having control. Everything else can develop from that. So Craig's done a great job today. Bit disappointed in Josh Davey. He's always bowled well with the new ball. He just didn't find his length, and thankfully, Lewis Gregory saw that he was struggling, got him off straight away and managed to take a wicket straight away. So the key to it is Craig's had a great spell there, doing the bases right in the top of off. But the most important thing is that the Somerset batters have got to realise how the Durham players got themselves out. Because if you look at most of the dismissals, they got themselves out. And that's because they weren't authoritative enough in defence in their playmaking. So lots of discipline, but be resilient and make sure you cover that ball movement, because it will move this Kookaburra ball for the first 10, 15 overs.
There's that scorecard on screen. Somerset bowling card 6 for 23. Kelly, I'll let you go in a minute, because we've had a lot of this. Can I fire through a couple of quick questions?
Yeah,
People
go on.
have gone, right, what have we got? Who do you rate amongst the Somerset young crop? Who should we keep an eye on bowling-wise?
I've been doing a little bit of work with Casey Aldrich, and I like what I see with Casey, but it just needs to be tweaked a bit more. I haven't really seen a lot of the others because, as I say, I don't come down and watch a lot of cricket. I love to watch a bit more and get involved, but that's not the case. But from what I see with Casey, he's tall, he's worked on his action, he gets a bit of pace and bounce. And as far as the youngsters coming through, as I said, I will reiterate, I don't care what level you're at, whether you're playing domestic cricket for your club, domestic cricket for your county, academy, or even first team cricket. Stick to the basics, hit top of off.
Brendan McCullum slides into your DMs on Instagram and says, Caddy, I'm still undecided about my Ashes bowling attack. Who am I putting on the plane? What's your response?
My response would be, it's a difficult one, because you look at them now. Tongue's got to be in there, yes. I think Cask has done a great job.
Brilliant Cask, isn't he?
Considering the injuries he's had with his feet, and he's run and done very well.
Would you consider cutting a toe off? He said he would have. He said he was told not to. No,
I'd just consider cutting a bloody big hole in the front of my boot, which is what I did. And then, Joff, I think he just needs to keep getting resilient and bowling more, playing more, becoming more resilient, because the only way you get yourself away from injuries is getting your body to be resilient when bowling. So that's the key to it. And then who else we got? I'm just trying to think. And then
Atkinson, you a fan of Atkinson?
I am actually, but this is the whole problem, and I find with English cricket, we don't bowl enough as youngsters coming through the ranks. So my view has always been bowl, do your work in the nets in the middle. There is a massive push for all this weight and balance, or should I say weights? And no, just you got to be flexible. As long as you're flexible, you'll bowl quick. All the nasty fasties of yesteryear were tall and flexible. Okay, they were flexibility. Alan Donald's were flexible.
Yeah.
The Courtney Walsh's, the Ambys, all of them, even Dale Staine's flexible. You've got to be flexible to bowl quick. Geoff Archer, where does the pace come from? You just sit there and go, where the heck does that come from? It comes from being flexible. But you've got to learn to bowl it. So I don't care what anybody says. The problem we've got is we don't bowl enough as youngsters. It has to be monitored a bit more. Let them bowl in a lot of games. Let them learn their trade. But those injuries you get when you're 17, 18, 19 are not career-threatening injuries. They are body-developing injuries, because your body doesn't want to bowl. It's the most rudimentary, most terrible thing your body is ever going to sit there and go, why are you doing it? It's the hardest job in the world as a bowler, being a bowler, a fast bowler especially, because it's very unnatural. So get those overs and get those body issues and change the body, change the actions as a younger age, and that allows your senior players when they're 21, 22, 23, all the way through to actually develop their game. The problem we have is because they're not bowling their overs at the younger age, when they get into 25, 26, 27, 28, they're becoming career-threatening injuries. And it's too late to change. So that's my view.
Okay.
Bowl more as a youngster, under control, but spend more time in the middle than you do in the nets and learn from there.
Do you like what England are doing, going for raw pace? I'm thinking people like Sonny. I watched England Lions recently, and people like Sonny Baker have played. I think Eddie Jack at Hampshire made his first-class debut for England Lions. They're picking these players from a little bit, not left field, but they've got their eye on genuine quick bowlers. Are they too obsessed?
No, because world cricket is governed by the pace. pace bowlers. You look at Australia when they had Mitchell Johnson. You've got what's his name now? Stark now. So all these fast bowlers who are quick bowlers govern world pace. Alan Donalds, Curtly Ambroses, Dale Staines. These are people who develop cricket, because if you had a pace bowling attack, you had to have good batters to counter the pace. I don't think there is a very fine line, and the problem we have is the English. I don't know what it is with the English. I don't know whether they're English coaches, but you see, Brett Lee, for argument's sake, all of a sudden everybody's got a bowl like Brett Lee. Jofra Archer, everybody's got a bowl like Jofra Archer. Everybody's different. If you look at world cricket, Malinga, would he have played in English cricket? No, he wouldn't have. He
was quite good, though.
He was very good because these people develop themselves and they bowl. They learn their trade by bowling all these different. Bumrah, would he have come through the UK system?
He's all right.
He would have been pushed to one side. Oh no, you can't bowl like that. You must bowl like this. So everybody bowls differently, okay? And once in a blue moon, there's a world beater comes along that can bowl quick, is agile, he's injury-free because he's a natural athlete. So you don't make them, you pray for them. And you could say that with Jofra Archer. So, it's going to be an exciting winter. But I think the critical key thing for the winter, especially Ashes, if the Aussies stay fit, it's going to be a contest.
Who's your spinners? I know you're not a spin bowler yourself, but the questions come in. What sort of spin option do you think? Do you go? Do you stick with Bashir? Do you bring Leach back? Do you go batter who bowls a bit of spin? Dawson's playing his first test.
Dawson, there's a lot of talk about this. I would probably go Dawson
because of the control he offers.
Because of the control and the batting can give. It's a little, it's a difficult one, but you're going to have to take two spinners with you. Whether you go back to Leach or Bash, or the problem you have with someone like Bashir, he hasn't played enough and experienced enough to understand the philosophy of bowling spin.
Yeah.
You look at someone like Graham Swan, he took a long time to develop. When he developed,
he went on an A tour really early, didn't he?
Yeah, and then he played a lot of county cricket. And it's no different to keepers, and it's no different to spin bowlers. You've got to learn your trade. But yeah, it'll be interesting one. The ones they will be wanting to get fit will be Wood.
Oh, he's good, isn't he?
If you have
he's
Wood,
a character too.
If you have Wood and Archer in your team, and it's going to be one of those ones. If I ever, I will go absolute spare. If we go down the route of, we're going to play Wood in one game, we're going to play Archer in the next one, and we'll just keep it together through the series. That first test, you throw your hat in the ring and you go, we're winning this first test match. Come hell or high water, we're playing the fastest, quickest, best team that England can produce in that first test.
If that happens, you're sliding straight into Brendan McCullum's DMs.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Andy Caddick. It's been absolutely wonderful to have you with us today here. If you want a little bit more of Andy Caddick, it's an evening with him as well on August the 12th. Log on to the website for a look at that. Promises to be a good one. Here is, before we start the second innings, all 10 of the Durham wickets. Craig Overton with 6 of them. Started them off early on. A couple of hat-trick balls as well Craig Overton had. He was properly ticking. This is Gregory to Beddingham. So dangerous, Beddingham. They've not seen much of him this year, Dave Beddingham, because of his test commitments and a little bit of injury. A wonderful, wonderful cricketer, as is Ollie Robinson, who'd been given a reprieve. Overton had dropped a catch, a rare drop catch by Overton in the slips off Lewis Gregory a little bit earlier. This is Graham Clark, the very next ball. Tom Abel holding on. Overton on a hat-trick again. Didn't quite get it when Alex Lees tried to hit that one into Taunton High Street. Overton steadied himself and showed how safe those hands can be. That was number 5 for him. This is number 6 for Overton. George Drizzle driving it. Tom Banton taking the catch at mid-off. Davey into the action. Ben Rain fuming at himself for that one.
He batted well, Ben Rain. Counter-attacked.
Speaking of him, and speaking of counter-attacking, Ben Rain is taking the new ball from the river end. Tom Kohler Cadmore who is successfully opening the batting for Somerset at the moment. Couple of hundreds in consecutive games since he came back into the side. We've had a flyby as well here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. That's low, isn't it?
It is.
Wonder where that's going. You might have noticed Stephen Lamb is at the back alongside me. Hello, Stephen.
That is a low-flying craft. Afternoon, Sam. Looks military. I don't think I'll commit myself any further than that. RNAS Yeovilton, maybe, not far from here.
Yeah, it could be. So Cola Cadmore is opening the batting alongside Josh Davey. Trying to work out, I don't know, he's just taking a little left. 3 slips, Durham. I've got Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. It's Dave Bedingham at first. An A400. Andy Caddick is a man who knows many things about fast bowling, and he knows many things.
He knows a lot about flying too.
Aircraft as well, yeah. He is. He wears aviators and he's an aviation expert. Cola Cadmore, I love what he's doing here early doors. He's looking to put the pressure on Ben Rain. How long will it be before Ollie Robinson goes up to the stumps, I wonder?
Fascinating conversation with Andy Caddick just now.
That's great, wasn't it?
I have to say, without any of his experience, he mentioned about going the whole hog at Brisbane, or Perth it will be, went at the first test.
You going?
Ashes test, no.
Oh,
but if Wood and Archer were both fit, I would play them both.
This is really busy from Tom Cola Cadmore. He's run at Ben Rain a couple of times. That one he got really deep in his crease and then said to Josh Davey, do you fancy a single? Josh Davey, by the way, back opening the batting in Sean Dixon's absence. Made 64 a couple of games ago here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Missed out on the following game, but he's back.
Just hearing that Sean Dixon's been in action for the seconds today.
Been in past tense would suggest he's in and out, but he's still there. 88 unbeaten, Sean Dixon. He's batting with Andy Ameed. He's 40 not out, so they're 199 for 2. Josh Thomas has made exactly 50. Somerset playing Surrey at New Malden in that game that Gus Atkinson is playing in, and Gus Atkinson has both of the wickets. It's all going on here, Stephen.
Yeah.
Feels like a bit of a frantic couple of minutes.
And still knocking on the door in the seconds. It's the place to do it. So Rain, top scorer in the Durham first innings. The tail did wag a bit by comparison with most of the earlier order. In addition to Rain's 42, Matthew Potts 21 and Neil Wagner 24, pushing that total up to, well, if not to respectability, then a little bit more towards it than it had been when it was 70 odd for, it was 71 for 7.
Yeah, I wonder if Somerset will be a bit disappointed and feel they let them go. Not too many, but just a couple more than they'd have been looking at under 100, right?
Yeah, you'd think 71 for 7 is 100 tops.
But they do bat all the way down. Like, Rain is a proper batter, and Rain bats sometimes in the top 4, I think it is, for Durham in the T20, if not that, the top 5. So Rain's a proper batter. Potts is, who's got the new ball in hand here, is pushing to be an all-rounder as well. He's looking at what Bryden Cast did. He's been on the periphery of England's side. He's been in squads, not quite getting the nod. Didn't get the nod for the India series. And maybe it's because a couple of others offer a little bit more with the bat. So he looks to bat properly, Potts.
And he's on the way in to bowl right now, sharing the new ball with Ben Rain. And there's a firm push up to mid-on from Josh Davey. Might be a bit disappointed with the bowling figures, but the good thing about opening the batting straight afterwards is you've got the opportunity to demonstrate an alternative skill. 1 for 56 from 7, Josh Davey, 2 spells. Oh, there was a push at that and no contact, which is just as well from Josh Davies' point of view. Those 4 slips waiting alongside Ollie Robinson. So it's time for Durham to do what they can to exploit this new Kookaburra ball. Exploit it while you can. Firm defence again. So we've got quite a lot of play left in this session. Remember, we lost a bit of time earlier on in the day. Tea due to be taken at 5 to 4.
Yeah, fixed tea time. That's what happens when you lose a bit of time to rain. So it could be a long old evening, Stephen. Floodlights are on. Hope you haven't got a round of golf planned for this evening, Stephen. You'll have to cancel it.
It doesn't matter. Provided there's cricket going on, I'm engaged. Doesn't matter what time of day. We were a bit surprised actually this morning because I looked at the forecast last night. It looks going to be absolutely fine. And a couple of showers, one of them pretty heavy just before the scheduled start, has put everything back a little bit. But Somerset, as things stand, will be happy that they've made the most of winning that toss and putting Durham in. And now it's the batters who have the work to do.
Well, you know how the cliche goes, though, Stephen. Got to see both teams have a dig on it. It's a strong bowling attack Durham have.
And it's a time-honoured phrase.
They've gone for Wagner rather than Coda Youssef. They had the option of 2 from 3 overseas players. I think Beddingham was always going to play. Could have gone Youssef, gone for Wagner. A couple of spinners in Drizzle and Parkinson. Well, 3 really, if you count Colin Ackerman, which I very much do. Rain, Potts and Wagner the seamers.
Run here, first for Somerset. Could be a couple, actually. He's found the gap between mid-wicket and long leg, and in fact, they just amble through for 2, easy as you like. So Josh Davey has Somerset underway. End of Matthew Potts over. Those 2 just the runs that are off it. And rain will continue from the river end.
Yeah. Such a good bowler. Ben Rain excelled since he returned home to Durham. They've got the band back together in the last couple of years. There's Tractor, I see, on the screen, always in his usual spot. I think that's Mustafa Sheikh as well. He's heavily involved in the coaching of Somerset youth teams and on the cricket board over years. Here's Rain. 3 slips. Cadmore dancing around.
Yeah, we saw that from George Drissel earlier on when he came in, having seen a clatter of wickets, using his feet just as the bowler was at the point of delivery.
Well, look, he only bats one way, Tom Cadmore. He strikes the ball so firmly. He's in good touch in red ball cricket. Great to see him playing red ball cricket as well, because he had to effectively get released from his red ball deal earlier in the winter. A big swing and a miss because of the complications with no objection certificates, and basically if you wanted to go and play franchise cricket, which Tom does and does it very well, and play PSL, Ben Rain won't mind that too much. But he remained available for red ball cricket, and he's been picked. And there's a couple of hundreds, was it Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire, I think the last 2 games were. So he's in fine form. Uses his feet. Lost Ben Rain. Down the ground. 1 bounce 4. Playing it almost off 16 yards. Ollie Robertson's got to be thinking. You're in a dangerous position though, isn't it? Because it's a brand new ball. If it gets a little tickle and you're up, they either stick or they don't. If you're back, you're almost guaranteed to catch if you're Ollie Robertson. You could see him stroking his chin there, chatting to Beddingham, chatting to Ackerman. What do I do?
Yes, he got the timing of his advance down the track absolutely right there. TKC. Stays
where he is there. Emilio Gay in at mid-wicket. Doing the fielding. 6 without loss, Somerset.
Yeah, mixing it up as well, playing that one from the crease.
Must be so hard to bowl that. And the batter's doing that, and when you know that he can punish you as well. It's a good challenge, though, and Ben Rain certainly doesn't shirk any challenges.
Yeah, it was an important knock, really, for his side in the context in which he came in. Now with ball in hand. Defence this time. Somerset had 3 slips in all the way through, apart from the couple of overs that Jack Leach bowled late in the innings. 3 posted now for Ben Rain.
Yeah, there were 4 in for Davey, weren't they? Ben Rain, 491 first-class wickets coming in to this game. 284 those for Durham at just under 25.
Down the leg
An
side.
appeal down from Ben Rain. Ollie Robinson takes it, bit of 5-pad, end of the over, 3 gone, 6 without loss.
Sometimes you hear one noise or another, don't you? And you're not quite sure what it is, and then you go up anyway, just in case. That was the case there.
Alex Lee's Durham skipper slipped into the role after Scott Borthwick, who's with Durham 2s at the moment. He's moved into a player coaching role. I expect we'll see him play a bit of Metrobank One Day Cup stuff. He played in Ashes Test, Scott Borthwick. He's been a key part of that Durham side for many years. Another part of the band getting back together, went down to Surrey, won a couple of championships, came back and stood around.
Potts then to Davey, who gets 4 here, down to 3rd man. Once he was clear of the slip cordon, that was the inevitable outcome, really. Enough bat on it. So boundary apiece now for the 2 openers.
Yeah, they'd taken that 4th slip out. I don't think it would have been a catch, but it might have prevented the boundary had they still been there. And these 2, one of 7 different opening pairings Somerset have used so far in what's now 10 games. A couple of the changes have been enforced by injuries and night watchers.
More runs, 4 more, I think. It's the short boundary again, and yeah, despite all the efforts of the fielder, the ball won comfortably.
Yeah, we've seen how quickly that ball races away, particularly on that side, the shorter side, towards the Somerset stand, towards the Hildreth stand. Just opens the face. Lovely.
I don't think I've seen the boundary on that side much shorter than that in a championship game.
I reckon I have. I reckon it was against Yorkshire, and I reckon someone in this box made a very, very quick 100 to win a game chasing about 400 odd. Yorkshire declared.
Going to be more runs here, and 4 of them. So it's a bit of a rapid start this is becoming for Somerset in pursuit of that Durham total of 145.
And by 400 odd, I mean nearer 500, I reckon. And I've just Googled it. Triggs reckons it's 486. The headline here, like this: awesome Trigo secures mammoth trace. Peter Trigo hit a thrilling 50-ball century. Oh, he's added 10 on top as well. He's put a little bit of cream. 476 in 90 overs. Classic Trigo. Always exaggerating.
Firm defence this time from Josh Davies. So was the wicket as far over or further than this one is they're playing on today?
I reckon it's 2 more strips along for that one. It was tiny. Yorkshire had set 438. Well, they'd scored 438 in their first innings, and they'd taken a lead of 112. Arrow got 100. Trescothick 96.
Some game, some chase.
David Stiff batted above Justin Langer and Craig Keys, but he made a quick fire 49. Some bloke called Trigo came in at 7 and saw it home with Xander De Brain. 6 4s and 9 6s. Now, if I remember rightly, Trees, Yorkshire did the same again a year later, they declared, didn't they, in 2010? Not a bad bowling attack either. Hoggard, Shazad, Patterson.
That's strong.
James Lee. Don't remember that name.
That's firmly played by Josh Davey. There'll be a couple more going over that wide stretch of outfield on the reverse side of the ground to the one we've been talking about. It's a lot of open space on that side. 2 comfortable runs for Josh Davey. He's motored really onto 16 not out.
Thanks as ever to our principal live stream sponsors, WPA Health Insurance. If you're in the market for a little bit of that, well worth checking them out. A local company. big supporters of Somerset County Cricket Club. Yeah, I'm right. 2010, they did the same. 334 for 4 they declared, leaving Somerset needing 362 in about, it must have been about 70 overs. They made 364 for 4. This time Triggs wasn't even needed. 93 from Xander De Brain. James Hildreth 102 not out off 70. Josh Butler 31 from 17. Those were the days. Here's Ben Rain, 3 slips in. I loved that Somerset side, Stephen. I loved every Somerset side, but that one, those couple of years, if only there'd been a trophy to show for it, but they were the dominant force for 2009 to 2011 in all formats.
I remember another game here against Yorkshire when Marcus Shoscothick got hundreds in both innings and Somerset won the game. And had the pleasure of interviewing him at the end of it as well. Always nice to interview a batter when they've got shed loads of runs in the bag.
It's an easier interview, that, isn't it? Use of the feet by Kohler Cadmore. Flick of the wrists into the leg side. Over towards that short boundary and into the Somerset stand. That's a lovely shot from Tom Kohler Cadmore.
It's going to take some searching for that because it's gone into the bit of the Somerset stand that isn't actually open to spectators.
Just dances, picks it up so quickly. A flick, a little flamenco flourish.
Beautiful.
Good start this, 26 without loss. Somerset have had the advantage of having a look at the pitch. I mean, it's an advantage for the bowlers bowling first on this pitch, but the batters get to spend a bit of time out there as well and see what it's doing. Have a look. There he comes. He couldn't have left it any longer, really. He was batting from 18, 19 yards, really. Worked massively on his keeping over the last couple of years, Ollie Robinson. Kent were gutted to see him go up to Durham a couple of years ago.
Well, they would have been, because they've got that great keeping tradition down at Canterbury.
And they've gone from having Cox, Billings and Robinson to having none of them in red ball cricket. But he's worked with Brian Campbell, former Western Australia, and Singapore. No, Hong Kong. And Hong Kong wicketkeeper. Although he's opened the bowling in a World Cup game, I think, for Hong Kong. Worked hard with him on his keeping.
I popped into that ground at Canterbury, the Spitfire ground as it's called now.
Into the Sainsbury's?
They've got 2 stands. Here's a little teaser for you, Sam. You'll know it. Got 2 stands which feature the names of wicketkeepers.
Amos, V1.
Ames,
sorry.
Yeah. No, but you were...
I was in the right.
Dead warm.
I was dead warm. I like that. I've got the aircon on, but I'm still dead warm.
The other ones, that's it. Well done. Shared with Derek Underwood, because Norton Underwood played for Kent and England all the way through their careers, really. They were almost exact contemporaries.
Pulled. Doesn't matter when the wicketkeeper is up. You drop a little bit short. Tom Kohler Cadmore, as casual as you like, finds Somerset stand for the second time in the over. I think it's a member of Durham coaching staff. It might be Graham Onions, who's having to do a little bit of extra work for his cash, running up the steps there.
He's got further to go than the previous one. It's gone into row A, B, C, D. Well, it's got to be G or H.
Okay, I thought you were going to take us all the way through there, Stephen. There he is.
I don't think it quite gets to Z, that stand.
That's a good picture. Bang in the middle of the Somerset and the Somerset stand. Graham Onions.
Symmetrical placement.
A fine bowler in his own right. Finished his career off at Lancashire. I think he might have done a bit of coaching there to start off, or did he go straight to Durham? But he's very much back as part of the Durham.
Not a perfect occupation for him.
No.
16 apiece now, the 2 openers.
He just wanted to go for a quiet walk, and he's ended up doing a bit of fielding. 2 sixes in the over. There's solid defensive stroke from the long-sleeved Tom Kohler Cadmore. 5 gone here in the Somerset reply, 32 without loss.
He's having a sit down now, Graham Onions, after all that
Those
schmozzle. He was a fine bowler, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
And he could bat a bit too. I can remember some rear guard efforts from him for England. There's St James's Church with the a slightly threatening sky behind, although I don't think there's anything too alarming heading our way. And the James Hildreth stand with the river behind. Lovely scene here at Taunton, as ever.
I feel like his talent, should have seen him play more tests. Injuries, he was unlucky with injuries, wasn't he? He only played 9 tests. Yeah, big injuries. He bowled blooming well in those tests and took 723 first-class wickets.
Yeah, the Sun's winning the battle over the Clyde at the moment here at Taunton. And Somerset going along very nicely in response to that Durham 145. Still plenty to do though.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. Back, he had a 5-inch titanium pin in the left side of his back heel, Graham Onions. That's a big old pin. A lot of metal. Stress fractures. I remember him saying at the time, imagine a broken polo mint that is starting to crack. That's not an ideal description, is it,
no,
for part of your body?
Not at all.
Particularly not as a fast bowler and it's your foot.
Here goes Potts. Davy firmly, watchfully defending.
He did do a couple of years bowling coach at Lancashire, yeah. I remember he went off, I think he turned Durham contract down and then played a couple of years at Lancs. Back at home, part of the coaching staff. Will Gidman's here as well. With Will Gidman on the stream last year. I think Onions is leading the group. Alan Walker, Whack, I'm sure, will be down. Ryan Campbell, as we mentioned earlier, best wishes to his family. He's been out at his mother's funeral in Australia.
Looking to pull that to the square leg boundary, but didn't get enough bat on it. Anything like.
And guess who else is here from a Durham perspective? Temporary part of the coaching staff. Durham Hall of Famer, a man synonymous with their title wins, their glory years. A batter.
Paul Collingwood?
Of South African descent. Right era.
Have to have a moment's thought about that while I watch this delivery. More runs here for Josh Davey. Again, he's going to get a comfortable 2. Still, the 3 slips in. I wonder how much longer that's going to be justifiable with Somerset going at this rate. There aren't that many runs to defend. 34 without loss. In the 6th over, we've still got 50 to bowl today, potentially. South African descent.
Been a head coach at a couple of different counties as well.
Dale Benkenstein.
Correct. Yeah, he's helping out on their coaching staff in Ryan Campbell's absence. Feels like it might be a natural fit, almost like going home for him. Had so much success there. Dale Benkenstein. Nice man as well. He's helped me out on a number of charity auctions when he hasn't had to. Not only has he been able to provide me shirts, but he's also sorted out collecting a couple together and sending them to me. So very grateful for that.
He was with Gloucestershire, wasn't he, for a short time, and then got poached by Lancashire. Is that the right word?
Spent time with Hampshire as well, so an experienced cricketer and experienced coach. Right, are we going to see a change of bowling? Yes, we are. The first change of bowling for Durham, and it's Neil Wagner back into the attack. Well, back into the attack? Into the attack for the first time, in fact, from the river end in front of that Lordy and Botham stand. As it is now, what a career Neil Wagner has had. Left arm seamer. 64 tests for New Zealand. No hundreds, but 260 wickets at 27s. One short of 850 first-class wickets in his career. 2 slips in a gully. Drizzle's taken a couple of steps to his right.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, it's overpitched. A bit of a loosener. Half volley. It's a long way to roll up towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion, but roll up there it has.
Yeah, it was so well timed. The length it had to travel didn't matter. All the way over that extensive boundary.
As I mentioned earlier, this is not his first game for Durham. It's his first game of his current spell. Short and wide. Drags it back a little bit. Too much. Give Tom Kohler-Cadmore the width. First couple of big scoring shots of his were off leg side. This time he's hit back-to-back boundaries on the offside. Let's have a look at that from side on. He played one game at Chester Street last year in August against Nottinghamshire. It was a masterclass of short bowling. Picked up 4 for 68. Changes angle. Same result though.
These are scintillating strokes.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore is seeing the ball quite well, I would imagine. I tell you what, I know the Kookaburra has been controversial and there's a lot of people that don't like it. I can't imagine Tom Kohler-Cadmore having made hundreds against Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire and having raced to 28 not out from 21 balls. Is in that camp, Stephen?
Yeah, they used to say see it like a balloon, didn't they? Now they say see it like a kookaburra. More runs here as well.
Just a single this time. Emilio Gay's out a deep square leg. Wagner, as he does a fair bit, loses his footing on that effort ball. Haven't seen any short stuff from him. That's how he's made it a career, really.
Barrages of short stuff.
Oh, he puts everything into it. Goes down on that left arm as well. Hopefully he's all right. Looks like he's all right. Yeah, he picked up 4 for Wagner. 4 for 68. Then couldn't. I think he dislocated his shoulder in the field, so couldn't bowl in the second innings. They did win that game. Young Daniel Hogg picked up 7 for on his debut. Got some fine young fast bowlers. Wagner's in short ball. Josh Davey plays that really nicely. It's into a gap. Maybe not quite off the middle in the way that I initially thought it was. Just a single.
Yeah, it was in the air, but always safe, and just didn't quite have the power to take it all the way.
Change of angle yet again for Wagner. They've got another left arm seam. I tell you who will learn a lot from Neil Wagner is young James Minto as well. He's playing England under 19s at the moment. He's a very promising left arm seam, almost in the Sam Curran mould, actually, the way he bowls. Smashes that one. Can't get it past mid-on. All right, I'm going to take a break, Stephen. End of the over 48 without loss. Somerset 7 gone. Driggs is going to come in alongside you.
Thanks, Sam. So, a rapid response from the home side, having bowled Durham out for 145. They've got the deficit down to 2 figures already. 48 without loss. Kohler-Cadmore going like a train on 29, timing the ball beautifully. And Josh Davey promoted to open the innings a couple of matches ago. He's looking the part again. Afternoon, Triggs.
Yeah, they certainly are. They've played nicely, real positive movements out of the crease. Ben Rain having an ends switcheroo to the Trescothic stand end. Starts with a short ball that's clubbed away. Not timed by Josh Davey, but he's going to pick up.
Might get 3
at least
here.
3. Yeah, he's going to pick up 3. Yeah, I think we're witnessing a little bit of a sort of shell-shocked Durham team, really. They would have felt massively under pressure to strike, and like Caddy was saying about how you go after those 7 wickets, you just do, the basics well, top of off and put the batter under pressure. It looks like they've bowled to take wickets, which often brings the runs, and the runs are flowing here. 50 up after just 7.1 overs. So feels like Durham are, probably rightly so, chasing the game a little bit, but can often go horribly the wrong way, especially with a striker at the crease like Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah, who's already on 29 not out, the half century up for Somerset.
Yeah, I think we did mention during the Overton spell, I think they were 17 overs in, not one bouncer was bowled. We've already seen a number of short balls bowled by the Durham bowlers, not really making the most of what this surface has to offer. It's been good stuff by the Somerset pair, and I think paid particular attention to, I think Josh Davey does it as well as any of the batters in the Somerset lineup, the size of the stride he gets when he comes forward. If you reflect back on the sort of nick-offs of the right-handers in the top middle order of the Durham attack, very much stuck on the crease, prodding at the ball. Josh Davey and Kola Cadmore make really sort of positive, smothering strides into the ball. Oh, beautiful shot there from Kola Cadmore, dancing down and pushing that through extra cover. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, that is his 7th boundary. 2 6s and 5 4s. Something for this decent-sized crowd to enjoy. And, well, Alex Lees must be scratching his head. 55 without loss in the 8th over.
Well, it certainly wouldn't be the preferred tactic to react by bringing the keeper up. Only 2 slips now, catcher in extra cover, trying to pin Kola Cadmore to the crease. It wouldn't be the option you'd want to go down, especially if the bowler drags down. Not quite timed by Kola Cadmore, but he's going to pick up another run. And because of the low total Durham have put on the board, I think Somerset almost do have a licence to be quite positive, and I think Durham are kind of like feeding that with the way they're going about their bowling at the moment. Feels like that 145 could be chewed up in rapid time here on day one.
Rain on his way again. That's defended firmly by Davey again. He can play that foil to Tom Kola Cadmore quite easily when you're seeing the ball being dispatched with the style that he's doing it at the moment. Then you can prop up an end and admire the stroke play. He's played 1 or 2 of his own.
Well, he's striking at over 100 himself, 22 off 21. So,
and I'm saying he's going along playing the defensive
He's playing
role.
the Tavares role at the moment at 110 strike rate, or 105.
Yeah, there was
well in behind that. But I think you can sort of you can go in waves of aggression, can't you? But when you go up the gears into your attacking shots, the important thing is you keep an attacking intent in your defensive play. You move your feet positively. When you've got the opportunity to get out of your crease and negate the seam movement, you do so. I think it's one of the great observations now that I don't play and commentate, and you watch a lot of players have success and failure. The amount of times batters, both feet are around the popping crease and they edge it. Very rarely happens when the big strides are made. And I think those movements are really crucial to be a batter to have success at this level.
Wagner again then, 14 off his first over. And that is going to be 4 off the first ball of his second, down to third man.
I mean, this particular matchup, as it's called now, is I think quite a dangerous one in both respects, in terms of Kola Cadmore's wicket from a Somerset perspective, but the amount of runs he can score. Wagner's going to want to get into a fight with a very aggressive stroke maker. He'll bowl his bouncers and those wide deliveries. Kola Cadmore's not going to sit there. He will take on the short ball, especially with the boundary being so short. So I think this is going to be quite an exciting passage of play, and it's going to go one or two ways. I don't really see a boring little spell out of this. I think it's going to be either a lot of runs or an early shower for Kola Cadmore.
On 38 not out as Wagner tries again. And there are going to be more here, at least a couple out to deep extra. Didn't quite sear over the outfield like some of its predecessors, but nicely timed stroke.
Yeah, I think there's a phrase you use in this situation when you face certain bowlers where I think the phrase is, it gets your beans going. You know, your adrenaline's up, you're throwing your hands at everything, and I just sense that's going to be this next sort of half an hour. Lots of shots played. God.
That must have hurt the hands, that extra cover.
He's hit that like a missile. I think Kola Cadmore's going to go after Wagner here. He's obviously famed for taking so many wickets, bowling those short balls, but I can't see Kola Cadmore doing much ducking and weaving. He's throwing his hands at everything.
Mm. Oh, that's up in the air.
There we go. He's forced the mistake. Brilliant work there from Wagner. It was one or two ways, and it's gone the way of the Durham bowler. Time and time again, Wagner creates that breakthrough. Kola Cadmore late onto that pull shot. And you have to say, even though it felt like a bit of a gamble, that's worked out very well. Wagner strikes.
Yep, after an expensive first over, that's going to count volumes for Durham to have made that first breakthrough, because as you were intimating, Triggs, if he'd hung around for an hour or so longer, then that 145 would have been left wallowing in Somerset's wake.
Yeah, he was quite clearly going at everything there, and it was either going to be a lot of runs or a dismissal like that. He's pushed it across Kola Cadmore and has that knack of just forcing those kind of dismissals when it seems like it's going away from the opposition.
And he was actually near enough to Tom Kola Cadmore to utter a word or two.
Well, he probably just said, Tom, I really hope you enjoy your tea. Sorry you couldn't be out here for much longer. I was really enjoying your company. Have a great afternoon. I think that's what he said.
That was exactly what I had in mind, Triggs.
Well, we're going to take tea here on the stroke of that wicket. Somerset 62 in the blink of an eye, but they've just lost Kola Cadmore for 40 of 29 balls. Today, you have to say, has been all Somerset despite that wicket. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes. I'm going to hang around for a little bit because I've got, well, it's a very familiar surname. And it's the first letter of a very familiar Parsons, but it's going to be Kevin Parsons, who's going to come and join us from the Cooper Associates. I'm thinking it's going to be something about some sort of competition that Cooper Associates are running at the moment, but Kev's looking at me mystified, so it might not be. So we're all in for a lovely surprise here. There you go, Kev. There's your headset. And as soon as I press that button, you're live. Kev, we played a game of cricket together for the Somerset Board 11?
Board 11, yeah.
With Robbo, coach.
Yeah.
Talk us through your sort of early cricket days, yourself and your brother here at Somerset, and I suppose the last 25 years, mate.
Yeah,
it's flown by.
It has flown by. So Keith and I both joined here in the early 90s, 92. My career lasted about 3 or 4 seasons. Obviously, he went on about 20. And then when I finished at Somerset, I had a little brief spell with Wiltshire, playing a bit of minor counties, and then when the Board 11 was set up, which was basically the best amateurs around, played against other minor counties and other Board 11s. So I captained that for 5 or 6 years, sort of the end of the 90s, early 2000s, which was where we met first.
Was that a low, like me
no,
coming
not
into
at all.
the team?
I remember the trip to Truro, I think it was, wasn't it, your first game?
Yeah,
then in Truro. I think we found you in a nightclub or something.
Well, there's a chance that might have been the case.
So we had a good few years with the Board 11. That was good, travelling around the country, sort of playing against the best amateurs. And then that sort of died a bit of a death mid-2000s. And then carried on playing club cricket at Taunton St Andrews. And then now as age has caught up with me, I now captain the Somerset over 50s. So playing that on a Wednesday. We've just won our group. We won 7 out of 7. We're now through to the knockout stages to play this weekend.
Excellent stuff. You've scored quite a few thousand runs for Taunton St Andrews in particular. But cast your mind back to your Somerset days. Teammates that you remember in particular, and maybe your sort of fondest moments in a Somerset shirt?
Yeah, the Somerset, back in those days, the second team was very strong. Caddick was doing his qualifying for England, so he played in the second team. And we tended to have 1 or 2 overseas players. So we used to have sort of Kenny Benjamin. I remember one was a quick bowler that we used to have. So most weeks you'd come up against a named player somewhere. So that was a really good experience. In the Somerset side, back then we had Neil Burns, I think, was our second team captain. So I think in '94 we won the second 11 championship.
Harvey Trump, yeah,
Rob Turner, obviously my brother. Trescothick coming through, so played in his first second team game. I think that was '93, I think it would have been. Mark Lathwell. There was lots of good players around at that time.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Yourself and your brother Keith, very much Taunton lads. Must have been pretty awesome to have been on the staff and around the scene both together.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It was something we always wanted to do when we were growing up, and we sort of started at Somerset under 11s and played right through to the under 19s with Robbo. So he took us all the way through, Pete Robinson, and then we both got the contract along with a couple of other local lads at the time. It was brilliant to represent Somerset. That was all we ever wanted to do. I only played a couple of first team games, but we played here against Kent, which was good experience. Carl Hooper played, I remember, but not too many first team appearances. But no, great experience.
Now, Keith went on and obviously played, as you mentioned, a couple of 15, 20 years for Somerset. And am I right in saying, his performance in that 2000 Lords final,
2001, I think
2001 Lords final, was that, were you there or watching on TV, cheering along?
Yeah, it was a funny story that day. Obviously, I captained Taunton St Andrews for a long time, and we had a fixture at Thornbury, and I chose not to go to Lords that day, just because I was captain. And we were batting at the time, and I think I started at 3. But as Keith came into bat, I gradually went down the order. So I ended up watching him bat all the way through. And obviously, he had the 2 sixes off De Freitas at the end, and then bowled well as well and got man of the match. So I'd say that was probably his highlight, 2001. Then he had his benefit year in 2004, and then sort of stopped playing about 10 years ago now, I'd have thought.
Well, obviously, it didn't make its way, all the way through up to the Midlands. But there's one thing if you play cricket in the Taunton Southwest area, you can't bowl on the pads of a Parsons, can you?
No, we do knock a few through the leg side. There's more fielders the other side, so there's no point going that way.
Get on over to my side. And now you're working across the road for Cooper Associates, which has been the second career for a number of ex-Somerset players. Give us a list of the names that are you're sharing an office with now.
Yeah, we've got a good sort of social cricket side, if you like. So we've obviously got the mortgage business and the wealth management business, and then we set up my accountancy business 9 years ago. But there's loads of cricketers there. Obviously, the Coopers are all played club cricket at Taunton and Taunton St Andrews. But as well as that, we've got James Regan, Carl Gazzard, who's back playing again, so he's enjoying his cricket. He comes in on a Monday morning and talks us through his knock. James Regan, Charles Willoughby, Tim Grunewald. Plenty of cricketers around.
Well, whenever Gazzard's got a call in Weston-super-Mare, like he did yesterday, he always pops in for a coffee. James Regan, in particular, in the local cricket, if you follow it, he must be in unbearable mood at the moment with the amount of runs he's scoring for Bridgewater.
You certainly know on a Monday morning whether he scored runs or not when he walks past the office. He's on a great run at Bridgewater at the moment. Obviously, we made him at Taunton St Andrews. We made him into the cricketer he is, but he's now gone to Bridgewater and doing really well. Yeah, they're at the top of Whipple and going well.
Yeah, he chalked up 100 against the team I play for as well. It was nice to watch, actually. He was on the staff for maybe 2 years at Somerset and didn't quite fulfill his potential, but he's blossomed into a very good player, hasn't he?
Very good batter, yeah.
So any sort of office cricket being played? Or?
No, we used to play a few sort of friendlies in the evenings, but I think we scared a few off a couple of games 2 or 3 years ago where we were probably too good for them. So we've not had any this year at all. But there's plenty of cricket chat all the time in the office. And obviously the links with Somerset are massive.
And the links with Somerset, you mentioned the Jack and Lee Cooper in particular played second 11 cricket for Somerset. Certainly went up through the pathways as well. Obviously being geographically pretty close, the connection with the club and being named the Cooper Associates County Ground, that's been quite a long-standing and hopefully successful in both ways partnership.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've been naming rights on the ground for about 5 years now. It might even be more than that. And there's lots of links between the two, and we get lots of referrals and lots of people come across the road to us looking for mortgages or pension advice or accountancy. So, hopefully that continues for a long time.
Well, I know that Carl is in control of my old age. He's looking after my pension, and I know... I think one of the team did my daughter's first mortgage,
okay,
so
perfect.
I certainly have a sort of personal history of you guys doing a grand job. And I noticed on the stream that you're running a competition for some sporting experiences, and I think the star prize is a Miller Champion Hall cricket back. Are you aware of this?
Yes, there's tickets to, I think, Gloucester Rugby and a couple of tickets to the Somerset game, and a Miller Champion Hall bat. So yeah, if you go online, I think there's all the instructions on there on how you can enter. So definitely worth doing.
There we go. Right on cue. The QR code in the bottom right-hand corner. If you scan that with your phone, you'll be able to enter the big Cooper Associates Sporting giveaway. And I'm sure if you have a +1 and you're short of a mate, Kev will pop along with you. He loves a day out of the sport.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to go to Gloucester for an afternoon. That'd be good.
Excellent stuff. So, Kev, have you been watching the morning's play? Are you downstairs hosting any clients or anything?
No, not in the box today. No, I've just been watching the scores come up on the screen, and obviously a few wickets have gone down this morning, but we're in a good position now by the look of it.
Yeah, it felt like a lot happened this first hour. Craig Overton was exceptional. He took 6 for not many, and yeah, could have been a few more. Good bit of rearguard action, but the way that the Somerset batters have started has really set the tone. So cast your mind back to you in your younger days. You're in that situation. Number 3 will be Tom Lammonby. Imagine you're that batter. How are you preparing yourself to go out to face the Durham attack?
Well, it seems like we're coming out and being positive, which is the way of the world these days. Batters don't seem to want to bat for long periods of time like we used to back in the olden days. So I think they'll come out and try and be positive and obviously score as quickly as Tom Kohler-Cadmore has done in the first 8 or 9 overs.
Yeah, you've obviously played a lot of cricket, across the era where T20 became a thing, and I certainly did the same. I can remember, as I'm sure you can vouch for, that our coaches would shout things to me down the lane. Why don't you leave the ball more? It's kind of changed. How have you sort of witnessed the players coming through sort of Taunton St Andrews into professional cricket? Have you noticed a massive change that's been brought on by the T20 era that we're in?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a huge change in everything, the size of the bats, the fitness of the players, which is all encouraging people to hit the ball harder and score more 6s and 4s than we ever used to. We've had a great little run at Taunton St Andrews of developing the young lads, back obviously to Keith and I, right the way through to, Thomas and James Rue and the Thomases and people like that we've been lucky enough to be involved at St Andrews, and they all just come in with no fear, just happy to come in and play a reverse sweep and slog it over mid-on if we have to, and back in the day.
Is there something in the water with brothers and professional cricketers? That's quite something, actually. 3 sets out of one club in a short period of time.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're very proud of the people, the sort of the players that have come through us over the time. But these boys now are totally different to me and Keith back in the day. The way how quickly they score their runs and how well they score their runs makes it much more entertaining to watch.
Well, you do sense that Taunton St Andrews is a big club in the area, and we were playing Taunton St Andrews a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think there would be too many first-class cricketers that were in a test squad probably 6 weeks ago that would sort of have the passion for the club that James Rue has. It was, when we rocked up, I was like, hopefully neither of the Rues available. And when you see Big Rue turn up, I thought that that says an awful lot about the link between, or the attachment he has to Taunton St Andrews and what the club have done for him in terms of getting him to that test squad selection.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've monitored their progress since they were, they used to turn up on a first team day, and the dad used to throw balls at them in the nets, from when they were 9 and 10. So it was we were always aware how special they were. The 2 Rue boys, but they're good at everything. We've got a golf society in the cricket club, and they turn up at those events and win those events as well, and they represent the country at squash, and anything they do, they just seem real talented lads.
Sickening, isn't it?
But such good lads as well. They're really good
lads,
and they'll do anything for anyone, and like you say, every opportunity they can, they turn up on a Saturday and help St Andrews out.
Excellent. Kev, well, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you. Thanks to yourself and Cooper Associates for the continued support. We hope that lasts for many more years and works well both ways. And thank you for saving me from the nightclub in Truro all those years ago. And if you wouldn't have been the captain, mate, the stalwart of Somerset County Cricket Club, who knows? Maybe I wouldn't be sat here
Who knows?
today talking nonsense with you, buddy.
Who knows? Good to see you.
Cheers, Kev.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, the big Cooper Associates Sporting giveaway is on your screens now. Scan that QR code and get yourself in that competition to win either 2 tickets to Gloucester Rugby, 2 tickets to a Somerset fixture, or I think the star prize, that lovely Miller Champion Hall cricket bat. We'll see you at the start of the final session in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Enjoyed a very short break for tea. The players hopefully have enjoyed a cuppa, and we're ready to go again. Final session, which will be an extensive one in this Rothesay County Championship First Division match between Somerset and Durham to rattle through the history. Lewis Gregory called correctly. I should perhaps say that it was the Durham skipper Alex Lees who called incorrectly, because it was Lewis Gregory who flipped the coin up. But in any event, Durham got put into bat. They've been bowled out for 145. Craig Overton, the star of the show, with 6 for 23 in his 10 overs. And Somerset have gone off at a rattling pace. 62 for 1 in the 9th over. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is the 1 wicket taken after a scintillating effort. You call it slightly better than a cameo. He went
I think it
for
was
40.
I wonder what the benchmark is for cameo. When is it more than a cameo? That's a good question for YouTube. When did you hit up? What does it become after? What's next after a cameo?
I'd suggest that he crossed the bar.
Okay, and what does he cross into?
Oh, maybe. 26 maybe might be the point at which he crossed the bar. You get to 40, you're over it. I don't know what it becomes then. Any suggestions welcome?
Lammonby off the mark straight away. Couple off his legs. Callum Parkinson doing the fielding. Yeah, so we need to know.
When does a cameo become too good to be a cameo?
And also, part 2, what does it become?
Absolutely.
Is there an area that we're currently sitting in between an innings and a cameo? Because we're pretty certain Tom Kohler-Cadmore, what he has just done, sits within that. We just don't know what it is or what the threshold is. Pulled. Didn't time it. In front of square. Alex Lees with the floppy hat on does the fielding, just a single.
But Somerset were going at a rattling pace. I was sitting here suggesting that Josh Davey was playing second fiddle to to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, but he's got a strike rate of 100.
I mean, he was. I don't think you were incorrect, but I think Triggs was also right to suggest that strike rate of north of 100. Difficult. He's not hanging around, is he? It's not one of those efforts. Do you remember, I think a couple of years ago when Hashim Amla was still playing, and there was a game down at the Aegeus Bowl, the Rose Bowl as it then was, and I think he batted all day for not many.
Oh, yeah, it was when they had to hang on for a draw.
Yeah, let's have a look. I'll find that scorecard.
Did he get 30 odd in
Off
a day and a half or
yeah.
something like that?
And you can't imagine that was because he got stuck, a man of his talents.
So, Ben Rain in, and that's a lovely stroke by Tom Lammonby. We saw some from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and it's paying him the highest compliment to say that was in the same league.
37 not out of 278 balls is the innings we were talking about.
Hashim Amla, yeah.
Don't want to say too much about Lammonby, but this feels like it's his season, potentially a season where everything is changing and falling into place. He's got his coffee shop down the road, something to focus on away from cricket. There's a good interview with him with Mel Farrell on The Cricketer as well that's worth reading if you're a subscriber. Talks about that, the mental side of things. I think he's been working with a sports psychologist as well. It was a fun couple of balls, Lammy, but Triggs is back from his cart. I'm going to let him back on.
An impeccable leave followed the boundary to backward point. Lammonby on 7. Somerset pretty nearly halfway to overhauling that Durham total of 145. Just the 10th over of the innings. And watchful defence again, this time from the left-handed Tom Lammonby. Now, Peter Trigo, I have acquired during the tea interval.
I feel like I need to loosen up when I look at those.
Two pairs of Duke's balls and 2 pairs of Kookaburra ones, unused and used. And the Kookaburra, as that's played nicely out to deep extra, is going to be 4 more here. The pace is not letting up in the Somerset reply. But yeah, the Duke's ball appears to have a slightly prouder seam on it than the Kookaburra.
Yeah, I kind of guessed, if you can see on the screen, if you see the seams there, the Duke ball on this side, not only is it a much darker colour, darker red, which I think lends itself to shining up a little bit easier and keeping in good condition. Lovely shot there from Lammonby through extra cover. Rocks onto the back foot. Is it going to go all the way? Very, very close. He's going to get 3 for his troubles, though.
That's a good effort. Putting that one in.
Yeah, I know in the ball picking process, like most kookaburras, because they're machine made and machine finished, there's sort of much of a muchness, a very flat seam. In fact, actually, if you have a look at the seam on that one, it's almost like part of the seam is under the level of the leather itself, so not able to get as much purchase into the wicket, whereas the Duke seam is just sort of pronounced, certainly into the middle where it's joined, and you just get a sense that if that hit the pitch on a certain angle, you get a lot more movement out of that. But I think it's more to do with the quality of the leather that the Duke produces. It shines up. It's a darker red ball. The ropes definitely thicker. Certainly in the picking process, you used to look for those dark cherry red balls. They were always the really high quality Duke balls, and I think that sort of sped forward when you get into the used ball age. You know, you only have to look at the quality of those two, which look like they're of a similar sort of age, where if you've still got the writing on the Duke ball there, and it's disappeared
on the
off of the Kookaburra ball as well. And to be honest, it looks like the Kookaburra, after what I would say probably that for me is more of like a 25 over old ball. That's maybe a 30 over old ball. Looking at it,
yeah, it looks more scuffed.
That looks like it's been in Fido the dog's bed for an afternoon, and looks like it's really been chewed up and haggard on one side.
Yeah, that's bounced in the Taunton car park, that one, I'd suggest.
Yeah.
And the seam is a bit more scuffed on that one. Would that be fair?
Yeah, and I think, like I said, if you gave me sort of 2 minutes with a little bit of sweat or saliva on one side and shine it on the whites as you see all the time, you'd have that buffed into a condition where that would still swing. Whereas because of the scuffing you get on the ball, you can't get one of the sides of the ball smooth, so you're unlikely to get any swing, and we see that week in, week out. You get 5, 10, 15 overs of swing out of a Kookaburra, and then it does nothing. Whereas a good Duke, you can swing into the 70th over. And I think that's the main difference. The pronounce of the seam and the quality of the leather you see on a Duke ball, I think sets the Duke ball aside in English conditions. That's my experience of using them in different parts of the world.
Well, from some of the scores we've seen in the games played with Kookaburras in recent weeks, certainly shows as Wagner.
So the job of the batter is to get that Kookaburra ball into that condition as quickly as possible, where that be hitting it into the boundary boards, forcing the bowlers to bowl a lot of overs where they don't take a wicket. As soon as you get yourself in and the ball stops swinging, and it undoubtedly swings a lot less than a Duke ball, then obviously the odds are massively stacked in your favour as a batter.
And that showed a little bit in the latter stages of the brief Durham innings. If you look at Ben Rain 42, Matthew Potts 21, Neil Wagner 24, that was when the shine had gone.
Yeah, when it becomes a real problem is when one of the top four get themselves to 40, 50, and you're facing a Duke ball that's still swinging, you can still get them. Whereas when the swing element goes out of the Kookaburra ball and you've got a high-quality batsman that have got themselves in and they've got the pace of the wicket, that's when sort of penetrating through the batter becomes really difficult in English conditions. We've seen it time and time again, and that's probably the big asterisk over the Kookaburra ball in England at the moment. Wagner will obviously bring a massive point of difference with deliveries like that. He will go for the old nose and toes approach, which is what he did against Kohler Cadmore, because you know a high volume of bounces are coming from Wagner. You're kind of, like Caddy mentioned earlier, your feet are taken away as a batter, so that fuller delivery becomes more dangerous because you're not efficiently moving forward into the ball, getting that position stuck on the crease.
1 for 24, Neil Wagner, in his third over.
Yeah, sometimes easier. It's quite hard to put this into words. You know, when you play the short ball, it's very much a ball that you face on instinct. And when you face a bowler that might bowl you one bouncer every 5 overs, and that instinct kicks in, that's relatively easy to play. When you know a guy's going to bowl more like 30 bouncers out of 36, that sometimes can be hard to play because you're kind of setting yourself to duck and weave and fend the ball off of your face, and it leaves your stump and your outside edge quite exposed. It can bring a lot of runs. That's the negative side of that is you can score quickly off someone bowling short, but Wagner has a amazing ability to bowl bouncers accurately. Not many in world cricket are able to bowl the volume of short balls directly at your face that Wagner does. So he's a challenge.
Josh Davey rose to it well the last ball of that over, got up on his toes, picked up an offside single, take him to 23. So Somerset 78 for 1. Despite the one that's gone, this reply is going pretty well for them.
Yeah, Ben Rain from this end, more the conventional challenge, just trying to find that outside edge, nip one back onto the shin. So very different challenges coming from both ends at the moment. Tell you what, Lammy, that new Duke ball makes me want to get the old bowling boots out the boot. Ooh. Swing that round corners, that mate. I think
it's a great colour.
Feels nice in the hand. The Kookaburra new ball does feel good in the hand as well, but you just don't get that same amount of confidence from the flatter seam.
I remember years ago keeping wicket, the thud of the new ball when it goes into the gloves. It's quite different from an older one. Sharper feel.
Well, like we showed in there, is you do actually lose material from the Kookaburra balls. Chunks get taken out of it. They seem to be not quite as hardy as the Duke balls.
Runs here, down to fine leg. Will it go the whole way? Yes, it has. That's very frustrating for the fielder because he got all the way, long chase round, and looked as though he might just pull it in. And it all feels a bit wasted when the ball beats you to it.
Yeah, that's a real teaser there. And actually interesting to see the line of that ball. That looked very sort of middle and off stump. Josh Davies managed to get the inside half of the bat on that one. Ben Rain would have certainly felt in with a chance halfway through that shot.
This time it's straight to the man at square leg. So, won't be a run.
I think as well, in terms of bowling attributes, the Kookaburra ball, I think, more negatively affects bowlers like Rain. You know, you look at the really top quality, seamers that have toiled through county cricket over the last couple of decades. Your Masters, Mascarenhas, the Murtagh, the list goes on. I don't think the records would look the same if they were using a Kookaburra ball as opposed to a Duke. That sort of swing that these bowlers really do rely on in terms of getting their wickets. It really does suit the bowlers like Wagner, Potts, those guys of high pace. So I understand the logic of producing those sort of bowlers, but not many counties have a battery of Matthew Potts. As that's a beautiful shot there from Josh Davey. Good good area there from Ben Rain, but he's able to just rock back and punch that off the back foot. You don't see many shots of that quality. That for me, shot of the day.
That was terrific, and he knew with the field set in, if the placement was right and it is perfect, then that was going all the way.
Yeah, that's a proper shot there from Josh Davey, who I think has melted into this opening position very well. I mean, it was spoken about. There's a lot of eyes open when Gregory and Davey opened the batting, when there was that real big rejig. But, you know, a lot of people, especially, you know, 2 rooms across, all the journalists in there, they were all saying that Josh Davey's got the technique to be an opening batter, and he's done pretty well. I don't know exactly what his runner scores, but not many low scores in there. I'm pretty sure he's done quite well in what is a difficult position.
Yeah.
Parkinson into the attack. Bit of spin early in this innings. Somerset have raced to 86 for 1 off of just 12 overs. Durham certainly need to change the momentum in terms of the amount of runs scored.
64 and 10 in the previous game against Warwickshire. Yeah, 24-15 against Durham up at Chesterless Street, the corresponding match to this one. Then 28 and 2. Yeah, he's had starts pretty regularly, hasn't he? Got up to 20s, 30s.
Was that the first of the Warwickshire, the 64 and 10? That was the first day of the experiment, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he'd shown enough form to possibly put the thought into the minds.
Yeah, but you know that's what Somerset really needed. Apart from the 64, there isn't another half century in there, but there's time out of the game, there's getting through that new ball spell. You know, all of those 20s he has scored in the first innings was quite considerably better than Vaughan and Dixon beforehand. But on that note, Dixon has just got out for 99 for the 2s. He'll be disappointed not to have got that extra run, but showing that he's carrying on his good form from the T20 blast.
You got spin on at the river end. Saw a little bit from Jack Leach earlier on, but Matt Parkinson on now. And there'll be a single comfortably for Tom Lammonby. Mid-on is set back a tad. So spin introduced as early as the 13th over of the innings.
It was almost a forced change, really, from...
Oh, that turned.
The Somerset batters. They've got off to a bit of a flyer here, so certainly needed a change of momentum, and that particular delivery there will inspire a change. Another second slip going into position. I think that's Beddingham. Josh Davey reacting by using his feet.
Yeah, there was one delivery from Jack Leach that turned a little, but that was slightly more extravagant.
Yeah, turning from straight, always something the spinners want to see from brother of Matt, Callum Parkinson. Very rare that I get the opportunity to correct you, Mr. Lamb.
Beg pardon.
But
Callum.
Can't help but have enjoyed that little moment there. I got him, ladies and gents. I got him.
I'm walking. Apologies to Callum. Get it right for the rest of the match.
I don't think you'll forget that one, Lamb, will you? Ben Rain going around the wicket now to Tom Lammonby. He's bowled 6 overs for 43, so it's been expensive at the start of this Somerset reply. Slash through point to the deep fielder. Yeah, they've been caught off guard here today. Durham dismissed for 145 in quick time. Devastating spell by Craig Overton and a bit of an onslaught early on by Davey and Kohler Cadmore has led us to this position where Durham are slightly in defensive mode at the moment, desperate to get this run rate down, get some control on this first innings.
And Josh Davies runs, adding to the wicket he took in the first innings. It was an important one as well. It was Ben Rain when he'd launched something of a counter-attack.
Yeah, he played well when he came in. It was, you could almost call it really. I've played a fair bit of cricket against Ben Rain, and he's a competitor. He's always in the scrap, and he has that ability just to play his shots. And I think his dismissal will be disappointed with. He kind of went in his shell a little bit for that one particular ball, and it cost him his wicket. Lovely, beautiful back foot cover drive. Nearly stopped at the diving point, but it gets through. Another boundary.
Yeah, I thought he had it covered for a moment, but the placement was so good. Managed to get it between them, and again that short boundary.
Yeah, Somerset's Roy of the Rovers at the moment, opening the batting, opening the bowling. Doing a good job of both.
On to 35 now, Josh Davey.
Slip going out into gully, and they're going to pop that cover fielder through onto the boundary. So, yeah, always a good sign for the batting team where you're losing catching fielders, and the mindset's gone a little bit more defensive from the Durham captain.
More runs here. Should be a couple. Davey is sprinting and gets home very comfortably indeed in the end. Yeah, they started with 3 slips. They had 4 on occasion, but down to 2 now.
Yeah, little passages of play like that I think will frustrate the captain. You know, scored through the boundary through the offside, sets a field to protect the offside, and then Rain follows that up with a ball too straight, and then he goes for runs on the leg side. Really hard to get control if you bowl in 2 sides of the pitch.
Looking for the drive, not getting hold of that one. But batting is at a stage where it tends to get easier by the over now. We're coming to the end of the 14th.
Yeah, it certainly was a good toss to win. A bit of rain around, overcast conditions. I think it's fair to say that Somerset got the lion's share of the conditions in terms of the ball swinging and nipping around a little bit.
And a little bit of uneven bounce as well, particularly for Craig Overton. Slightly up and down. We saw James Rue taking a few by his face. And there hasn't been the same juice in the wicket for the Durham bowlers.
Yeah, it's hard to really say if that was the wicket. I think one thing that Craig Overton and Lewis did in particular is they hammered the same spot over and over again. So you actually saw that there was a bounce and movement differential, whereas I think the Durham bowlers have sort of sprayed it around a little bit. They haven't been that consistent. They've given the Somerset batters lots of scoring opportunities. Bowled a number of bounces that we didn't really see from Somerset at all until the very back end of the innings when the damage was already done. So it's almost been the perfect day for Somerset to date.
Yeah, the cream of the batting had been skimmed off by then. 70 for 1, Durham were at one stage. So 145 is something of a recovery from there. Yeah, 71 for 7.
In the context of where they were, yeah, I agree. It sort of looked like they'd sort of pulled it back, but then you have a look at the true nature of the pitch, and you have to just credit. I think it's one of those days where you have to say chapeau, Craig Overton. He bowled beautifully. He just hammered the same spot, got a little bit of movement or enough movement, nothing extravagant, but it was just enough.
Yeah, 6 for 23, Craig O. from 10 overs. But they did manage, Durham, to, I mentioned that, 71 for 7. To double the score from there with your last 3 wickets is something. It's not at the moment looking likely to be enough, though. 97 for 1, the reply.
Yeah, we normally see the characteristic of the pitch favour the batter throughout the 4 days, and
elegant drive.
Somerset, I'd imagine, will probably have to lean on Jack Leach a lot more in the second innings than they have had to in the first. 97 for 1 now. Good couple of overs from Callum Parkinson, showing a little bit of spin from straight, which always inspires. A little bit of a zephyr blowing across this ground, so just help Parkinson with a bit of drift. Potts is coming back into the attack from the Trescothick stand end.
Yeah, that makes reasonable time for Rain to have a rest. Well, 2 spells, 7 overs in all. Yeah, Jack Leach just bowled 13 deliveries in the first innings. Picked up a wicket in the process, though. That was Matthew Potts for 21. Well caught by Tom Abel. So Potts started off from this Marcus Trescothick end. We can see the wicket Jack Leach took, and the Tom Abel catch. Reverse sweep and diving. It's low to the ground, but sort of catch you expect Tom Abel to take comfortably. Very safe pair of hands.
Yeah, even that dismissal there sort of speaks of a little bit of confusion there. You've got a guy that's built like a brick outhouse, 6'4", and he's going to take a chance with a reverse sweep rather than trying to plant him back over his head. Probably not the option if he had another chance to risk his wicket. So a lot of things going in Somerset's favour. Keeping an eye on the live stream. Ben Rain's, colour of Ben Rain's head has made an appearance. I always think about guys that have shaved their head that play sport in the sun. I always think of Jim Furyk as Josh Davey nicks off to Matthew Potts. A beautiful delivery there, exactly where the captain would want him to bowl. Josh Davies played well for his 37, but he's been undone there. A little bit of a dab at the ball, very much like the right-handers of Durham, just wafting at the ball, and it's cost him his downfall. Durham have taken a much-needed wicket here on day 1.
Yeah, we've seen a few catches into that cordon between keeper and slips. James Rue picked up a couple of catches in the Durham innings. Tom Kohler-Cadmore first slip, Lewis Gregory second. And Tom Abel picked one up as well. Now it's Durham's turn. First wicket going down to a skying caught and bowled for Neil Wagner, but that one neatly taken.
Yeah, shame that from Josh Davies, played well. James Rue striding out now. Classy left-hander, has been in great form, not just this year, but for the whole of his first-class career in a Somerset shirt. I'll be leaning on him again for a contribution in that middle order.
Yeah, promoted to number 4. We were talking about that opening reshuffle. Moving James Rue up was part of that. Started at number 6. But no surprise really that he's gone northwards. His class. one of the best innings I've seen here this summer was James Rew's century in the run chase against Essex, and that was such an important result after an indifferent start in the Championship. Helped to turn Somerset's fortunes around.
Yeah, he's been the key to the middle order for a while now. He scored a very sort of low-key century early on in the season because all the plaudits went to Banton, scoring that 371. But James Rew was up the other end doing plenty of good stuff himself.
It was a century and a half, wasn't it? And
yeah,
hardly anybody
he's
noticed.
Sometimes happy to score, to play second fiddle to someone who scores Somerset's highest individual score. Potts with his tail up. They're bowling quick.
All left-handed partnership for the third wicket. In place, Lammonby and Rew.
Yeah, good test here from Rew facing a bowler that's been in and around the England scene, and he's cut one straight to gully. He'll be bitterly disappointed with that. Naught for James Rew. Potts has struck again.
Wow.
Just got a little bit big on him. It's, you know, the way that he sort of shaped his body, it just bounced a little bit higher than he was expecting, and all he did was guide it into the hands of Gully. A smart catch low down, but James Rew will be very disappointed with that. We have a look at a replay of the Davey dismissal. I'm sure we'll see the Rew one after the air. Good probing line there from Potts, catching the outside of Davey. Good catch by Drizzell at Gully.
Yeah, it was a ball that Davey needed to play.
We'll have the replay of the Rew dismissal. There we go, round the wicket. Yeah, it just looked like it got a little bit big on him. And a good catch.
It's nicely taken. It's a fairly straightforward slip catch earlier. And that was Drissel who took that. So 2 wickets for Potts in the same over. In fact, Craig Overton taking 2 in 2 balls a couple of times earlier today.
Yeah, well, Somerset just need to make sure that they wrestle some momentum back here. Perfect man for the job coming out to bat now. Tom Abel, been in good form himself. Him and Lammonby have batted an awful lot of balls together over the past few seasons, and Somerset just need to steady the ship. It's a key period here. Somerset have got the opportunity of getting a healthy lead today, but it's not just going to be gifted to them.
Yeah, 62 was when the first wicket fell, and second and third both on this current total of 98. Won't stay on that any longer though, because that's been driven firmly and attractively to the long on boundary to bring up the Somerset 100.
Yeah, as I called it, Lammy, a nice little consolidation phase as Lammonby hits a full toss back over the bowler's head, but probably an appropriate outcome for that loosener there from Drizzell, who's come on to bowl at the Lord in Botham stand end. Tall action, bowls his off spin. He had a particularly difficult game and hit the headlines for a lot of the wrong reasons as that one skids on, but looks like it's sliding down the leg side. Was it highest championship figures? One for 250 odd or something. Sounded like a tough day.
Just the 2 overs bowled by Callum Parkinson before the change at the River End. Another single here for Lammonby. So 5 bowlers used already by Alex Lees. Neil Wagner, 1 of the 2 wickets, and Matthew Potts has the 2 others. So right-handed Tom Abel, having taken guard, has a slip and a short leg for company.
Yeah, even though we lost a little bit of time to rain this morning, because so much happened in that Durham first innings, it sort of turbocharged the game, so there's a lot of time left in this game, and Somerset need to get in. And Drizel has got one to bounce off a length. Abel, inside edge, a smart catch. At the catcher tight in on the leg side underneath the helmet. And Abel's gone, first ball. Somerset are wobbling here.
Yeah, that's 4 down now on 103. And rather as we saw with the cream of the Durham batting, it's being pushed aside.
Yeah, it just looked like that delivery was one that Tom Abel ought to have got forward to, but you see there, if you slow that one down, if we have that replay again, a puff of dust. They're showing those characteristics of the Taunton pitch. It will off a spin. You see that big puff of dust there. It's just bounced and turned sharply into Abel and offered up a chance to the short leg fielder. No such thing as an easy catch in there, and the hero of a few months back, Tom Banton, over the line and into the scrap. Somerset are in one at the moment. 103 for 4 now. Pacey delivery from Drizel, fired into the pitch. He's reacted, and a good catch at short leg.
It's astonishing how quickly the game can change, isn't it? We always say add 2 wickets to the total. We saw 2 of them on 98, and now another one on 103.
Yeah, all change here. Banton, a prolific sweeper and reverse sweeper. Wonder if we'll see him take those options on early on in his innings. Definitely signs that there is going to be spin available to Drizel here. Bowled with good pace so far. Fired the ball into the pitch.
We had 3 ducks in the Durham innings: Ackerman, Robinson and Clark. And as Banton defends his first ball, we already have 2 in the Somerset.
Yeah, that's five people having sleepless nights with the dreaded pair looming over their shoulders. I always think that was the worst feeling, to be on a pair. Naught in the first innings. Made for a very nervy few days. Great over there from George Drizel. He's bowled with good pace. I like it. He's fired it into the pitch. Banton has come forward to his first 2 deliveries. Abel sort of stayed back in the crease and sort of gave the ball that opportunity to spit at him. He does play spin more often than not off the back foot, Abel, and sometimes it can land you in a spot of bother. Fans, both human and canine, enjoying the day's play on Gimlet's Hill, just down to our left.
And no surprise at all that Matthew Potts is going to continue, having taken that brace of wickets in his previous over. 2 for 19 in all. This will be his 5th, bowling to Tom Banton. Banton promptly got off that pair. So he won't become another one. Was it any worse, Triggs, being on a king pair than just an ordinary one?
Well, I can't speak for that because I never opened, so I could only imagine that. Oh, that's first ball, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. What's the other one? Diamond? Or
A diamond duck.
Is that first ball in the innings?
I think it may well be.
Wow,
but king pair you can get at any time.
And anything starting with pair is a bad thing, or ending in pair.
Yeah.
I managed to get through all of my 200 and odd games without one, but I chanced it quite a few times.
Well, that's pretty good, not actually to bag one.
Apparently the chat with batters, if you play 100 games without one, you've done well. And like I said, the number of occasions that I had registered a globe on the first innings, it was a couple of sleepless nights before I got that run, as Banton just runs that one off of the face. I think he got caught there, Banton, in two minds whether to leave or play, and ended up, I feel like that's more of a leave than a shot. Yeah, it was a very late decision there just to offer the bat to the ball.
Soft hands may have helped.
Yeah, I've put that down into the false shot category. I don't think that was overly intentional. That's what does happen when you just crank that miles per hour from 80 to sort of the high 80s. All of a sudden that little bit of indecision can cost you dearly. On some quick spells does Matthew Potts.
Yeah, he's secured his first boundary, whether it was exactly what he meant or not. 108 for 4. Oh, well, that was indeterminate. That was off the edge, I would suggest.
Yeah, he definitely offered a shot at that one, but he's got away with it. And again, I think you change the scoreboard, and I think Durham would have at least 3 slips in place. I think the fact that they're sort of in defensive mode has maybe saved Banton there.
Here's Potts again. Expensive over, which is no fault of the bowler, really. The outside edge preceded by that slightly questionable glide down through backward point, but Banton is still there, which is what matters to Somerset, and the deficit dwindling in that over. They are now, it's one of those awkward figures, 33 behind.
Gentleman there tucking into a lovely packet of salt and vinegar McCoys. He's a smart man. He's bought his Virtue earpiece. Looks like he's having a great day, and he's looking round saying, they're talking about me, love. They've caught me with my McCoys. There, hello sir, how are you? Give us a thumbs up. There we go.
Looks like a decent meal.
Do like a bag of McCoys. Whistle into the attack. Creating a bit of a theatre out there, the Durham team. Lots of oohs and ahs. They just sense a little bit of a door open here. 4 down now for 112. You just wonder if these passages of play are a little bit of a hangover for playing a month of T20. Feels like everyone's brains are racing a little bit. What do you think about that?
Well, I think I've never really been comfortable with the chopping and changing of formats in the middle of the season.
Yeah, they threw a couple of championship games in the middle of the blast, but you know, Somerset was so prolific in the blast, and you get into that mentality of thinking on your feet, thinking very quickly, and thinking about places to score. You know, very much a different scenario when you're, you know, facing a good bowling attack on a wicket that's doing a little bit, and just looks like everyone's minds are a little bit turbocharged at the moment, hence why we've had 14 wickets already today.
Yeah, with 37 overs still left, so we've only had 2/3 of the day.
And lots of runs scored as well. It's not like they've struggled to get the ball away. Well, I don't know what the run rate is across the whole day, but I would imagine it's somewhere around 5 runs and over. Banton down the wicket and squirts that through point for a single.
Yeah, not the perfect outcome, but all along the ground nonetheless. Drissel 1 for 7 in just his second over, the wicket of Tom Abel. Got into position well there, Lammonby, to play that backward of point. Rather comfortable single.
Yeah, it's just that fine balance when you change formats from your absolute intent in T20 cricket is to score runs, but there's, I mean, it's probably quite a loose term, but you know, on a day like today, you just want to bat. You want to have a nice 2 or 3 hour net session where guys are out there employed to fetch the ball for you and you hit it to the boundary and just bat. Whereas it just looks very much like, you know, it's about scoring, scoring, scoring. I feel like that's brought the downfall of a couple of Somerset wickets in particular.
Away goes Potts. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could say that Kohler Cadmore innings was an example. He was in top gear from the outset, really, wasn't he? Fell to a skyer.
Yeah, I don't think he makes too many apologies for playing in that way, because you know
it's his style.
He's been fantastic, you know, in the 4-day team and the T20 team in many ways. It's just his way of batting. He's a hitter. He's going to look to take chances and risks. And you know, with that, you're always going to have the odd dismissal that are going to, you know, lend to fans and coaches scratching their heads. But you've got to take the rough with the smooth, and there's been far more smooth this year from Tom Kohler Cadmore. He's played nicely since returning from his T20 duties.
And he's top scorer in the innings so far, not quite in the match. Ben Raines, 42, holds that honour at the moment. We didn't know much about that. Off the Q end, I fancy, of the bat. Squeezed out on the offside.
Plenty of overs left in the day's play, 36 of them. Had some quite peculiar playing hours, thanks to that little deluge of rain that we had early on. A little short session before lunch, an early lunch taken. So if it runs to form, we could be here for quite a while tonight, Lammy. We might have to get the old floodlights on, son.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a session, quite a lengthy session. Played back to Matthew Potts, just to emphasise the point. Generally, you take tea with 32 overs left in the day, don't you? And it's a while since tea, half an hour or so, and still 36 left. But 47 overs in all. But it's been engrossing stuff and continues to be so. Somerset should still be good for a first innings lead of some kind. They're only 30 behind now. But you just never know in this game. Going to have
been a bit frantic the whole day, hasn't it? Really need a little period of calm here, but I have to say that the way that Drizel's bowled, he's bowled with good pace into that area that Tom Banton's gardening at the moment. It looks like it's drying out visibly, isn't it? It's getting a lot browner very quickly. That ball that dismissed Tom Abel certainly disturbed the top of the surface, so plenty for the spinner to work with as he brings mid-wicket in a little bit closer on that catch line.
Yeah, and if Somerset can achieve a significant first innings lead, then Jack Leach would be pretty interested going forward.
Yeah, I mean, even from this position here, you'd fancy Somerset to scrap themselves to 250, 280. As I said, it's not going to be gifted to them. I think the Durham bowlers have found a nice little rhythm here. Oh, that's lovely bowling. He's taken the pace off that one. It's turned, caught the inside edge. Another smart catch. That short leg. Giselle has 2 wickets, and that one in particular is a beautiful delivery, nicely flighted. It spun sharply and caught that inside edge. Vic Marks would have been very impressed with that, I'm sure.
Yes.
Here we go. He's been firing the ball in. You see that one just go above the eye line and just catch that inside edge. Very nice bowling. Another big puff of dust as well.
15th wicket of the day has fallen. 115 for 5, which will bring in Archie Vaughan at number 7 for Somerset. There is still batting to come, but this is more than a wobble, really. From 62 without loss, then 98 for 1, now 115 for 5.
Yes, very good result cricket pitch we have on show here. And I'm going to make an early call to watch this space, Lammy. Jack Leach to open the bowling in the second innings.
Yep. Sounds entirely tenable given what we've been seeing over the last, well, just the last few minutes. Dressel 2 for 9 in his 3rd over.
Archie Vaughan has had a lot more success since moving into the middle order. Has shown himself a number of times to be a very good player of spin bowling, and he'll need all of his skills right now. Durham have fought themselves right back into this game on day 1. 3 men round the back, catch around the corner, short leg, first slip. Mid-wicket, close in catching.
Oohs and ahs from the fielders, but he did pretty well with that. He got well forward, bat well on top of it and kept it down.
Graham Clark, I think it is, under the lid there, looks very, very interested. A lot of those balls hitting the inside half of the bat as Vaughan strokes that one through the covers. I think he's hit it well enough to get 4, and he has done. Off the mark with a boundary.
Sweetly timed. It's the long boundary that side of the ground, and Vaughan is away. Batting to come, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton. That's a useful 8 and 9 in any circumstances. Then Jack Leach, Jake Ball.
It's not every day, Lammy. You have a world record holder in the commentary box. Errol Sapia's popped up to say hello. Is it still? It's been beaten, hasn't it? 6 for 5? 6 for 5 in a T20 match, and beaten by Colin Ackerman, that's out there right now. So maybe that's why Errol's popped in today, to have a world record selfie with his mate. That was a hell of a game. I think we defended 109 or something crazy on a pretty average pitch at Sophia Gardens. Is that right, Errol? Defended 109, wasn't it? But we had the Malaysian master up our sleeves. He sorted them right out. 6 for 5.
Splendid stuff. Still to be pace in the form of Matthew Potts, and why not? He's only in his 7th over. He's bowled 2 short spells from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. Took 2 wickets in one of them. 2 for 27 in all. Durham sensing a way back into this game from unpromising circumstances just half an hour ago. Single here for Lammonby. .120 for 5. And it'll be the right-handed Archie Vaughan taking guard. just removing a divot or two from the pitch. Surveying the field, he's still just got the 2 slips. And backward point. It's protection on the boundary, both sides of the wicket. Here's Potts. Bouncer. And will be runs, extras, of one form or another. Just the single, given as a bye.
That's a quick bounce of that from Matthew Potts, roughing up the youngster. Put the short leg in place for him.
And the youngster's got to the other end. You can watch now.
Well, I think that's what Geoffrey Boycott used to say. The best place to face fast bowling is up the other end. Get yourself a 1 and sit on your bat handle. Get up to the other end.
Yeah. Deliberately run out one time by a certain man who's celebrated at the stand opposite us, out in New Zealand, I think it was. What have you done? What have you done? He said to both of them. I shan't broadcast the reply. Speeds on the screen there.
I think that last one, registering 28 miles an hour.
It's a bit of a freak.
Has made me feel less secure, because that if that bounces at 79 miles an hour, I'm... well,
possibly a minor malfunction.
I think it's still on its tea break.
What will this one be? Full and played comfortably enough by Tom Lammonby to conclude the over. And I think my spell, because it's high time that Sam Dalling came back in. I'll see you later, Triggs.
Well, Lammy, it's been a poor spell. You've secured a number of wickets for the Durham side, but we'll forgive you. You got plenty of wickets early on, thanks to the University Centre Somerset. Degrees for Real Life. They're our match sponsor today. I'll be in touch. Sam Dalling is going to come and join me to hopefully see us through to Somerset having a lead. They're making hard work of it at the moment. Quality bowling by Potts and Drizzell, 2 apiece. Somerset 121 for 5. Archie Vaughan just plays that nicely out to the offside. He's going to pick up just the 1 run. Afternoon, Samuel.
Hello, sir. We've been avoiding each other all day, haven't we? Have you been avoiding me, or have I been avoiding you?
Absolutely not. It's purely circumstantial. You know, the occasional bathroom break. Lammy's keen as mustard. You know, he hasn't been around much, has he? Like I said, he's been regattering around the south of France. So.
Oh, yeah. He loves life, doesn't he, Lammy? In the sunshine. And then I was about to come on with you, and I heard Andy Caddick in the background, and I went and got him. I'm glad I did, because he was actually very, very good.
You're surprised?
I know, I just realised how much surprised I said that. I'm glad I got him, because when quick bowlers are operating with a high degree of skill, who better to talk you through it?
One of my bones of contention with you today is you thanking Lammy for teaching you new words and phrases, and you know, it didn't look like that compliment was coming my way. I can't believe it. He is a wordsmith, though, isn't he? Is our Lamb.
I learn a lot from you, Triggs, as well. Well, it's very different. It's just his vocabulary is on another level to ours, I would say.
Absolutely. When I commentate with Vic or Lamb, they will say a phrase or a word, and I'll nod along and I'll somewhat get the gist and continue the conversation. As soon as I'm off air, I'm Googling it, get the old thesaurus out. What was that word? It sounded good.
I mean, I had to do that. I knew where he was going.
Because you adopt them into your own vocabulary, don't you?
Curate's egg. I knew what he meant, but I had to Google it to be sure. They will appear in text at some point soon when I write something.
Definitely be printed.
What's happening here, Triggs? Because they hadn't lost a wicket when I went off.
Yeah, it's. I feel like I was onto something. I think both sides look a little bit frantic in their going, the way they're going about their batting in particular. I think it does manifest more so in the batting side of things. Both clubs have played a high volume of T20 cricket, which has real positive attributes when you move into different formats, but I feel like Somerset in particular, I think the Durham wickets, there's some good bowling and some sort of wishy-washy defensive shots that brought to their downfall, but a few of the Somerset wickets just it just felt like there was that intent to score, which you're going to naturally carry that through into your 4-day cricket if you played a month of T20, and just feels like everyone's minds were spinning overtime.
But there is that, I agree with you. I also feel like they turned up and looked at this pitch and said, you can't bat first on it, right? And they did have to bat first, and it felt like almost a mentality. Alex Lees from the off was swinging at stuff, and him and Emilio Gay both got 3 first-class hundreds this year. They're in good nick. Lees has got a T20 100, and it felt like they'd gone, there's a ball with our name on it here, so we're just going to try and score as quickly as we can. Yeah,
I think the Lees dismissal was maybe a little bit of an insight into the mentality.
Yeah.
I think you're right there. It was a hit out or get out shot, wasn't it? Which is something you don't really associate with how good a player he is. Lammerby's played nicely. He's left well when he's needed to, and also scored. He's moved into the 30s. Just a partnership of some note required here for Somerset as they creep ever towards that 145. They'd want at least 100 on here, Somerset, or they really would have given away that advantage they've given themselves after their first innings bowling performance.
Single.
Cut away, could be 2, should be 2, is 2. Good running there from Tom Lammerby. A half stop there by Drizel. Well timed cut shot. Burst through the hands.
Yeah, he got strong hands. It was hit well. As Lammerby, have you noticed something in him this year? What's changed? He just looks more assured. Maybe last year as well, maybe I'm being unkind. Batting at 3, he seems to have found his spot and is moving from that has potential to is delivering phase.
Yeah, I think that's just a natural progression that a young batter will go through. Thrust into the first team at a relatively young age, had an unbelievable start during the COVID campaign, the first Bob Willis Trophy, and came unstuck the season after, and he's gradually just got back to his best, and he's got a maturer head and broader shoulders to take on the challenges of first-class cricket. He's never in question how good a player he was. I think it just, again, the early success can sometimes be a little bit of an anchor to a young cricketer.
Archie Vaughan in that stage at the moment, very much in the fledgling stages of his career. All-rounder, batting a little bit further down the order than he was at the start of the season, just to give him that time to find a place in first team cricket. 6 for England under 19 last week as well.
Yeah, that'll always give you a bit of confidence. That's one of the great things about being an all-rounder. You take success from your one skill into the next one. Nicely played there by Vaughan. Quick ball into the upper half of the body and nicely played. Yeah, with Lammerby as well, if you cast your mind back, if you can, certainly for the viewers who follow Somerset, whenever you get a left-hander coming onto the scene, right-arm bowlers will always try and swing the ball back into you to find the stumps pads. That's where he's prolific, straight down the ground through mid-wicket. Played the ball very naturally, swinging into him. And what professional bowlers do, they'll have a look at who's this Lammerby bloke that's just scored 400s, averaging 70. We need to pay some attention to him. And within that, every bowler then just started going across him the whole time, and I think uncovered a weakness. So they went across him and he nicked off an awful lot. So he's had success, then he's been challenged and come unstuck, and he's obviously gone back to the drawing board and got himself a more all-round game so he can negate both types of bowling, both going across and going in. And I think you know, part of that is to do with the quality of bowler and IQ of the bowlers that will find a weakness. Every batter's got one somewhere. Very few that don't. And he's worked himself through that. And it's not always a quick fix, and nice to see him getting the rewards. And Somerset certainly need him to pile on a few today. Lovely little dab sweep round the corner. He's going to pick up a couple of runs there.
Emilio Gay coming round. George Drizzle continuing. Former Somerset man, George Drizzle. Drizzell, if you like. A couple of wickets for him, couple of wickets for Matthew Potts as well. 2 for 21. 4.1 overs so far, Drizzle. And he moves on to 36. Run rate still healthy. They started like a steam train, Somerset. They were up at 8 at one point. Tom Curler-Cadmore really going for it. That run rate still very healthy. Plenty of cricket left today as well. 30 overs after this one. So could be in for a late finish. Floodlights may be needed. 7-ish if the spinners are on for a while. Got Cal Parkinson too. Oh, that one's turned a little bit. Ollie Robinson cannot gather cleanly. Come through for a bye. I wondered if it had taken a little tickle. It hadn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the pronunciation of
Drizzell.
Drizzell. I would imagine being a Bristol boy, it'd have been Drizzle.
Drizzle from Brizzle.
All right, Drizzle.
Right, Drizz. Born on strike.
Drizzell.
Depends where he went to school, I guess.
Sounds nicer, doesn't it, I suppose?
Just a single out to Emilio. Okay. Does it? I quite like Drizzle. Drizzell. Mr. Drizzell.
I don't know, answers on a postcard. I'm sure there's a family member watching, so if you feel like weighing in on this so we get it right, happy days. If you can like phonically spell it onto our live feed comments, that would be great.
So, you know, sometimes single there for Lemmonby, reverse sweep out, Cal Parkinson does the fielding. Sometimes when I go to a football game as a reporter, clubs like Norwich, they'll phonetically spell out the players' names. It's one of the great joys, which shows how sad I am. But when you get a team sheet, I think it's probably better for a commentator than a writer. But it's always interesting to see how they go about putting the phonetics down as well. Well done to Norwich City is what I'm saying. Driven by Vaughan into a big vacant area. Emilio Gay will come round.
Well, I think
well, you get it though, don't you?
Well, I think there is a level of frustration when you don't get your name pronounced correctly. Obviously,
you get it a lot.
Because of the shop down in Cornwall that's spelt Trago, which is Trago.
I had the song in my head there. Trago.
I could even say, "Hi, my name's Pete Trigo." Oh, hello, Mr. Trago. In the same, conversation within a second apart. So, I think you get to a point if you have a name that people struggle with, you kind of give up correcting people. It doesn't feel very polite to correct people on your own name, but
I don't know.
You just accept it.
That's just being too. That is too polite, though.
Us Trigos just accept it.
Okay.
We're over it.
Is there a family WhatsApp group where you sort of vent to each other and use it as a bit of therapy? Some teachers got it wrong again at school. The boys are fuming.
I think the only time, I suppose when you're in those sort of like high pressure scenarios when you get a little bit narky, like a doctor's receptionist. If a doctor's receptionist who's being particularly difficult one morning gets it wrong, you're happy to correct. But in sort of social life, it seems like too much admin.
Callum Parkinson, and I think that must be the pronunciation, is back into the attack at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. And you've done well to speak to a doctor's receptionist. They're very hard to get hold of. They never want to chat, never want to give you an appointment. Left-handed Lammonby on strike. A slip and a short leg. Floated. Oh, that's brilliant. Drilled by Tom Lammonby. No need to run those wide of Ben Rain. And mid-off Lammonby moves into the 40s.
Yeah, I think the consensus on the live stream is Drizzell.
Yeah, Jeremy Sweet. I went to school in Bristol with Simon Drizzle. It's Drizzell. Okay. Drizzell from Brizzell.
Drizzell from Brizzle.
Brizzle.
We'll go with that beautiful shot there from Lammonby. Cal Parkinson just offering a little tempter outside that off stump. Not quite as much rough from this end. Most of the spin bowling from a Somerset brand is bowled from that river end where Drizzell is bowling from, but bit of spin there. So all in all, I think we've got a cricket pitch that's going to produce quite an exciting game of cricket over the 4 days. Plenty for the bowlers to work with. I think the seam bowling won't be as pronounced in the second innings as Lammonby gets away with a sweep shot there, a little top edge down to long leg for 2.
I've had it confirmed. My source says Trago is right about Driz.
Nice sweep shot again by Lammonby, just for 1. Yeah, you journos always have sources, don't you?
Oh, I don't have any sources. So do you get Trags as well as Triegs?
Yeah, not quite as much, because obviously people that are more familiar are more likely to call me Triegs. Lovely little lap there from Vaughan. That should race away towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and it does for 4. Somerset have a lead. They've made it look hard work. 148 for 5. Nice little partnership brewing by these two.
Yeah, you called for 133 off 33 so far. Just a little steadying hand from this pair, which was much needed. Durham would have been feeling pretty bright about life about 40 minutes or so ago. They were still behind it, but 115 for 5. They thought, okay, we might get away with this here. Might not have much of a deficit, but...
Yeah, we've got a couple of batters out there that haven't had the adrenaline risen as much throughout the blast. So Lammonby played a couple of games, I think I'm right in saying. Not quite as tuned into the faster format, so good to see them out there. Hopefully they'll be able to spend a bit of time in this innings as Somerset move on to 150.
Yeah, as it stands, neither of these two have 100 contracts either, so to see Tom Lammonby in the one-day cup would be brilliant from a Somerset perspective. That Somerset T20 side so settled, so hard to get into. Reverse sweep. Oh, it's lovely timing. There's a man at deep backward point. Callum Parkinson, though, won't be able to do anything about that. And Tom Lammonby has reached his half-century, the first half-century of the day, the first half-century of the game. He looks very much like a man who has worked out exactly what he needs to do to score runs, and he's now 50 off 52 balls. That was his 5th boundary. Been at both ends for Durham right now. Frizzell and Parkinson.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Driz played club cricket for Bedminster when he was younger, a little bit at Gloucester. Moving up to the Northeast for the last 2 years?
Yeah, at least a couple of years, yeah. They like him up there. He's become the premier spinner. He's been playing ahead of Callum Parkinson. They haven't always played a frontline spinner this year, which is a bit of a change. I remember when Ryan Campbell first went in, I think he went into Marcus North and said, I need a frontline spinner, and Marcus North said, no, you don't. It's Durham. It's a seamers pitch. And actually, he got someone to crunch the numbers, presented him with a load of data and said, actually, when you play an actual frontline spinner rather than a part-time spinner, they do really well up there.
Yeah, well, I know the season that Durham won the championship, Ian Blackwell's first season, I think he got over 50 wickets. You know, coming in after Onions and Harmison had done a bit of damage, and you know, going through that middle order, lower order. Yeah, I think you're right. It's one of those Shane Warne phrases, isn't it? If it seems, it spins. So yeah, a little bit of dampness in the surface can often produce some sharp spin. And we're seeing enough on offer here today, even though it's more of the drier surface side of things. Callum Parkinson's going to continue. Umpire's just had a little bit of a conflab there, not quite sure what about. Blackie going over to Martin Saggers saying, mate, I'm starving. You ain't got a snack, have you?
protein.
No, Blackie, you've got to stay on your diet, mate.
He must be protein shake. He's probably on that heel stuff or whatever it is these days. Yeah, Ian Blackwell, 63 wickets at Chester Street and Red Bull Cricket at 23.76 with his left arm spin. Use of the feet by Lammonby, but strikes it too well. Ben Rain, why not have a shy back? But yeah, Callum Parkinson's been first choice for a couple of years, but this year Drizel has taken that mantle.
I know one of his favourite stats from that particular season, being a cricketer that wasn't overly fond of fielding for long spells. He said, "Do you know what our average fielding session's been this summer? 46 overs. That's how good their bowling attack was."
Ideal, that, isn't it? Decent delivery there from Parkinson, particularly when it's effectively the old 45 over league, but you used to have to do that in one stint. If you field for 46 overs in a Red Bull game, you've had at least one break, usually.
Yeah, I think that was after a number of years here at Taunton where, I think that was Justin Langer's first season where we had a number of sort of 160, 180 fielding sessions, and that's enough for anyone.
We had a good side that summer, Durham. Big shout from Callum Parkinson's been given.
That's close and out. Just skidded on. Nice piece of bowl in there. Archie Vaughan's played for the spin. It skidded through. And Ian Blackwell, the left arm spinner's union has struck. That's skidded onto the pad. I think that is a pretty adjacent LBW. We can have a look at the replay now. Not quite straight down the line. But that's hit him on the back leg, and Archie Vaughan looked like he knew that he was going to be on his way. Oh no, straight on the bottom of the shin. Yeah, that's salmon, that one.
He's picked his umpire well there as well. I think any umpire is giving that one out. There's no way Ian Blackwell's hand, his finger is staying in the pocket there. Beautiful bit of bowling from Parkinson. That's exactly what he wanted to do.
Well, he needed the Oxford, and he's got on the Piccadilly there, completely down the wrong line. He's missed that by quite a way there. Unfortunate, because he started brightly. Lewis Gregory, Somerset captain, strides out to the in-form Tom Lammonby. He's 52 and needs a partner. There we go. We've got a good angle here. Oh, that's a nice piece of bowling. That's skidded through. Smack in front.
Interesting to see how Lewis Gregory approaches this. He's been having a good year with the bat, averaging north of 50, 53 in the championship. I think he opened actually in the game up at Durham. Not sure why my voice went really high there, but he's got 450s. I think he might have got a half century in that game. 251 runs with the blast at an average of north of 30, probably at a strike rate of something like 170. Does he continue with that approach? Does he say, okay, Tom Lammonby, you bat on, and I'm going to play my natural game?
Well, I think Lewis is an experienced enough cricketer now just to understand his own game and what brings him runs and what doesn't. I think he's going to be relatively positive, as he always is, but he has the ability to be watchful. I don't think he's going to look to overhit, but I think if there's a ball in his area, certainly the fuller side of things, I think he'll throw his hands through it. But yeah, I don't think there's any real great need to change his game dramatically. It's just about staying out there. Whatever your method is, you just need to bat a bit of time here, because Lammonby is playing very nicely.
Just got half an eye on Somerset players in action elsewhere. There's effectively a Pakistan A side are playing 50 over games, a series of them against the PCC Select 11, and William Smead is involved in that. He opened the batting, 84 from 62 balls for Will Smead. Luke Benkenstein is skippering that. He of Essex and son of Durham legend and current coach Dale. Who else is playing there? Isaac Mohammed, who I think is Moeen Ali's nephew, who's on the books at Worcestershire. A few decent players playing that one. Jaffa Chahan. So Will Smead, well batted, 84. And let's have a look at the England under-19s test match as well in a second, because both teams have got an interest in that. Pretty much even actually after the first innings. England 309, India 279. Thomas Roux captaining and keeping, 59 in the first innings. Archie Vaughan playing this one instead. Young James Minter, very promising left-arm seamer for Durham. Bit of the Sam Currans about him. He's also playing in that game. And here's a bit of trivia for you. A young lad called Rafi Albert has got 6 for in that game, off spinner. He is the grandson of another famous sportsman, a famous British sportsman who plays what you might regard as a sort of pub game, some people might call. Obviously, it is a highly skilled sport, but I'm just, as a single down to third, I'm just sticking you in that.
Well, I can't think of any dart players with that surname. Pool?
The sort of posher version of pool.
Billiards.
Is billiards snooker? The same guy, I don't know. Snooker player. Go on, British snooker player.
Oh,
Bit of a character. His grandson is playing for England under 19s. 158 for 6. That would be 53.
Yeah, myself and my brother Sam played a bit of snooker this winter. We both got to the age where, do you want to play golf? No, it's raining. So we sort of decided to try and, we dusted off the cues and went to our local snooker hall. We went 4 or 5 times. Got to the stage where we were very excited if a break got into double figures.
Oh, yeah.
That's a tough game.
That's hard, isn't it?
That is a tough game.
A snooker table is massive. Go on, do you want to play? You might get a little membership.
I mean, the pros, they make it look frighteningly easy for something that isn't easy at all.
29 gone, 158 for 6. Jimmy White is the answer, given you didn't have a guess. That's the grandson. Jimmy White's grandson plays cricket for England under 19s, which I quite enjoy.
Oh yeah, if you'd have said. Well, I didn't really. I was thinking about the surname Albert. So.
Ah, yes. I should have said not of the same surname.
Yeah, I don't think anyone on the planet would have got that with those clues, Samuel.
Well, no, I think someone would. I think there's a few people that on the live stream that would have known that. Single to Lewis Gregory. He doubles his score on to a couple. What's going on? There's 2's game going on as well. Somerset v Surrey. Sean Dixon made 99. You have many 99s?
A couple, I think.
Not talking about the ice creams on Western Beach. First team games?
Definitely a couple. Definitely 199. A couple of I think I had a couple of 98s as well. Always quite frustrating. I remember James Hildreth takes great pleasure in telling this story. Where we were batting together. I think I had quite a strong season that particular year. And I was in the 90s. And myself and James's sort of rapport in the middle was very, very jovial. Wasn't, we obviously used to talk about the cricket stuff, but it was always very light-hearted. And I think I was on 96. And he said, "All right, Trees, how you feeling, mate? Your beans going yet? Because you're close to 100." And my reply, and this is verbatim, I said, "Don't worry, mate. I'm a 100 machine." I got out the next ball. He absolutely loves that story.
Was that a game against Durham?
No, I think that one was against Middlesex.
Okay, you got a 98 against Durham.
Completely blame Nick Compton for that dismissal. He bored me into a mistake.
Yeah, 254, 434. That's a long old innings. 160 for 6. 30 overs gone here. 25 remain in the day. Tom Lamby's got 54. We're into the second innings of the match already.
Yeah, turbocharged day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Durham dismissed for 145 in quick time. Overton 6 for 23. Somerset were on the charge until the loss of Cola Cadmore, and then a real sort of blip period where Somerset Lost 5 wickets in the blink of an eye. 161 for 6 now. Fighting back with a slim lead.
What makes it an excellent day for Somerset from here? It's probably a good day already, right, with a first innings lead.
Well, there's 25 overs to go, 3 and over, 75 runs on offer. So I would say 100 lead and still having some wickets left, I think would be a great day. I think if they get bowled out tonight, I think they've probably given away their advantage.
Yeah, okay.
Anything under 100, I think they've given away the advantage because no doubt I think days 2 and 3 are going to be excellent batting conditions, certainly from the facing seam perspective. I think that nip that we saw early from Overton and Gregory Potts, I don't think that will be as easy to find. It'll be quite reliant on seam bowlers from one end, spinners operating from the other. I think spin's going to dominate the second half of this game. So I do think that Somerset will be bitterly disappointed if they don't have a 3-figure lead by close of business today, providing the light holds. Loose delivery there from Drizzell and appropriately put away there from Lammonby, who moves on to 59. Do you have any issue with that?
With what?
With my
your summation? No, I'm pretty much there. I think if Tom Lammonby's still there, they'll be delighted. I think a century from a play, well, basically from Lammonby, could be game-defining, game-winning. Do you reckon then, based on that, tomorrow morning, afternoon is probably going to be the best of the batting conditions before it deteriorates enough for spin to really dominate? Tomorrow's the day you want to be batting?
Yeah, unless it continues to, I mean, Leachy's world-class. He's world-class anywhere, but in particular here at Taunton, and there's definitely spin on offer, so he'll make it hard work. But I don't think the seamers are going to have that as much of an impact early on. So I really do see that one of the teams this week in their second innings are going to put a sizable score on the board. Durham are going to have that opportunity at some stage tomorrow, maybe tonight. But I think if they're batting tonight, I think Somerset have probably gifted them an opportunity to get back into the game, whereas, after the first innings, 145 out, Somerset in this first innings really could have shut the door on the game.
Oh, and there's that put down at first slip. I think it might have taken a little nick off Ollie Robinson. It was a really late stroke from Gregory. I think it's George Drizzell in at first slip, is it? No, it's Colin Ackerman, in fact.
Yeah, that looked like a nick onto Robinson's thigh, didn't it? That might have deviated just past him. Tough when that happens.
Because there's a change of pace as well. Will have just slowed it up. Yeah, for Durham, it's a strange one. As much as you want, obviously you want to bowl Somerset out as quickly as possible, but you almost don't want to bat again tonight. Their ideal is perhaps to dry the runs up and take the 10th wicket. Oh, just an over or two of the day left, as that one's pushed up-ish towards Ben Rain, doesn't carry. Particularly if it's going to get a little bit darker and more difficult to bat. Come again tomorrow. The Durham players doing laps. I can see Basteleda out there, Dutch international. From the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Who else was in their squad? I think Will Rhodes is in the squad as well for this week. Cody Youssef. Flicked into the leg side. I thought it was half a chance for a catch. It would have been a spectacular one. I think it's Alex Lees, the skipper there, puts in the full-length dive. I wondered for half a second if it had stuck. It hasn't. It's gone to the boundary.
Top shot there from Lammonby, and I think that's been a feature of Lammonby today. He's batted nicely, but he's really pounced on anything slightly loose. Like shots like that, and anything he sees full, wide, he's really sort of played positively. He's got that brilliant mix of aggression with real watchful intent. He's playing a really important knock at the moment. Good couple of boundaries those last few overs.
Just going to have a little look and see what's going on elsewhere, because there's plenty of cricket going on it. And the top of the first division is pretty tight, those top 6-7 teams. It's very top going in to today by that single point they played. Worcestershire picked up the win, the only side to pick up a win in that Kookaburra, in one of the previous Kookaburra rounds. Notts 161 for 4 against Hampshire down at what's now the Utilita Bowl. Freddie McCann, another young talented English player. 79, bit of turn, bit of bounce.
Yeah, I just feel like the pace that Drizel's bowling seems quite high risk to play off of the back foot with that ball sort of spitting and turning. Feels like getting over to off stump and making a real big stride forward be the way to play it, but that's just over pitch there, and Gregory's nearly got enough of that to go to the line. He's going to pick up 3 important runs. One 7-4 for 6 now. A lead of 29.
Yorkshire playing Surrey, first week of the Scarborough Festival up there. Brilliant ground, North Marine Road. I don't think they've got a club first team this year. I think they put out a weird statement at the start of the season, which basically suggested the players were asking to get paid too much money and they just weren't going to do it. But anyway, they've still got the festival. Yorkshire 282 for 4. Adam Live always gets runs there. It's his home ground, 47. Half centuries for Finley Bean, Wharton, Luxton. That Surrey attack, Dan Worrell, Matt Fisher, remember him from his couple of test matches, or was it just one a few years ago? Jamie Overton's playing a bit of red ball cricket, Jordan Clark, Kishore and Will Jacks, the 2 spinners. Strong enough Surrey to leave Gus Atkinson out of the side this week. Changing the field, Clark comes from short leg, so sort of catching extra cover.
Nicely cut away there from Tom Lammonby. Two for 44 now. Drizel, a couple of over pitch balls, but on the whole he's been probing in that danger area. A couple of sizable puffs of dust off the surface. That one again. So certainly signs that this wicket is breaking up and is offering for the spinners. I'm going to take a little break, Sam. Stephen Lamb's going to come and join you.
Oh, lovely.
175 for 6. And there we go. We've got another short leg on the field.
On that note, we'll say goodbye to Trigo for a while. Still a very good crowd in here, day one of this Rothesay County Championship game. Going to see a change of tact. Still going to be left arm from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, but it's not going to be a left arm spin of Callum Parkinson anymore. It's going to be left arm seam. Neil Wagner, formerly of Somerset, formerly of New Zealand, 64 Test match career. What a bowler he was, what a bowler he still is. Back at Durham for a second spell. Back on here at Taunton for another spell. Hello, Lammy, how are you?
I'm better stood if I turn the mic on.
Oh, you know, we've all done that.
About to tell you how well I was.
We've all done that. Driven.
There goes Wagner, and immediately there's a single. Out to deep backward point, Emilio Gaze there. Tom Lammonby, standout innings of the day.
Made it look easy, isn't he?
He has, he has. And when you think of some of the dismissals that have occurred, his touch has been silken, really.
Last year, the game we were talking about earlier, when Somerset went up to Chester Street, I think lost in 2 days. It was the game when there were a lot of players were ill and it just didn't go their way. And it was very low scoring, but Dave Beddingham made it look like a different pitch up there and scored this wonderful century. And I know Lammonby's only got 65 so far, but in the context of this game, in these 2 innings so far, he's just been a standout. He's playing a similar hand.
Yeah, there's been nothing frenetic about the innings. It's been well paced.
In a game
included some lovely strokes.
In a game that's been pretty frenetic, right? There's so much going on. This is right. This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier on. This is the Neil Wagner short ball ploy, and it's not just about bowling short. It's about setting a field and bowling to a plan. So we've got a deep square leg. He's about 20 yards in off the boundary. A long leg A second slip.
That's leathered through extra cover.
And not a great ball. But he's
Gregory joining the party.
He's got a wide gully, a sort of short fly. It's almost like a fly gully, an orthodox square leg as well as a deep square leg and a mid wicket. So he's got his field up. This isn't going to be subtle.
It's worth another look, this shot though. Look at that.
He's not got that right.
It's punished.
Not the angle that he wanted.
He was expecting the short one. He was almost down as it was delivered.
With this kind of plan, he's not really bluffing. Like, it's not subtle, but it's very effective. It's brought him a lot of wickets. Gregory's just opening up the stance a little bit. With that angle across him, Graham Clark sent to deep backward point. Unusual field, but Wagner knows exactly what he wants to do here.
Grunt, apart from the bowler, as Gregory played a firm defensive shot. Lead is up to 35, which is no more than useful at the moment, but if they can bat out the day, Somerset, which would be quite something given we've still got 22 overs to be bowled, then that lead should have extended to something fairly significant. They can get up to 250. On the other hand, if Durham can take these 4 wickets in short order, they could be batting again tonight. All sorts of possibilities after a really intense day's cricket. Still some twists and turns, I'm sure, in the next hour or so. Well, Neil Wagner's first spell was just 3 overs. He did take the wicket of Kohler Cadmore. Gregory intent on getting out of the way of that last delivery, another short one to conclude the over. So yeah, another 50 to 70 runs for Somerset this evening would put them in a pretty handy position on a pitch that's wearing so quickly. I'm sure we're going to see a fair bit of Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan tomorrow.
So I think Leach, Vaughan, Parkinson and Drizzle to the fore.
Going to be Parkinson for the moment, coming on in place of Drissell. Parkinson has 1 for 23. The wicket of Archie Vaughan.
Lammonby, that's a nice shot. There's a long on, so it will just be a single, quite a wide long on as well, as Triggs was saying a bit earlier on. That's his V, that's where he likes to score runs.
Drissell done for the moment, 9 overs, 2 for 44. Good contribution.
Yeah, he's been excellent, hasn't he? Change of ends for Parkinson again. The end where Jack Leach loves to operate. Favourite end, the river end for Jack Leach. Yorker, you see more Yorkers from spinners these days than you do seamers.
It's been a bit like Championship cricket in fast forward today.
My head's fried.
Yeah. Triggs was making the point earlier that wonders what it might have to do with T20 being in the schedule.
Yes, yeah. But because
then the change from one to the other might be something to do with that. We've seen 320 runs scored, thereabouts, and we've seen 16 wickets full.
It's been, you can't take your eyes off it. Good luck clipping up the highlights. Lammonby being the standout batter, 66 from him. It was a 44, I should check, from Ben Rain, wasn't
42.
it? 42.
And then 40 from Tom Kodakadmore, which was
very different approaches.
A joy while it lasted.
Well, it was, wasn't it? Did we ever get the answer to whether it was what we call it, if it's between a cameo and a full innings? I'm not sure we did. I think I went off. We posed the question, and then we got split up.
Yeah. I think I feel it's certainly qualified. A cameo plus plus, perhaps.
If in doubt, put a couple of pluses on it.
We can grade cameos here, can't we?
Yeah, I think we can. We can do whatever we like, Stephen.
Some truly glorious shots in that Kodakadmore innings. Here's Wagner. Gregory has slammed that one. It's very similar, in fact, to the shot he played in the previous over. Same bowler, same result. Through extra cover, and it's bounced back into the field of play quite comfortably. Gives you an idea of the power behind that shot.
That's what happens if he gets his line slightly wrong. It needs to be really tight into Lewis Gregory with this field. Gregory opens that front leg up, so he's almost facing mid-on.
Second boundary for the Somerset skipper. What sort of riposte will there be? Short again. Lammonby wanted a single, I don't know why, because that was played straight at short extra cover.
Well, I think the reason Lammonby is looking for the quick single is the angle. He's been doing it for a while. He wants to be down the other end, basically, because it just takes away a little bit of
the
Wagner's
Wagner
potency.
angle.
Yeah, but Gregory doesn't seem.
The Wagner wangle. Here he goes again.
Change of angle.
Yeah, round the wicket. And Gregory well underneath that. Yeah, so wanting to get up to the receiving end.
Yeah, he was quite keen in Wagner's previous over to look for a single, but yeah, it's Gregory, as he always does. He's just quite unflustered. He just looks like a man, totally comfortable with what he's doing.
Wagner, as ever, putting everything in to his spell. And again, no bother really, or no apparent bother for the Somerset captain, who generally has quite a chilled demeanour.
Very chilled, but he's always thinking about it. He just doesn't let stuff get to him.
Well, it's a very important thing. Great attribute. Yeah, some of those figures on the screen, the speed figures are impressive for a 40-year-old. The downside from his point of view is that Gregory is content for the effort to come to nothing as he just ducks under delivery after delivery.
Yeah. Well, it'll feel quicker than that. It's not just about the speed, it's the angle and the short ball as well, isn't it? So 80 miles an hour, yes, which in county cricket is probably at top end. There's a lot of bowlers operating below that. But he was never an absolutely rapid bowler from what I remember. He was never a 90 mile an hour bowler. It's just he's so clever, so good at this short stuff.
This time Gregory does have to play and does it pretty nicely. .43 is the lead now. It's ticking gradually upwards. That one passing Gregory's off stump, no need to play it. He's played a couple of deliveries in that over, one of them to the extra cover boundary. So 188 now for 6. Which is a big improvement on 115 for 5.
Yeah, it was that little partnership, wasn't it? Between that dressing room we were just seeing on screen, they'd have been very worried at one point. But it was Vaughan and Lammonby that came together as Parkinson is in. And I don't think he got a hand on that. I think it's hit Lewis Gregory, who gives Callum Parkinson a fist bump.
Yeah, Vaughan and Lammonby put on 41. These two have put on 32 so far. 33 now. 34, in fact, because there'll be a brace here.
A couple more to Lammonby, moves on to 68. 19 or 18 left in the day. It's coming up to 8 minutes 6. I mean, we started late, right? We didn't end up starting until 11:30, and we hadn't lost any overs at that point, so we'd expected to be here to at least 6:30. Oh, in the air, shouts of catch it. Alex Lees was off both feet, diving horizontally, stuck a hand out. Couldn't get there. A couple more runs, 70 for Lammonby.
Don't think this qualifies as a chance. I think it was just out of his reach. Well down the track again, Lammonby, picking up another single. .71 not out now. Tom Lammonby. Interested to hear that he runs a coffee shop down the road.
Oh, yeah. I should know this, right? I'm going to fail as Gregory takes a single. It's a lad from... So it's 9:15. Lammonby's number is 15. It's the scrum half from Exeter, Sam Maunder. So they've gone into business. It does a very good trade. I tell you what, all the cricketers, he's taking cash for fun off his teammates. They're always in there. Taunton needed a really good coffee shop, and it is lovely in there. All the away team go. You see everyone advertising it on Instagram. I'm surprised you're not a sort of influencer putting it on your Instagram stories. Yeah, it's a good... We'll go and have a... Oh, I'm not here tomorrow. You here on Wednesday?
No.
Oh, well, I recommend... Let's have a look at those partnerships on screen.
Tomorrow's Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah, Thursday. There's those partnerships you were talking about. A couple at the top, now in the middle, a couple more recent ones. Definitely going and have a little coffee, Stephen Lamb.
I look forward to it.
They do a few pastries, a couple of bagels as well.
Might manage one of them.
Plenty of regulars, plenty of cricket fans get in there early.
Nice little cakey things, eh?
Nice little cakey things, exactly.
Well, great bagels, I'm told, as well.
What's your coffee of choice, Lammy? You a cortado
I'm happy
man?
with a latte or a cappuccino.
Okay, happy with either.
Mm.
Doesn't help you when you get to order. I don't think you can really order like that, though, Lammy.
No.
They need to know more.
I'll be firmer in my calling when I get there. Wait. Cappuccino.
Yes. Yeah. Cappuccino, latte, no. Cortado. Milk.
Yeah, could be a run out here. Wagner. Out. This time, the short ploy has worked. Caught at short leg, and the skipper has gone. Gregory for 17. The 7th wicket falls. The 17th wicket of the day. 194 for 7.
Yeah, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, Lammy. He knows what he's doing. There's a plan there, and he's executed it perfectly. And actually, he's had the nous. A couple of balls. When he started to Lewis Gregory, he was coming over the wicket. Gregory just stood up and bunted him to the offside boundary a couple of times. So he switched. And by doing that, he's tightening up on Gregory. And he's done exactly what he wanted to there. There's nowhere Gregory can go there. If he can duck underneath it, yes. But he's got to play at that, really, when it's at his body. And he's just taken the gloves. Good bowling, good cricket from a Durham perspective.
Third catch of the innings for Clark at short leg. He's been in good business, doing as well as Tom Lammonby's coffee shop.
194 for 7. Craig Overton in at 9 for Somerset. Not a bad man to have coming in at 9. He'll relish this battle. I suspect the short ball will continue to Overton. They have to bend his back a little bit more, Wagner, of the taller man. Milk of choice? When you're ordering your coffee, just a standard, I say standard, you're just a dairy milk man?
Yeah, dairy, I'm happy. Leave that to the proprietor.
Have you ever dabbled into the realms of oat milk or almond milk or anything like that?
No, my wife has.
Okay.
Does.
Where does she go?
Oat milk.
Oat's lovely, mate. Really lovely. I'm not sure it's that good for you. I think everyone thinks it's good for you because it's oat. I think it's actually quite high in sugar. Certainly calorific, but delicious.
Captain makes way for vice captain. Craig Overton is in at number 9.
Got number 9 and number 15.
So how will he approach it? I would think with Lammonby going so well at the other end, we won't see the fullest on version of Craig Overton. He's looking to support the man on 71 not out. Here's his first ball.
See how keen Lammonby is to get up straight. He's got the propensity or the potential for sort of a Morecambe and Wise sketch show, isn't it? 9:15 coffee's a hard. I'll see you at 9:15. What, 9:15? No, at 9:15. You could see that kind of skit being very popular. Maybe it's just me.
It sounds good. Interesting to see also with Wagner's short ball policy. Craig Overton's a tall man. He's going to pick up a single here from a fuller length delivery. That's his first run. We've had 5 ducks today. 3 for Durham, 2 for Somerset. Interested to hear from Pete Trigo that he never bagged a pair in his career.
Do you believe him?
I do.
Shall I find out? Shall I have a look? Not that I don't believe him, but it's one of those things you could easily blank as a memory.
Oh, that's a good half stop or 3/4 stop. Difference between a single and 2 or 3 or even 4 conceivably. Just the single in the end. 196 for 7. The lead has gone past 50. But just the 3 wickets left. Fascinating contest. The reason I believe him, Sam, is that he told me how much he worried about it.
Okay.
Every time he was on it. Didn't sleep too easily.
34 ducks in his career. I think you're right. I think he's right. No pairs in there.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, back-to-back weeks. He got a duck against Durham in April 2013, and then a week later a duck against Surrey. Were they consecutive innings? That's what I want to know.
But even so, even if they were, they wouldn't qualify. Oh, swing and a miss. Could easily have got something onto that. It's a bit of a rare blemish, even if it qualifies as such, because nothing on it in the end at all for the wicketkeeper to play with. Lammonby stays on 72, 197 for 7.
Yeah, and I like that from Lammonby. It looks like a bit of a swish right, but I think that's quite a low-risk shot. Like, he's walked across and shown all his stumps, yes, but he knows, he's probably 98% certain he's getting a short ball there, and the angle of it. And yes, there's a fielder down at long leg, but it's a short boundary, so he only needs a little bit of bat on that. It's premeditated, he's trying to hit it for 6, so it feels risky initially, but then when you analyse it and think about it, you think, oh, okay, I see why he's done it, and it's relatively low risk.
And bottom line is he's still there, watching from the non-striker's end at the moment, because Parkinson is going to be bowling to Overton.
Now, what have we got field-wise here? Short leg, short cover, short extra cover. Craig Overton's got a couple of fielders in his line of sight. I think it's Alex Lees and Ben Rain in there. It's the first slip. Bunted on the back foot.
Yes, the two sun hats, the two short extras.
Where are they going to go for Lammonby? I think Ben Rain's going to stay at a short mid-wicket. It's quite a straight short mid-wicket, and there's an orthodox mid-wicket. And the reverse sweep is out. They asked the question, and the answer is no. Use of the feet, positive from Lammonby. Good bowling from Parkinson. Speed it in his legs, but picks up a single. It's going on 3,500 of you joining in on the live stream. Good to have you with us. Plenty of Somerset fans, plenty of Somerset regulars, plenty of Durham fans. I'm sure a fair few neutrals. $200 up for Somerset with that single. It's this knowledgeable cricket crowd. They're always knowledgeable cricket crowds, right? They knew. 200 for 7. Just gone 6 o'clock here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Still about an hour or so to play if the light holds.
Yeah, and be remarkable if we see a single batting point out of this game. We know Durham won't pick any up, and Somerset's last 3 wickets have got to add another 50.
Go on, if you had to call it, what would you say? You're going to see a batting bonus point?
I mean, Craig Overton is, as we know, is no mean performer, and Lammonby is in really good touch. I don't want to talk him out.
I think they need to bat. I mean, they will battle right, but as well as in the context of the game, given how tight this potential title race, and nobody's talking yet about a title race being in full flow, but it's tight, and so bonus points might well come into it. You've got to win a couple of games here in Trent Bridge next week is what Somerset need to do. Durham likewise, they need to win here, and they need to beat Surrey next week, and then they're very much in the title race.
Yorkshire going well against Surrey at the moment.
Yeah, no one's got a big score.
Will Martin.
I think there's 4 half-centurions, or maybe
282 for 4.
Against a very good Surrey attack. Fisher, Overton, Jordan, Clark. I think they've got, is it Kishore, the Indian spinner in? Who else opened the bowling? Dan Worrell. Still a strong Surrey side, even with the England players missing. Sibley, Burns, Dan Lawrence. Will Jacks.
A couple here at least, down to deep backward square. That's what they settle for. Take the total on to 202 and Overton on to 6. Yeah, good looking top order scores. 47 Live, 57 Bean, 78 Wharton, 71 Luxton. Johnny Bairstow, 19 not out. Pulled vigorously. That's going to be 4. These are valuable runs. But the Somerset vice captain is adding. He's into double figures. Nailed that.
Took it on, not afraid of a challenge, immediately causes a change in the field. They're going to plug that gap.
Flayed that one again, but he's only going to get a single for it. He's not eschewing aggression, Craig Overton. Brings Lammonby back onto strike, which he'll be happy with. Adjustments being made. We've got 3 men on the boundary on the leg side. It could be 4. It is going up to 4.
This is in reaction to the shot Lammonby played, or attempted to play, in the previous over. This is what I love about watching Neil Wagner. It's almost a long stop they've got as well as a fine leg. Deep square leg.
We've got 4 on the rope. That's unusual. And 2 men out pretty deep on the offside as well. Firmly clipped, and one of those sweepers is in action. You'd be surprised if they weren't, with that many out there. Lammonby takes a single. 74 not out. And something more orthodox now in place for Craig Overton. Played that pretty well in the end. Lifting at him, but as I say, with his height, gives him that added advantage. 6'5" of him.
You've got to bend your back a bit more, haven't you? 2-8 for 7:40 gone.
Bowler of the day, Craig Overton, still, I think you can say.
Oh, there'd be some effort to beat 6 for 23 off 10 on the opening morning of a championship game. What's the action on the flats there, Lam? You were a bit close to the screen. Is it a bit of knitting going on? What's the big green thing? Oh, an iPad on a cushion, not knitting at all.
So, yeah, that makes the iPad a little bit more comfortable to operate.
Callum Parkinson's operating, and that's a lovely stroke by Tom Lammonby. A roll of the wrist through cover. He moves to 78. Lammy's turned the screen off. It's an all-action day.
I've turned it back on again.
Turned it back on. The screen's gone off. It's back on.
Just in time to see a replay of that peach of a cover drive.
Oh, it was nice, wasn't it? Come back from Callum Parkinson.
It's been a measured knock from Lammonby, unflurried. He's gone at a pretty good pace. 82 strike rate. 7 boundaries.
He's just an attractive player to watch, isn't he? A lot of, I mean, left-handers, left-footers in football tend to be.
That was in fact his 8th boundary in 78 not out.
Just pushes that one into the offside. There's a huge gap. Drop and run. Takes a single with a couple of balls left of the over. Over number 41.
May well, if he can hang on in there, may well get the opportunity to reach. He needs 21 more for 3 figures.
Bunted by Overton. Thank you very much. Just a fraction short. He was always looking to play that shot, I think, Craig Overton. A couple of fielders in his eye line. There was just a little bit at the back of a length delivery. He was going to hit that short boundary. Wasn't even that short. He dragged it probably from a decent length, but he just sat back. Shout for LBW. It was going down.
Yeah.
Got onto the back foot early, didn't it? Just didn't get up. I'm not sure it was there to go. It's not a good shout at all.
It wasn't. There was no height issue there, but it was missing leg.
Not a very good shout at all. I'm just not sure why he was playing on the back foot there. Well, other than it being premeditated. There's that Durham bowling card. A couple of wickets each for Potts, Wagner and Drizzell. 1 for Parkinson. Wouldn't be surprised if we potentially see a bit more Potts tonight at some point.
Another burst.
Do you go for him and rain, or do you save him for the morning?
I think I'd go for Potts if I was choosing between the two. Although neither of them bowled badly.
No, but they're both brilliant bowlers, slightly different bowlers. I mean, Potts will run in and run. Well, they both will actually. They're both capable of bowling very long spells. Potts will continue to grunt and bowl north of 80 miles an hour, even this late in the day.
Good camera work following a seagull around the ground, in the air.
Well done, Alex Anderson. The seagull. Stephen Seagull.
You can hear them, but not often see them.
Except when you've got Alex Anderson around. It's a bit late for lunch, ladies and gents. They're usually around at lunchtime, the seagulls.
Oh, that turned. Interesting to see that again, because Lammonby was looking for the off drive and completely missed it. Oh, look at that. Wow. Leach and Vaughan will look at that with interest.
There's plenty of dust, plenty of turn. 3 runs there.
They're going along at a good pace, these two. Important runs, extending the lead towards the 3-figure mark. Still got another 25 to go till it gets there.
So look at that. Ooh. Straight into first slip's hand.
Yeah. Your initial suspicion is that it may have been caught at first slip, but it turned so much. There was no edge involved. Dare I suggest that this game may struggle to get to day 4?
Sounds like you just have. I'm with you. I think there'll be a few people going, probably won't buy a ticket just yet.
Maybe it's a bit early to speculate, still with 14 overs to go on day 1. But 17 wickets is a lot, and it may not be the end of it for today.
Well, as Ben Armitage says, actually, it'd be very interesting, even if there's no cricket, to just get Jack Leach down and just see how it plays on day 4. See how much turn you can get out of a day 4 pitch. This pitch is, I think day 3 there'll be a lot of joy as well.
Dressel, that's driven beautifully, straight down the ground. Seen Craig Overton do that a few times over his illustrious career here, and it always looks imperious. Have another look.
I think it's the size of him, isn't it? Because the levers are so long, it's just a couple of little shuffles and he's halfway down the pitch. Punching back, Craig Overton. This partnership, as he's saying, Lammy, is very valuable already. It's worth 31, 28 balls. Just having to think about this. Ben Rain, Callum Parkinson, senior players. Alex Lees, the skipper. Bastillade is on as a sub-fielder. And work out who thought Ackerman's out there. And Slip, Clark's under the helmet, Rain and Lee's in the ring. Parkinson's bowling, Lammonby's sweeping. Bastillade is doing the fielding.
Good momentum in this partnership. Craig Overton's going at a rate of 118 at the moment, strike rate. Second only to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who went at 133 for his 40.
A bit tardy from him. Tardy, it's the wrong word, that means late, a bit slow. Emilio Gay, I think, is the fielder that isn't out there at the moment. Hopefully he's okay, bit of turn.
Defence this time from Craig O.
Didn't mean it to go there, Craig Overton. He's trying to turn it leg side. Flies out towards Alex Lees. Alex Lees. Aerial for a little bit. Couple of balls left of over 43. Still a dozen left after this one.
Yeah, we may need the floodlights, but I'm pretty sure we'll get through all those overs. Probably be a finish at round about 6:45, maybe even 7, after the time lost earlier today to rain.
6:45's optimistic, Stephen. Dozen overs in half an hour. I like your over rate, though.
Quite a few of them are spin.
Yeah, it's true. Still, to do sub 3-minute overs for half an hour.
Yeah, I grant you.
Given
7 is the
even
likelihood.
given the pace of today, end of the over, 225 for 7.
Somerset will feel pretty good after putting Durham in this morning. They've got a lead of 80, so it's carrying greater significance with every run. It's going to be Dressel at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Just a defensive push to start from Lammonby. Somerset's satisfaction will be more comprehensive if they can bat through the day from here. These two will be looking to do. Jack Leach and Jake Ball are the two batters still to come in. Studious defence from Lammonby. Full length, that was almost Yorker length. Dug out by the batter. Elegantly struck out to deep extra. There'll be a comfortable single. It's such an odd looking pitch, this, isn't it? It's still green in the middle.
Dusty at both ends.
And mottled as well, and gradually becoming more so.
Mottled.
As it cracks and puffs of dust appear when spin deliveries are bowled. Here's another one. No puff that time, but I promise you there have been a few.
I believe you. I've seen it with my own eyes, Stephen Lamb. Rattling through those overs. I'm interested to see if they decide to go back to a bit of pots and a bit of rain.
If they carry on with spin at both ends, it could well be a 6:45 finish.
Here's the puff of dust you wanted, Stephen Lamb.
Ah,
beauty.
beauty.
No, it's not. It's
Not quite such a beauty in terms of the outcome, particularly from Tom Abel's point of view. No, beg his pardon. It is Tom Abel.
It is Tom Abel.
Smartly taken. 1 of 3.
It's good under that helmet, Jordan. Well, it's Graham Clark, sorry, Jordan, his brother. Is sorry, change of angle. Little dab from Tom Lammonby. Bit of bat on it. A couple of runs, I reckons. Moves him to 86. That goal nearly gets taken out by the ball as it flies across. Double the best score of the game so far, Lammonby. A couple more runs. Emilio Gay is back onto the field. Just a short break for him. Bastoleda has gone off, I think, unless someone else has taken a comfort break, but I can't see that they have. 88 for Lammonby. 2 left. Parkinson's 12. Lambenby. Give Craig Overton just the 1 ball left at the end of the over. Moves himself on to 89.
It's been a mature innings. He's been around for a little while. He started very young, Tom Lambenby, and I remember it was the Bob Willis Trophy.
Oh yeah. I remember being here and the surprise. No one knew who had wandered out. I think Glamorgan was the first game. End of the over, 45 gone, 2-3, 1 for 7. And we were all trying to work out who the Somerset opener was. And now everyone looked around a little bit surprised.
5 years since then.
Was it, I think, Gloucestershire he got a century against here, then Worcestershire, then against Essex at Lords. Somerset played Durham again in a couple of weeks' time, Friday the 8th of August, the Metro Bank One-Day Cup is happening, and so is the Beer and Cider Festival.
With no doubt many different species of beer and cider. I think they run to...
Is that what we officially, is that in the word, a species of beer and cider?
Well, maybe there's a better one, but I couldn't think of it off the top of my head. But there are many of them.
Good news for Durham fans, I think it's a day-night game, so you've got a bit more time to get down.
Oh, that's taken. That is out. It's the end of Tom Lambenby, which is a shame, really, because he's fallen 11 runs short of 3 figures. The 8th wicket to fall, and that has been a superb knock from Tom Lambenby, which has come to an end. 231 for 8.
Yeah, well batted Tom Lambenby. Really intelligent, really mature knock. Made this pitch look, and conditions look a lot easier than they actually are. It's a simple catch in the end. Give Drizzle his 3rd wicket. You can hear the applause reverberating around the Cooper Associates County ground. Because in the context of that game, that's a big innings.
Spot on, Sam. Just what I was on the verge of saying. It's one of those situations where 89 feels like 3 figures in terms of the context of
a big 100 as well,
innings.
isn't it? If you think, what, Somerset 8 down, unless a miracle happens, it's going to be comfortably the... It's not quite a miracle, I suppose, if Craig Overton were to get 80 odd, but it seems unlikely, given what has gone before us today, that anyone is going to get near Lambenby. Top scorer for Durham was Ben Rain, and he did it very differently, more than a runner ball. Likewise, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, a couple of cameo 20s. Alex Lees is 27 at top of the order as well.
So it's another left-hander replacing Tom Lambenby. Jack Leach is taking guard. Will Durham be batting again before stumps this evening? They can take 2 wickets in short order. They've got 10 overs left. Could well happen. Extraordinary day's cricket. Dressel now has 3. 3 for 52 in his 12th. Oh, great on turn again. You've seen it a few times. Too much turn to earn a wicket. Played late and well, and will bring Leach the single that gets him off the mark.
Not a bad man to come in at 10 either, Jack Leach.
Watchfully played by Overton, won't be a run. Has that bowled him? Yeah, it has. He's lost his off bail, I think, Craig Overton. So wicket number 9 has gone.
I think it's turned so much, Lammy, that it's hit almost the top of leg stump. I'd like to have another look at it. He's reaching away from his body playing. It's gone through the gate.
Difficult to tell, isn't it?
I think that if we get a decent angle, or the right angle on it, I should say, I think the off stump bail stays on, and it's the leg stump. You see leg stump wobbling there.
It might be middle. It might be middle in the end. That's been slightly skewed.
It's one of the 3.
I think we can be sure of that.
Undoubtedly, Craig.
You're making me think of John Snagg's famous commentary on the boat race.
Here we go.
Middle.
Do you think? I'm thinking leg, Lammy. Leg stump wobbling. We still can't agree.
I think middle wobbled and went back.
I think leg wobbles and goes back. Let's have the previous angle again, the one from right behind. I think it's turned a lot. Jake Ball twizzles the bat. Here we go. Come on, this will determine it once and for all.
I think in the end it's leg. I
It's
think
leg,
you're right.
Lammy. I could see that resigned face. It was like you looking up at me as if you knew the finger was coming.
Grazed middle.
Okay, all right, we'll give you that. A little bit of that seam, the worn seam, has just grazed middle stump, Lammy.
So, last man in.
As it's you.
Jake Ball will not be on strike because that was the last ball of the over.
Yeah, Jack Leach will be left arm spinner to left arm spinner. Digs that one out. He won't be on strike anymore. Take a single. Jake Ball against his teammates from earlier in the summer. Who's that sprinted? Matthew Potts. I told you he was wholehearted. I think he was at long off for Jack Leach, and he sprinted into second slip to be next to Colin Ackerman. Colin Ackerman is really narrow there. Narrow, fine. You know what I meant.
I don't think I've seen Jake Ball bat very often in his lengthy career. Played that not totally confidently, but comfortably enough.
Yet to make a pro 50. Jake Ball, leading edge, falls just short of Wagner, who does well actually, because that ball spun after it kicked off the turf and he'd gone inside it. Yeah, best of 49 not out, Jake Ball.
Good defence.
Yeah, solid enough. Dare say they won't take one off this delivery if it's available. Could be right. It's going to be my last ball of the day. Trigo's going to come in. Gets away with that one. End of the over. 47 gone, 8 left in the day. 2-3, 3 for 9. I'm going to bid you goodbye, farewell, Lammy. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Good to see you, Sam.
Lovely to see you. You have the delight of Triggs next year for the next. Well, could be only about 12, 15 minutes. You were right. I mocked you, Lammy, and I'm sorry. I will never do it again.
We might have an innings break. We might lose a couple of these overs.
But in which case it will go on a bit later because they won't do it at spinner's pace to break.
All the uncertainties that await us. What's lurking around the corner. After watching 19 wickets fall, we're ready for anything. Still to be Drissell, bowling 2. Jack Leach, who's on 2. And studiously and defensively pushing that one back to the bowler. Somerset are 12 away from a first innings lead of 100. Can Jack Leach and Jake Ball get them there? Triggs.
Well, I think it'd be nice. It would be a bit of a psychological win for Somerset, even though they have, bar Lammonby, made quite hard work of it. I I think the Bristol boy Drizel has bowled beautifully today. He's mixed his pace, he's bowled quick, he's put revs on it. He's taken some key wickets with some good balls, so it's been impressive to watch.
Looking for the second fifer of the day. Turn again there. We may see this evening, Pete, whether your prediction about Jack Leach opening the bowling comes to pass today.
Well, I think it looks pretty much inevitable, really. I mean, I think as opposed to other wickets, the spin has kind of been predominantly from the Jack Leach end, the Lord in Botham stand end, but we're seeing there's plenty for Archie Vaughan to work with from this side of the pitch as well. So good signs for Somerset in regard to taking the next batch of 10 wickets. But I think they would have probably preferred to be still out there. They've got 7 overs to bat tonight. Jake Ball, I think, is certainly a number 10 or 11, even though he's got a good eye who can strike a ball. He hasn't really shown too much prowess with the bat through his career. He'll be looking just to hang around a little bit here. Those, like I said, 12 runs. If he plays shots like that, Virat Kohli ball has just played a beautiful inside out over extra cover, shut up tree go, 4 runs. Thank you very much.
Terrific.
My gut feeling is he didn't mean that. It didn't look like that was what he was trying to do there. I reckon there would have been a little bit of panic in his eyes there.
Simon,
yeah, I think he's just he's just got there too early, and that's going to be
down the leg side.
Pretty close. So Bawley's going to play a few shots. We've got an entertaining few minutes. It'd be a horrible time to go in and bat if you're a Durham opener right now.
It's on the cards. Still 7 overs left. They'd lose 2.
Bawley down the wicket, caresses it into the leg side for 2. Playing against the spin, showing all of his class as a batter.
Moves rapidly onto 6. 239 for 9. That lead is now 94. 95 now. That's steered elegantly. What a display of stroke play from the Somerset number 11.
Well, it's been high quality, you have to say. Long may that continue. He's a strong lad. He can hit a ball clean.
Jason Kerr has said to me more than once that they don't have a tail, Somerset. Up in the air, and that's going to be caught, I think. Oh, he's dropped it.
No, that's a poor effort there. There must be a little bit of treacle on that part of the ground. He did the old Scooby-Doo feet. Didn't move very well at all. He's put down a real simple chance there as Wagner. Oh. Yeah, you won't want to see the replay of that. He's very slow to get to the ball.
Shot.
Always happens after a drop. You can pretty much chalk up on the scoreboard 4 off the next ball. Parky's savage, Leachy's happy, and Wagner's got the double teapot on.
The lead's 99.
Yeah, that was a real easy chance there for Wagner. I think he obviously just misjudged the flight of it, but he had the old sticky boots on. Deep sea diver, Submariner wheels.
He's still trying to work it out. This is from the other side, the other angle.
I mean, he didn't really have any ground to make, and he just made a complete hash of it.
It's like he almost got stuck. Ended up diving forward and looked a right mess.
Drizel chasing that 5th wicket. He's got 4 for 53 at the moment, and you'd be hard pressed to say that he doesn't deserve it. Just giving the ball a little bit of flight. If he gets the invitation, I don't think Jake Ball's going to turn it down. He bops that back over his head all the way for 6. A masterclass from Jake Ball.
Rapturous applause.
I'm on the second course of eating my words. Stephen Lamb, Jake Ball has struck a couple of wonderful shots so far in his short innings. Lovely to get that 3-figure lead.
It wasn't too far short of St James Churchyard.
Tossed up again.
That's bowled in. So we're going to see Durham bat this evening. The lead did go above the 100 mark with that maximum. Ball has gone for 13. Somerset finish on 250 all out. So they have a lead of 105. And I fancy we will see 3 or 4 overs possibly. You lose 2, don't you?
Yep.
Change of innings, so we'll probably see 3 overs.
Yeah, very awkward time to bat. The light's still good, the sun's high enough in the sky, so we'll definitely see those last 3 overs. That's the Jake Ball that I had in my mind's eye. That last one just looked like quite a straight, full delivery, and he's played all round that one after a couple of cracking shots.
And worth mentioning that it's Drisell's first 5-wicket haul in his first-class career. Well deserved.
Congratulations to the Bristol boy.
5 for 59 he finishes with from 13 overs and 3 deliveries. As the players go off, will we see that figure of 20 wickets added to in the few deliveries we have left today? The other bowling figures for Durham: Ben Rain 0 for 50 from 7, Matthew Potts 2 for 31 from 8, Neil Wagner 2 for 47 from 7, and Callum Parkinson 1 for 61 from 14. There they are.
Yeah, good performance by Potts and Drisell in particular. The run rate has been very high throughout the day. Not what you expect when 20 wickets have fallen inside the day's play. We have a look at that scorecard, dominated by that top 3 really. 40, 37, 89 from Kohler, Cadmore, Davey and Lammonby, and then that little bit of a meltdown in the middle. A couple of in and outs.
Yeah,
Overton getting to 19, and Ball with a very, I suppose, swashbuckling, adventurous
cameo.
13, a cameo, exactly right, a cameo. After I'd not given his batting a massive talk up, he played a couple of glorious shots, got Somerset over that 3-figure. Archie Vaughan is getting loose.
Well,
wouldn't be surprised if you see a bit of double spin.
Why not? Why not? You predicted Jack Leach earlier. Could it be a Leach-Vaughan new ball pairing?
Well, I think Overton bowled a lot of overs this morning. He bowled 10 on the spin. So there's a good chance that he might want to just put his legs on ice for the rest of today. And Archie Vaughan's going through a pretty thorough warm-up there. So it looks like he's going to be opening the bowling. Haven't seen Jack Leach yet, but obviously he's busy unpadding at the moment. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if double spin is the order of play to finish us off tonight.
Well, from the turn we've been seeing, it would be pretty logical, really. And also just 3 overs to bowl. It's still saying 5 on the scoreboard at the moment, but I think that will come down.
We see the match summary at the moment. Rain top scored with 42, and the standout performance of the morning was Overton's 10 overs, 6 for 23. Lammonby took on the mantle and went a few more, 89 of 109 balls, played beautifully. Kohler Cadmore, an explosive 40 to put Durham under pressure, but George Drisell 5 for 59, his maiden first class 5-wicket haul, and he deserved it.
Yep, Jack Leach has already taken a wicket, and you wouldn't bet against him taking more in these conditions. So 250 all out, plays 145, and in the circumstances that's a significant lead of 105.
Yeah, I think if the wicket maintains the characteristic, the machine that's on the wicket at the moment is normally what over time, over a number of days, sort of negates some of that movement. That heavy roller just compacts the ground. It's clear to see almost from the ball one of the spinners, the puff of dust. The surface is dry and it's starting to unsettle a little bit. So you think, bar that heavy roller compacting it too much, you think for the next day or so that there's going to be plenty of spin on offer.
There's Archie Vaughan in his warm-ups.
Josh Davey, Leachy's bowling into the mid. No sign of Craig Overton with ball in hand, so
feet up this evening.
I think it's fair that he'll be cooling his jets. Maybe getting ready for a little blast tomorrow morning. But an opportunity for a psychological bit of damage here for Somerset. I don't think it's a horrible time to bat, really. You've got a handful of overs. You can't really gain anything as a batter, even if you do peel off a couple of boundaries. 5, 6, 8 runs, whatever you might get. You can't really do any damage to the bowling team. But if the bowling team get a wicket tonight, I think that'll be a huge boost.
It would.
It's hard to really. I think Somerset have obviously won the day. It's quite obvious to say that with a 100 lead, but I don't think they've really maximised that opportunity they forged. That little blip of 5 wickets that Somerset lost, pretty rapid style. Just peg back Somerset. I think it doesn't really look like a 250 pitch, in all honesty. I think a 350 on day one with it was pretty achievable. I don't think either side batted brilliantly. Lammonby, let's face it, has been the standout across the game at the moment. The bowlers have dominated.
We are going to have 3 overs, and in all the excitement of that wonderful knock from Jake Ball,
Craig Overton has just done his first little warm-up delivery. So I think we might have a Tom Bowler situation here with the amount of bowlers warming up.
And I haven't mentioned, you've probably worked it out anyway, but I was expecting there would be no batting points out of this game, and they managed to nick one, Somerset, with the last shot of the innings.
Yeah, well, that is something like a bonus as it stands.
You
Somerset
never know
have got
how
4
useful
points,
they
Durham
might-
3.
Yep, and come the end of the season, you never know. Will we be saying
while you're
it all
speaking to a
goes
man
back?
that finished second in 2 championships over 1 point, so yeah, very much the case. Yeah, you've got to rack up as many points throughout the season. All these bonus points, they all add up towards the end of the year. Umpires are just about to stride out across the line. Blackwell and Saggers.
They're going to be switching ends as well. They don't often switch ends on the first day, the umpires, do they?
No. Are we going to see a Nighthawk, or are we going to have the usual 2? It looks to me like it's definitely Lees, and it is Lees and Gay.
So it's the same 2 batters who opened the innings at 11:30 this morning when Durham were put in. Extraordinary, really.
So it looks like Archie Vaughan has given his cap to Martin Saggers, who will be at this end. So Archie Vaughan's going to bowl over 1.
And be very surprising if it isn't Jack Leach at the river end, which is usually his preferred.
20 wickets fallen on the first day. Is that a start the car moment for the ECB? I mean, I don't think it's down to the pitch. I think it's a combination of good bowling and some pretty ordinary batting.
It's not a dangerous pitch.
No, not in any way, shape. It's offered a bit of spin, but nothing extravagant. It's just been good bowling and some batters, I think, in that sort of turbo mindset from the month of T20 that they've been playing.
It's quite a picture out there at the moment. The sun is brightly out, although drifting down behind those apartments by the Somerset stand, but shadows cast by the players.
Yeah, it makes me wonder why the thought of day-night championship cricket ever became a thing. I remember finishing closer play about 9 p.m. and I had to do an interview on Sky Sports, and I had to have my sunglasses on because the sun was beating down over the back of the camera, nearly blinding me, and at no stage did, through the 4 days of day-night championship cricket, did we need the lights on once.
They're certainly not needed at the moment. Here is the first ball then, coming up of the Durham's second innings. Archie Vaughan. Driven firmly enough by the Durham skipper.
As was mentioned earlier, Archie Vaughan fresh off a 6-wicket haul for England under 19, so plenty of bowling's been done. And he's got him! He's got him! He's got the key wicket of Lee's second ball. Spun, bounced, caught the outside edge. And a great catch from Lewis Gregory at first slip. What a blow that is for Durham.
If you were going to ask for a particular wicket, it would be the skipper at this stage of the day. It's the second time.
Oh, there's a few words there from a disgruntled Lees. He's not happy. Beautiful piece of bowling from Archie Vaughan. Durham 0 for 1.
So I'm not sure what that exchange would have been about, but it was a perfectly legitimate dismissal.
Grumpy probably said the pitch was rubbish. Probably had a, you know, I think it's when you've got so many batters or fielders around the bat and you get out, you obviously you have so many people in close proximity to you, so the cheer almost feels personal sometimes. So do you know what I mean? It gets you back up a little bit. Callum Parkinson strides out as some form of a night watchman.
There isn't going to be a chance for Colin Ackerman to get off his pair this evening, or well, who knows? Who knows?
The king pair, as you rightly mentioned.
Yeah, I'm hearing that Neil Wagner is padded up as well, so we could have night watchman A and B.
What about another one, Lammy? Is that being greedy?
Well, it could be, couldn't it? We're only in, there's 18 deliveries and the second of them has taken a wicket. So still 16 more.
Exciting stuff. Archie Vaughan's going to go around the wicket. 5 round the bat, 6 including the wicket-keeper.
High drama here at Taunton. Durham 0 for 1, trailing by 105. Padding that one away in the end. Wasn't posing any threat. Not that time anyway.
He's got to get his line right here from around the wicket. He's got to get him play in every ball.
That's more like it.
I'd like to see him over the wicket. Tense stuff here to close out what's been a quite extraordinary day here at Taunton. 21 wickets have fallen.
Going up for anything, as you might expect in such dramatic circumstances.
Yeah. Looked like that pitched outside leg. Yeah, it did pitch outside leg. Not by much. Not by much at all.
Last ball of the over coming up. He's
Ball.
going over, Triggs.
Yeah,
he's heard you.
Attack those stumps, make him play. Oh, big thrusted pad. Ends a successful first over. A wicket maiden from Archie Vaughan. Somerset's new opening bowler.
Let's just have another look at the way the wicket of Alex Lees was celebrated. Oh, shades of that win against Surrey last year, which was a very similar time of day. Bright sunshine, long shadows, and Somerset fielders going berserk. Looks as though the Durham skipper's looking at that dismissal again.
He's listening to our commentary, Lammy, seeing what we've said.
It is unsurprisingly going to be Jack Leach. He'll just bowl 1 over this evening. That's the maximum he can bowl. And he will bowl it even if he takes a wicket, because I think if a wicket falls in the penultimate over, then the new batter has to come in. And it's the other opener, Emilio Gay, who's on strike. Lees has gone. Can Somerset trap Gay as well?
Well, very unfamiliar territory for an opening batter. Would have started a high proportion of his innings against fast bowlers. So anything can happen. We know how good Leachy is in these conditions.
Here he is. That's driven attractively up to mid-on.
Yeah,
One ball negotiated.
Very confident start there.
Look at that field around Emilio Gay. 5 plus the keeper. Driven, he wants a run, he'll take it to give the night watchman the strike.
Ooh, I don't think Somerset will be that disappointed with that. I know it's the scorecarded number 11 batter, but just getting one more wicket up there I think will be huge in the context of tomorrow.
He's bowling to the right-hander now as well. Jack Leach, which I think he might prefer. Oh, is he? Oh, that's a big turn, big spin.
I think this is where you're going to see the quality of Jack Leach shine through, the amount of revs he gets on the ball. That is a sharp turn in delivery. Oh, nicely bowled. I mean, that's what makes that, the deliveries like that makes the one that slides on so dangerous. In the back of your mind as a batter, you're thinking about playing for some spin. Oh, there it is, and he's on! There's 2. Jack Leach, almost as described, the big turner, then the skidder. Parkinson's played for the spin, it's wrapped him on the front pad. And Somerset, what a day they're having now.
22 wickets. And counting. Because, well, if Neil Wagner is padded up, which I think he was, and he indeed is coming in. So one night watchman is replaced by another. Extraordinary scenes here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 22 wickets have fallen today. Somerset have a lead of 104 and the opportunity to take a third or indeed a 23rd wicket of the day.
Oh, a couple more ducks to the pond. Lees and Parkinson. It's quite a full pond, I think, today, isn't it? We've had a few.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been quacking.
Wagner to the crease. I think he will. I'm not quite sure how he'll play. Actually, I think his sort of norm is to be quite aggressive, but I think
he's got one delivery of this over to face. Here it is. Oh, was that a chance? Going up for everything.
I think it might be.
It's worth another look. I gather a third night watchman.
I think he's nicked that. I think he's hit that onto his shin. That was a chance there for Banton. Oh, it's all happening here. Left-hander on strike to Archie Vaughan. Emilio Gay was very confident in playing with the ball spinning in. Different kettle of fish when it's starting to turn away.
I think if another wicket falls now, then that's it, isn't it? It's the last over of the day.
I don't think you can take any more, the way you're leaping around your chair, Lammy.
It's been a really extraordinary day's cricket. Just moved on at such a speed. 1 for 2, Durham. Here is Vaughan.
Oh, was that? Oh, God, that's close. That is close.
Padding up.
I've even appealed from up here, Lammy. The excitement's got to me. Oh, that's very close. Just not sliding enough onto that off stump. Oh. Just on the outside of off stump.
Coat of varnish.
It was close. Down the wicket, Gay.
4.
Looks like he's going to be on the aggressive side, but that could present another opportunity here for Somerset. I mean, that's the sort of shot you play in this situation where you're really not trusting the pitch. I don't think he'd want to be using his feet in the last over of the day's play.
That's a solid defence this time. The lead's mere detail at the moment, really, with all the other drama we're having. The lead's now exactly 100 for Somerset. Still 3 deliveries remaining today. That's a no ball, signalled by umpire Saggers.
Was it?
I think so. The arm went out. Unless it was... Oh, another gesture, counting balls, possibly. Apologies.
Just a very flamboyant counting of the balls, I think, there, Lammy. Oh, play and a miss outside off stump. 1 ball, 1 more event to finish this extraordinary day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Durham currently 5 for 2. Still 100 behind. Nicely played by Emilio Gay, and that will finish the day. Lammy can relax back in his chair. The tension is palpable here in the WPA Health Insurance commentary box. Lammy, how do you summarise that as a day's play?
Well, extraordinary, really. Durham put in at the outset, and it looked a pretty good decision as wickets continued to fall. We had a little bit of resistance from Ben Rain in particular, and Matt Potts and Neil Wagner lower down the order, but outstanding from Craig Overton. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 23. He must take the plaudits on the bowling front. And for batting, Tom Lammonby, gold star, 89, difficult conditions, and he batted with such maturity and confidence.
Yeah, he did. He played very nicely. But interesting scene. We've got Durham captain Alex Lees down in the dugouts with his pads on. Looks like he's either going to be continuing his bit of grumpiness with one of the Somerset players or having a word with the umpire. I'm not really sure. Very unusual to see him down there. Maybe he wants a little bit of a word salad with one of the lads.
Applause as the players go off.
I'll keep my eye on that one.
If anything has been said, it's
yeah, he's doing a scrappy do. Having a few comments from a safe space. Good on you, pal.
Mention for George Dressel as well.
Yeah, I think
maiden 5-wicket
I was really impressed. You obviously, you listen to all the chat about those figures on a very, very flat pitch, and then you see him bowl live. I haven't seen him bowl for a few years now, and I was really impressed. Changed his pace. He spun the ball hard, bowled with pace into the pitch. Got plenty to happen and really deserved his 5 foot. So fair to say he's really moved on and looks a quality bowler, and he's certainly going to be in the picture for the rest of this game. providing the Durham batters can get past that 100-run deficit, which won't be an easy task if Leach and Archie Vaughan continue bowling with that level of quality.
And if they get as much assistance from the pitch as the spinners have had today, whether the pitch plays in a similar way tomorrow.
Yeah, I think, if you're the opposition and you don't understand by now that the Somerset pitch offers some assistance to the spin, you've probably been burying your head in the sand. So, the coach out there standing on a length at the moment, what's he really going to find out? Something that's been played on for the last, 5 or 6 years that Somerset's wickets have turned. It's like, spin is allowed, seam is allowed. It's, when we used to go up to Durham, it was bright green and soaking wet on day one. We wouldn't stand out there at the close of play after we've been bowled out for 120 going, oh my God, what's going on? We know that pitch has that characteristic. Everyone knows Somerset pitches turn a little bit.
So to sum up, at the end of an extraordinary, one of the most extraordinary days of Championship cricket I've seen, really, must be. Durham 5 for 2 in their second innings. One of those wickets is the skipper, Alex Lees, and that's given Somerset a hell of a lift. They already had a 105-run lead, which has just dipped very slightly to 100 now, but they've got those 2 wickets, including the skipper, and that's going to give them a hell of a lift going into tomorrow's play.
Certainly will. It's been a fascinating day's play. There's been good performances on both sides. I thought Rain was really impressive. His counter-attacking 42. Overton superb. Drizzell superb. Lammonby played with a lot of class. Kohler Cadmore, I think, shocked them at the start. But they came back strong. I thought Potts bowled impressively, bowled with pace. And I think the second innings that we've seen a very short snippet of, that's a horrible time to bat. Mentally, technically, it's been a bit of a whirlwind day. And the 2 wickets that have fallen have been, very decent ball to get Lees with the outside edge, turn sharply. And Leach's dismissal was undoubtedly caused by the previous ball that spun sharply. Parkinson's played for spin, it skidded on, and it's got him on the shin. So, yeah, fascinating day's play. Somerset have got a 100 lead, and I think maybe on day 4 you can confidently book yourself a tea time.
Well, thanks for your company, Triggs.
Cheers, Lammy. Always a pleasure.
We'll be back with you at 11 o'clock, hopefully in time for a prompt start tomorrow, and see what other surprises this game may have in store for us. Look forward to your company then.